A very, very good Sunday morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what time it is where you are. Welcome to our Lion and Unicorn Exceptional Elements of the Decorative Arts Auction. We have some wonderful pieces, some true rarities too from British ceramics, houses of yore, including Royal Dalton, of course, Minton's as well, and some wonderful pieces that are not very often seen. So looking forward to that too. I'm your Florida licensed auctioneer, Colonel Cliff Dunn. It's nice to have you with us. Some things that we're paying attention to today, at least I am. It's National Pretzel Day. Man, I had a really nice pretzel for dinner. As a sort of aperitif, appetizer the other night, hanging on a hook. It was really good. Also National No Makeup Day, celebrating the natural beauty of oneself. It's also Get Organized Day, dedicated to cleaning up and decluttering your space. Maybe time to pull out those Marie Kondo videos. It's also National Kids and Pets Day, celebrating the bonds between children and their animal friends, and not to be left out, National Pet Parents Day, kind of a Mother's and Father's Day for those of us who are pet parents. Some business to let you know of, to remind you of as well. 30% buyer's premium on all purchases today. If there's a regional sales tax in your particular region, that will also be applicable. We've got professional packing and shipping service starting at $26. Invoices are going to be sent out 48 hours after the sale. So that could be as early as Tuesday, possibly Wednesday. Please be patient. We're going to send them out to you as quickly as possible because we want you to get your winnings and treasures. All sales are final. Items are bought as we are streaming on 6 different platforms. So make sure you get your bids in quickly, because the first bids that's electronically recognized is going to be the one that's going to be considered the winner. So we want to make sure that you're not disappointed. Still time for you to register for the auction. Remember to follow us on all the social media platforms. And if you have technical difficulties, we've got the A-team here. We've got Arthur and Jean-Francois, both handling phone bids and other details. So and Nick and Yulia as well. So if you have technical difficulties on one of the auction platforms that you are bidding on, please give us a call at 954-866-8044 so we can clear that up and get technical difficulties. And we do that pretty quick. If there's a little blip, we usually get that done. Boom. So we're going to have some guests in the studio today also. It's nice to have the Myers here and some other folks too. So let's get started with lot number 1, and we'll kick it right now with Royal Dalton's Bunnykins. This is a prototype colorway figurine, but that is called the Symbols Player, right? Depicted standing and playing 2 yellow cymbals, and he's got his very formal ensemble with looks like a nice green a long coat, tailcoat with yellow lapels. I've got a bit of $800 standing on a circular base too, with a kind of a black and white segmented or checkerboard pattern. $950 now. $950 would it go? 1,000 now. 1,000 would go 1,100. I have a bit of $1,000. We're looking for 1,100. Do we have a phone bidder on this? Very good. Thank you so much. Now we have 1,100. Thank you on the phone. I got 11. Would it go 12? We have a bid of $1,100. I'm looking for. I've got 12. Thank you. Do I hear 13? Now $1,200. I'm looking for 13. Now 1,300. Thank you. Do I have a bid on the floor? Any interest on the floor? No. All right. Very well. I've got 12. I've got 1,300 on the phone. Then thank you so much. Now 13. Would it go 14? I have a bid of 1,300 holding steady. Any advancement on $1,300 from online or on the floor? Now's the time to do it. $1,300 going once. We have a bid of 1,300. Any advancement from to 1,400 from our online platforms? 1,300 twice. We're going to sell it then. Hello.
7925.
1,300 to bid number 7925. Thank you so much. Lot number 2, Royal Dalton Bunnykins prototype colorway figure. This is the flute player, also dressed in a very similar green tailcoat with the yellow lapels, probably part of the same ensemble, in this circular checkerboard pattern base, holding a kind of a silver tone flute. $650. My bid got $650 now. 7. More like I haven't warmed up yet. I'll be better flute player after in the second hour. Now 900. Looking for now 950. I have 1,000. I'm looking for 1,100 to advance. Do I hear 11? Now 11 on the phone. Thank you so much to our phone bidder. We have 11. Would it go 12? I have a bid of 1,100 now. 12 would go 13. Now 13 would go 14. I have a bid of $1,300 on the phone. Any advancement to 1,400 online or on the floor? 1,300 is going once. We have a $1,300 bid. Any interest at 1,400? 1,300 twice. We will sell it for 1,300. Bidder number? 7925. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Lot number 3. Royal Dalton's Bunnykins French horn player. wearing very fancy green long coat, holding that French horn brass instrument. 550 now. I'm looking for 6 to advance. Rabbit shown dressed in the green tailcoat over a yellow waistcoat with a black bow tie and having that circular checkerboard, black and white checker pattern base. $800 now. Base, of course, with the underside having the Royal Dalton backstamp, also marked prototype only. $950 now, looking for 1,000. Now 1,000 would go 1,100. I've got 1,100 on the phone. Thank you. There's 11 would go 12. I have a bid of 1,100. I'm looking for, there's 12 online. Now I've got 1,300 on the phone. Thank you so much. Now 13 would go 14. I have a $1,400 bid now, looking for 15 to advance. We have 1,400 online. I have 15 on the phone. Thank you to our phone bidder for 1,500 now, holding steady. Do I hear 1,600? Now $1,500. I've got a bid of $1,500. Any advance from 15 to 16? $1,500 going once. We have $1,500. You can still jump in and take it to 16. 1,500 twice. Let's sell 1,500 bidder number 7925. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Lot number 4, Royal Dalton Bunnykins prototype. Ship ahoy, Bunnykins. Brightly decorated yachtster, yacht captain Bunnykins, Bunny Breeze. Very detailed with life buoys, silhouettes of partiers and revelers inside, a silver anchor. I've got a $1,400 bid now, $1,500 now, 15 would go 16. I have bid of 1,500 online. I'm looking for 1,600 to advance. Now 1,600. Thank you so much to our phone bidder. I have 1,600. Would go 17. Now 1,700. I have 17. I have 1,800. Thank you. Now 18. Would go 19. We have a bid of 1,000. Now 1,900. Do I hear 2,000? $1,900 is bid. I'm looking now 2,000. Thank you so much to our phone bidder. I got 2. Would go 21. I have a bid of $2,000. Looking for 2,100 to advance. Any advance on the floor or online? $2,000 holding steady and going once. We have $2,000. Any increase from 2,000 to 2,100? Now 21 would go 22. I've got a bid of 2,100. I'm looking for 2,200 to advance. Any increase from 2,100? Do I hear 2,200 from the phone bid? Any advancement on 2,100? Now holding steady at 2,100. Do I hear 2,200? 2,100 going once. Now 2,100. Any advancement on from the floor or online? 2,100 twice. Sold for $2,100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Nice round of bidding. Lot number 5, we've got an exceptional Bunnykins prototype figurine, very highly sought after piece from the Bunnykins line. This is the Sydney 2000 Olympics piece representing the Summer Olympics. You've got the Bunnykins holding the Olympic flag with the rings, Sydney Opera House details to the base. Very, very cool piece. $1,100 now. I'm looking for $1,200 to advance. Now $1,100. Do I hear $1,200? Nice size piece too. Also having the correct details to the underside, property of Dalton, tableware not produced for sale. $1,100 is going once. I have $1,200. Thank you. Now 12 would go 13. We have a $1,200 bid. I'm looking for $1,300 on the advance. Do I hear $1,300 from you, please? Now 13. Thank you. I have 13. Would go 14. We have a $1,300 bid. I'm looking for $1,400 to advance. An increase from 13 to 14. Do I hear 14 from you, please? 1,300 is going once. We have 1,300. You can still jump on in and take it to 14 now. 1,300 is going twice. Do I hear 1,400? Closing it up at 1,300. We're going to sell it for 1,300 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Very nicely done. I didn't know in my own strength. The paper's flying everywhere. No, I don't worry about it. Besura. Basura. You're very kind. Lot number 6, Dalton Bunnykins colorway figurine. This is Sweetheart. Thank you so much. Yeah, perfect. We have Sweetheart in a gold-colored shirt, green and white striped trousers, and holding this wonderful big, looks like a candy heart with the I Love Bunnykins. $900. I got a $900 bid looking for $950 to advance. $950 would go $1,000. $950 underside having the Royal Dalton backstamp, produced exclusively for UK International Ceramics, part of their limited edition in a special gold colorway. $950. Any advance from $950 to $1,000? $950 holding steady. Do I have a phone bid on this? No phone bid. All right, very good. Any increase from $950? Let's move on to lot number 7. We have a Royal Dalton prototype figurine. This is Shearer, depicting a bunny shearing a sheep. I've got a $1,200 bid now. 12 would go 13. Hand painted, lots of details there. Now 14 would go 15. Now 15 would go 16. I got 16 would go 17. I have a bid of 1,600, looking for 1,700 to advance. Any increase from 16 to 17, 1600 is going once. Do I have any interest on the phone at 7? Now 1700, thank you. I got 17, would it go 18?
18.
I've got 18, would it go 19? Now 19, would it go 2000? I have a bit of 1000, now 2000, would it go 21? Now 21, would it go 22? I have a bit of $2,100. Any interest on the floor? $2,100 holding steady. Looking for 2,200. 2,100 going once. I have a $2,100 bid. Now 22, thank you. 22 would go 23. I have a bit of $2,200 now 22 would go 23. Do I hear 2,300 from our online platforms? $2,200 now 23 would go 24. I have a bit of $2,300 from our phone bid. Now 24, thank you. I have 24 would go 25. We have a bit of $2,400. I'm looking for $2,500 to advance. Any increase from 2,400 to 2,500, $2,400 going once. We have 2,400. You can still jump on in and take it to $2,500 though. $2,400 twice. We're going to sell for 2,400. Bidder number?
Bidder number 3,000.
3,000. Thank you so much, Arthur. All right, number 8, Royal Dalton Bunnykins. This is a prototype Sir Galahad, one of the Knights of the Round Tables. This was for a planned Bunnykins Arthurian Legends series. This depicts Sir Galahad holding the Holy Grail right there in his hand, dressed kind of like a Knights Templar style shield with the red background. I'm sorry, white background with the red cross, and the Holy Grail having those great color details. 1,500 is my bid. Now 15 would go 16. 16 would go south. 17 would go 18. I've got a bit of 1,800. Now 1,900. Now 19. Do higher 2,000. I have 2,000 on the floor. Thank you. Now 2,000 would go 21. I have a bit of $2,000. I'm looking for $2,100 to advance. Any increase from 2,000 to 2,100, 2,000 is going once. I've got a $2,000 bid. Any advance from 2,000 to 21, now's the time to do it. 2,000 going twice. We'll sell it for 2,000. Bidder number 1294. Congratulations, very nicely done. Lot number 9. Bunnykins Bath Night Tableau. You've got a wonderful figural group here. Not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 Bunnykins, and additional details too. You've got the Mrs. Rabbit there with the kids in the bathtub, finished with the high glaze, and then Peter Rabbit standing beside the bathtub. Just a fantastic piece. 850 with a lot of detail and a lot of soul, a lot of heart to it too. I love it. 950 is my bid. Do I hear 1,000? I've got a bid 950, looking for 1,000. I have 1,000 on our phone, but thank you so much to our phone bid. 1,000. Would it go 1,100? I've got a bid of 1,000, looking for 1,100 to advance. I have 1,100 on the floor. Thank you so much, madam. I have 1,100. Would it go 12? I have a bid of 1,100. I've got 1,200. Thank you. Would it go 13? Now $1,200, looking for 13 to advance. Any advance on 1,200? 1,200 holding steady, going once. Now 1,200. You can still jump in and take it to 13. Any interest at 13? 1,200 going twice. We'll sell for 1,200 to our phone bidder. Bidder number 7925, nicely done. Lot number 10, Beatrix Potter figurine, Royal Dalton prototype. This is Duchess, looking like a very kind of an interesting prototype, black Pomeranian, finely shaded with gray details, standing on a moss-covered cobbled base. We've got 160 bid now, underside having the Royal Dalton back stamp, and not produced for sale. Very cool, interesting colorway there. It's 160 now. Now 200 would go 225. I have a bid of 200, looking for 225 to advance. Any increase from 2 to 225, 200 going once. Now 200, you can still jump in and take it to 225. Now 225 would go 250. I've got 250, thank you, would go 275. We've got a bit of $250. I'm looking for 275 to advance. Now 275 would go 3. I've got 3, would go 325. Now $300. I'm looking for 325 to advance.
Yep.
And there's 325 would go 350. I've got a bit of 325. Do I hear 350?
Yep.
Now 350. Thank you, Sheriff. That's why now 350 would go 375. We have a bit of $350. I'm looking for 375 to advance. Any increase from 350, 350, and now 375 from our online platform. Now 4 would go 425. I've got a bit of 400. I'm looking for 425 to advance. Any increase from 4 to 425, 400 going once. Now $400. You can still jump in and take it to 425 though. 425 now. 425 would go 450. Now 450 would go 475. I've got a bit of $450. I'm looking for now 475. Thank you. Now 5 would go 550. I've got a bit of 500. I'm looking for 550 to advance. Any increase from 5 to 550? Do I hear 550 from you, please? $500 going once. We've got 500. You can still jump in and take me to 550 though. 500 twice. Now we'll sell at 500. Bidder number 7925. Congratulations. Lot number 11. Royal Dalton prototype Beatrix Potter figurine. This is Gentleman Mouse. Made a bow. Released for the special Better Red limited edition set, red court attire. I've got a bid of 1,100 now. Thank you, Arthur. Now 1,100. Would you go 12? Base marked property of Royal Dalton. 1,200 now. Looking for 13. I've got 13. Would you go 14? I've got a bid of 1,300 now. I've got 14. Thank you. Now 15. Would you go 16? I have $1,500. I'm looking for $1,600 to advance. Any increase from now 1,600, thank you, would go 1,700. $1,600, I'm looking for 17. I've got 17, thank you. Now 17, would go 18. I've got a bid of 1,700. I'm looking for 1,800 to advance. Any increase from 17 to 1,800, 1,700 is going once. Now 1,800, thank you, Jean-Francois. 18, would go 19. I've got a bid of 1,800. I'm looking for 1,000. Now 19, thank you, would go 2. We've got a bid of 1,900. I'm looking for $2,000. Do I hear 2,000? Will you take me to 2,000, please? 1,900 holding steady and going once. Now 1,900. Any advance to 2,000? This would be the time to do it. 1,900 going twice. We'll sell for 1,900.
Bidder 6468.
Bidder 6468. Congratulations, nicely done. Lot number 12, Dalton Dalton Beatrix Potter figurine. This is Ginger the cat. 1,500, I got a bid. This is a prototype. 1,500 now, 15, would you go 16? Dressed in a deep turquoise jacket with kind of like a nurse smock, it looks like. 1,500, any advance from 15 to 1,600, base having the property of Dalton backstamp. 1,500 going once. I've got a bid of 1,500. You can still jump in to take it to 16. Now 1,600, thank you. 16, would you go 17? I have a bid of 1,600, looking for 1,700 to advance. Any increase from 16 to 17, 1,600 going once. We've got a 1,600 bid. Any advance on our online platforms to 1,700? I've got a bid of $1,600. Hold on one second. We are allowing our online platforms to catch up too. 1,600, very, very desirable prototype piece from Dalton, coming from.
Mine, right?
Yes, it is yours. You have $1,600 is your bid holding steady. And we are looking for 1,700 to advance. Any increase from 16 to 17, 1,600 is holding steady. You want to jump in online? This is the time. Any interest on the floor? 1,600 going once, 16 twice. We'll sell for 1,600 to bidder number 7925. Very nice. Lot number 13, Dalton Beatrix Potter prototype figurine. Old Mr. Bouncer, finely detailed and hand-painted in a blue coat with a long orange scarf wrapped around his neck, a checked yellow waistcoat, and green pants, and he's sitting on kind of a mound form base. Underside having the Dalton. I've got a bid of 400 now. Thank you. This 40 go 425. Now $400. Any increase from 4 to now 425? Would you go 450? I've got 450. Thank you. Now 450 will go 475. We've got a bid of $450. I'm looking for now 475. Would you go 5? I've got a bid of $475. Now 5. Thank you, Jean-Francois. Now 5. Would you go 550? I've got a bid of 500. Looking for 550 to advance. Any increase from 5 to 550, 500 holding steady and going once. Any advance online, you want to jump in and take it to 550, you can. 500 twice. That will sell for 500, bidder number 7925. Thank you so much. Lot number 14, Royal Dalton's prototype figurine. Beatrix Potter, the world of Beatrix Potter. This is Peter Rabbit with the postal bag, carrying a deep brown post bag and lots of letters that he's delivering. On the bunny trail. No, that was Peter Cottontail on the bunny trail. I've got 450. Would he go 5? Are they related, Peter? You think they're maybe cousins, maternal cousins, twice removed? 450. I've got 450. Would he go 5? I've got 475. Sorry, I've got 450. I'm looking now. 475. Would he go 5? Thank you, Yulia. It's the new math. I got confused. I've got 5. Would he go 550? We have a bit of 500. I'm looking for 550 to advance. Any increase at 500? We have 550 now. Thank you, Jean-Francois. Now 550. Would go 6. We have a bid of $550. I've got 6. Would he go 650?
650.
Now 650. Would he go 7? I've got a bid of $650. Looking for 700 to advance. Now 7. Would he go 750? We have a 7. Now 750. Would he go 8? I've got a bid of $750. Now 8. Would he go 850?
850.
850. Would he go 9? Very, very cool, rare studio sample. Now 900, now 950, would it go 1,000? Prototype having the property of Dalton backstamp to the underside. 1,000, now 1,100, thank you, I got 11, would it go 12? I've got a bit of 1,100, looking for 1,200 to advance. Any increase from 11 to 12? Now $1,100 going once. We've got 1,100, you can still jump in and take it to 12 though. 11 twice. Let's sell 1,100. Bidder number 7925. Congratulations. Lot number 15, Royal Dalton Beatrix Potter prototype figurine. This is Ribby, wearing a vibrant yellow dress with lime green patterns and having a rose-colored shawl. And what's she holding? Looks like she's holding a dish of butter or something like that, perhaps some cheese. Having the property of Royal Dalton backstamp to it. 160, now looking for 170 to advance. Now 500, thank you, Arthur. I got 5, what do you go 5? Now 550, what do you go 6? I've got a bit of $550. I'm looking for 600 to advance. There's 6, what do you go 650? Now 650, what do you go 7? I've got a bit of $650. I'm looking for 700 to advance. Now 7, what do you go? Now 750, what do you go 8? I've got a bit of $750. I'm looking for 800 to advance. Any increase from me, 750 to 800 from you, please. 750 is holding steady and going once. Now 750, you can still jump in and take me to 800 though. 750 twice. We'll sell 750, bidder number 7925. Lot number 16, Royal Dalton Beatrix Potter Foxy figurine, reading the country news. I got a bit of 500 anthropomorphic, that's easy for me to say, fox figurine, seated on a tree stump, and he's reading the newspaper. 550, I 550, what do you go 6? Is it the Times? Is it the Daily Mail? I've got a bit of 6, what do you go 650? I've got 650, what do you go 7? Does he vote Tory? Does he vote Labor? Who knows? 650, any advance from 650 to 7? I've got a bit of $650, looking for 7 to advance. I've got 700, thank you, Jean-Francois. I've got 7, what do you go 750? Just a very cool, that magenta colored pants, green long tailcoat. Now 800, what do you go 850? And then the piece finished in a very cool polychrome glaze. Now 900, we go 950. Underside having the Royal Dalton backstamp, made in Royal Dalton. I've got a bid now of 950. I've got 1,100, we go 12. Now 1,100, I'm looking for 1,200 to advance. Any increase from 11 to 12. Do I hear 1,200 from you, please? Now $1,100 going once. We've got 11. You can still jump in and take it to 12, though. Below the crown, you've got the property of Royal Dalton, not produced for sale mark as well, showing the rarity of the piece. $1,100 is holding steady. You can still jump in and take it. Now 1,100 once, twice, sold for 1,100. Bidder number 7925. Lot number 17. Very, very rare piece, extraordinarily rare Royal Dalton prototype. This is a glazed tiger figurine depicting a tiger on a rock form landscape base. This one produced in a very, very unusual jade flambe with that just rare striping, that just a fantastic and eye-catching piece. Very few of these were produced, or if more than these, if more than this single one. You've got the Royal Dalton prototype only to the base of it. Now $3,200. I'm looking for now 33. Would you go 34? Now 34. Would you go 35? I have a bit of $3,400. I'm looking for $3,500 to advance. Any advance from 34 to 35? Any interest on the floor? Any interest on the phone? 3,400. Now 35. Would you go 36? We have a bid of $3,500, looking for $3,600. Just look at that fantastic marbleized glaze and that teal emerald green veining, which sort of stands in for the striping on the back of this tiger. Absolutely gorgeous. $3,600. My bid, I got 37. Would you go 30? I've got 3,700. Thank you. There's 37. Would you go 38? Now $3,700. I'm looking for 3,800 to advance. Any advance from 37? $3,700 going once. Now 3,700 twice. There's 38. Thank you. Now 38. Would you go 39? We have 3,900. Thank you. Now 39. Would you go 4,000? I've got 4,000. Thank you. Now looking for 4,100 to advance. Now 41. Would you go 42? I've got a bit of 4,100. I'm looking for 4,200 to advance. Any increase from 41 to 40? Do I hear 4,200 from you, please? 4,100 is holding steady and going once. Now 4,100. Any advance to 4,200? This will be the time to do it. 4,100 going twice. We're going to sell for 4,100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Very nicely done. Very exciting. Very, very rare tiger on a rock, designed by Charles Noak in a very, very naturalistic way, hand-painted in a stalking pose on this rock form landscape base with a very hungry look on its expression on its face. $475 our bid. On 475, would you go 5? Any advance from 475 to 500? Do I hear 500 on the floor? Any interest at 500 on the phone? All right, let's move on then to lot number 19. Royal Dalton Flambe Vein Figurine, Mare and Foal. This is a very, very rare variation on a piece that was done in flambe, but this is a very unusual colorway titled Gift of Life, and it depicts the mother horse along with the foal, produced for the Images of Fire collection. I've got a bit of a $2,000 now. Two would you go 20? Now 2,100 would you go 22? Base having the Royal Dalton back stamp to it. Now 23 would you go 24? I have a bit of 2,400. Thank you. Now 24. Now 25 would you go 26? Just a fantastic piece with those additional inclusions in it as well, and the very unusual base too as well. $2,700. I got 2,700. Now 28 would you go 29? I have a bit of $2,800. I'm looking for 2,900 to advance. Any advance from 28 to 29? 29, thank you. Now 29 would you go 3? Now 3,000 would you go 3,100? We have a bit of $3,000. I'm looking for $3,100 to advance. Any increase from 3,000 to 3,100, 3,000 holding steady and going once. Now $3,000. You can still jump in on our online platforms and take it to 3,100 though. Any interest on the floor though? 3,000 twice. We'll sell it for 3,000. Bidder number 7954. Very nicely done. Lot number 20. We've got a cute little foal figurine by Bezic. Little baby horse, model number 996, in a very naturalistic style with very pleasing bay, brown, or chestnut coloring with additional white and darker elements as well. $50 now is my bid. I got 50, what is 60? Any advance on 50, 50 once? 50 twice. We'll sell for 50 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 21. We got a heron Hungarian porcelain figurine, a large pelican, produced in that very cool, striking pattern of herons. This one has got a lot of gilding too to the open beak and the web feeding, the webbed feet as well. 475 is my bid. I got 475. What do you go 5? Now 475, neck and body having a very, very cool colorway with multicolored feathers and cobalt blue and magenta. Any advance from 475 to 5? All right, let's move on to line number 22, magenta, I'm sorry, heron, porcelain miniature pelican figurine, again having the traditional fishnet pattern with profusion of gilding to that striking beak, base having the heron back stamp. 110 is my bid. Now 120, would you go 130? 130, would you go 140? I have a bit of 140, would you go 150, please? Now 150, would you go 160? We have 160, would you go 170, please? Underside having the heron back stamp. I've got a bit of 160, looking for 170 to advance. Any increase from 160, 160 going once? Now 160 twice. Now 170, would you go 180? I have a bit of $170, looking for 108. Now 180, would you go 190? I've got a bit of $180. I'm looking for 190 to advance. Any advance, 180, 190, 180 going once. Now 180 twice. Sold for 180 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 23, heron Hungarian porcelain, two rabbits figurine in a very pleasing emerald green fishnet pattern with gilding to the cute little bunny nose and cute little bunny toes. And the traditional correct back stamp to the underside and kind of a oblong base. 160 is my bid. I got 160. Would you go 170, please? Any advance 160, 160 going once? 170. Now 170. Would you go 180? I've got a bid of $170 looking for now 180. Would you go 190? Nice little figural group of rabbits. If they stay in that position, they might even be a third rabbit by the time you get the piece shipped to you. I've got 200 now, leave for 225 now, 225 would you go 250. You won't get 3, I don't want to misrepresent that. 225 would you go 3. Now 250 would you go 275. I've got a bit of $250 looking for 275. Any increase, 250 going once. Now 250, you can still jump in and take it to 275 though. 250 twice. So 250 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 24, Royal Dalton Charles Noak Experimental Flambe figurine. This is rabbit in morning dress. on his way to the City of London, no doubt, or possibly to the Houses of Parliament, standing in a formal tailcoat with a top hat and one ear sort of insouciantly extended upwards, letting you know what he thinks. Underside having the Royal Dalton back stamp. Now $3,900. I'm looking for $4,000 to advance. Do we have a phone bid on this? I have a bid of $3,900. Just a really, really nice figurine. I've got $4,000 now. Thank you. Now $4,000. Would you go $4,100? We have a bid of $4,000. I'm looking for $4,100. Any increase from $4,000 to $4,100? This would be the time for you to do it. $4,000 going once. Now $4,000 twice. We'll sell for $4,000 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Nicely done. Lot number 25, Dalton Experimental Flambe figurine. This is a mouse on a cube. Rectangular block base. I've got a bit of $1,600 now. 16, would it go 17? Is it a cube of cheese? 17. I've got 17, would it go 18? 19. Now 1,900, thank you. 19, would it go 2,000? Just a very, very striking flambe with dark blue, black modeling, and that just deep oxblood red. 1,900, I was holding steady. Any advance from 19 to 2,000? We have 1,900 going once. Now $1,900, any advance to 2,000? Now would be the time to do it. 2,000. Now 2,000, would it go 21? I've got a bit of $2,000. I'm looking for $2,100 to advance. Any advance from 2 to 2,100? 2,000 going once. Do I hear 2,100? 2,000 twice. Sold for $2,000 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 26, Royal Dalton Flambe mouse, also known as the mouse on ashtray. Little mouse, standalone example depicting the mouse normally in gray. This one in a very rich red flambe glaze. Underside having the 3 lines of black printed text. They were all Dalton Flambe. 1,300, now 14, would you go 15? I've got a bit of 1,400, looking for 1,500 to advance. Now 1,500, thank you so much. I've got 15, would it go 16? Just very, very striking dark inclusions. He looks so bashful too. Don't look at me. 1,500 is holding steady. Any advance to 16, 1,500 going once. Now 15, now 1,600, thank you. I got 16, would it go 17? I've got a bit of 1,600. Do I hear 1,700? Thank you so much to our phone, but I got 17. Would it go 18? Now 1,700. I'm looking for 1,800 to advance. Any increase from 17 to 18, 1,700 going once. We've got a bit of 1,700. You can still jump in and take it to 18. Now 1,700 twice. We'll start with 1,700 is bidder number.
Bidder 2372.
2372. Thank you so much. Lot number 27. I got a Royal Dalton Badger figurine. A low alert pose. His eyes are squinting because he's looking like he's getting ready to badger you. $60 my bid. Now 60, would it go 70? We used to have a friend that we used to call the Badger. But what a cool naturalistic colorway too. Lots of dark brown with lighter brown and white and black. $80 my bid. Got 80. Any advance from 80 to 90. 80 going once. Now 90, would it go 100, please? Additional markings, including Royal Dalton and made in England, as well as the inventory number. $100 is my bid. Do I hear 110? Now $100. Any advance from 1 to 110, 100 going once. Yep. Now 110, would it go 120? I've got a bit of $110 over 120 to advance. Any advance from 110 to 120, 110 going once. Now 110 twice. You want to jump in? Now 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of $120 over 130 to advance. Any increase from 120 to 130? Do I hear 130 from you, please? 120 going once. Now 120, you can still jump in to take it to 130 there. 120 twice. Yeah, we'll sell for 120 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot number 28. 28. Royal Dalton Gansu fish. Prototype fish figurine. This is not one of the ones that you mount on the wall and that sings, "Take me to the river." But it does have that kind of same colorway, you know, right? That's the Billy Bass, I think, right? This, though, very realistically modeled. High gloss polychrome glaze. I've got a bit of $650 now. Now 650, would it go 7? Now 750, would it go 8? I've got 8, would it go 850? Now 850, would it go 9? I've got a bit of $850. We're looking for 900 to advance. Any increase from 850 to 9? 850 is holding steady and going. And this is an archive figurine, very, very rare piece. This is a one-off piece below the primary mark, having all the correct details, also not produced for sale. So this is a very, very, very rare piece. $900 is our bid. That's our online bid. Any advance to $950? We have a $900 bid from our online platform. You can still jump in to take it to $950, though. $900 going once. Now $900 twice. We'll sell it for 900 to our line and unicorn bidder. Nicely done. Lot number 29, Cobridge stoneware, large fish sculpture. You got a figural group here. Under the sea, two predatory fish swimming through an aquatic, undersea landscape base. 950. Do I hear 1,000? I've got 1,000. What do I hear? I've got 11. Do I hear 12? Now 12. Would it go 13? I've got 13. Would it go 14? Now 15 would it go 16. Now 16 would it go 17. All the correct details too with the Cobridge Stoke-on-Trent details that he has. Now 17 would it? Now 18 would it go 19. I've got 19 would it go 2,000. I've got 2,000 would it go 21. Now $2,000. I'm looking for $2,100 to advance. Any increase from 2 to 2,100? Do I hear 2,100 from you, please? $2,000 holding steady and going once. Now 2,000, but you can still jump in to take it to 2,100. 2,000 twice. Sold for $2,000, bidder number 7954. Nicely done. Lot number 30, one of those very, very rare, unusual Royal Dalton Bonzo figurines. These were produced in the 1920s by Charles Noak. This is Style 3 Bonzo, very popular British cartoon dog. It came out around the same time as Felix the Cat. And very few of these survived, because they're made of porcelain. So, 100 years later. We've got a bid of 1,400 now. I'm looking for 15. Look at the smiley face. Now 1,500. I'm looking for 16 to advance. I have a bid of 1,500. I'm looking for 1,600. Any increase from 15 to 16, $1,500 holding steady. Do I hear 1,600 from our online platforms? $1,500 going twice. And we'll sell it for 1,500, bidder. Bidder 1358. Thank you so much. Lot number 31, we've got a Bonzo figurine, Royal Dalton. This is a very rare and unusual colorway figure in a high gloss pink, wearing a button-down shirt, like a kind of a nightshirt with the red buttons that he's got kind of a, sort of butter wouldn't melt in his mouth look to his face. Underside having the Dalton mark to it. 1,213, not 13. Would he go 14? 14. I've got 14. Would he go 15? I have 15. Thank you, Arthur. Now 15. Would he go 16? We have a bid of 1,500. I'm looking for 1,600 to advance. Do I hear 1,600 online? Any increase from 15 to 16? Yep, 16. Now 1,600. Thank you. I got 16. Would it go 17? And just very additional details there. Very, very striking with the smiling face. $1,600. He is a contemporary of Felix the Cat's. 1,700. Thank you so much. Now 17. Would it go 18? I have a bid of $1,700 holding steady. You can still jump in and take it to 1,800. 1,700 is going once. 18. Now 1,800. Thank you. Do I hear 19? I've got 1,900. Thank you so much. Now 19. Would it go 2,000? We've got a bid of 1,000. Now 2,000. Do I hear 2,100? Now 21. Would it go 22? I've got a bid of 2,100. I'm looking for 2,200 to advance. Any increase from 21 to 22? Do I hear 22 from you, please? 2,100 is going once. Now 2,100. You can still jump in and take me to 22, though. 21 twice. We'll sell 2,100. Bidder number 1358. Lot number 32. We've got a colorway, very rare colorway. Again, the popular 1920s, over 100 years old, the Bonzo figurine designed by Charles Noak. This is Style 1, Model 392. I've got 1,200, but I'm looking for 1,300 to advance. Now 13, would it go 14? I've got 1,900, thank you. There's 19, would it go 2,000? I've got 2,000, would it go 2,100? Underside having the Dalton mark. And look at that great, very unusual colorway in green with brown patches. $2,000 is my bid. I'm looking for 2,100. Any increase from 2,000 to 2,100? 2,000 is our bid going once. Any advance on the phone to 2,100? $2,000 going twice. We'll sell 2,000. Bidder number 1358. Congratulations, nicely done. Lot number 33. This is a very, very rare Royal Dalton Lambeth stoneware dog collecting box. These were produced for the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, and these were banks that you would put your farthing coins in them. And they would move around then from one place to another, so first they'd be in the baker's shop, then they go to the butcher's shop, then they go, and of course, porcelain, so they would break. These are very, very rare. Very few of these survived. 2,800 is my bid. Now I'm looking for, there's 29, would you go 3,000? Having all the correct detailing with the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to the Animals detail. $3,000 my bid. Any advance to 3,100? Now $3,000, because they were sitting on a countertop and the lady put her bundle down there and breaks. 3,100 is my bid. Now 3,100, looking for 3,200 to advance. Very, very rare museum-style piece, really. 3,300 is my bid. Now 33, would it go 34? I've got a bid of $3,300. There's a handwritten inventory marks on the underside as well, as long as the diagonal slash mark. $3,500 is holding steady. Do I hear 3,600? I've got a bid of $3,500.
Yep.
Now 36. Thank you. I got 36. We do 37. We've got a bid of 3,006. Now 3,700. Thank you so much. Now 37. We do 38. We have a bid of $3,700. I've got 38. Would you go 39? Now 39. Would you go 4? I have a bid of $3,900. I'm looking for $4,000. An extremely rare piece. Now $4,000. I'm looking for $4,100. I've got a $4,100 bid. Thank you so much for our film bidder. 41. Would you go 42? We've got a bid of $4,100. I'm looking for $4,200 to advance. Any increase from $4,100 to $4,200 from you, please?
Yep.
4,200 is bid. I'm looking for 4,300. Now 42. Do I hear 43? Any increase on the phone to 4,300? $4,200. Now 4,300. Thank you so much. Just an absolutely gorgeous, a very, very rare legacy piece. Just absolute and gorgeous and in such great shape too. I've got a bid of $4,400. I'm looking for $4,500 to advance. Any increase from 44 to 45, $4,400 is going once. Now 4,400. You can still jump in and take it to 4,500 though. 4,400 twice. We'll sell for 4,400 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Thank you so much. What an exciting round of bidding. Lot number 34. We got a cute little King Charles Spaniel. Lot number 34. Much like Dash, which was the name of Queen Victoria's King Charles Spaniel. And this one depicted seated with those big eyes, having all the correct details too. So if you're a fan of Queen Victoria, you can. This could be an homage, an encomium, as it were, to the Queen's. That was her first dog, too, when she was Queen. 475 is my way down, 475. I'm not saying that this is Dash, but, you have an imagination. 475, any advance, 475 to 5. 475, any increase to 500 from you? All right, let's move on then to lot number 35, Royal Dalton Glazed Pekingese dog. Look at that cute little Pekingese. Mid-20th century with a very, very pleasing orange, white, and brown colorway, and having also it's like a bibelot or a pin tray with a cool little doggy attached to it. What could go wrong with that? $50. That is cute. Any advance from 50? 50 going once, 50 twice. We'll sell for 50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 36, Dalton colorway. This is a seated Pekingese puppy, again, a Pekingese motif. This one is a very, very rare and unusual colorway. In a very buttery, sort of a high gloss cream with sort of a buttery yellow highlights, as it were. Just really cool. $50 my bid now, 50 any advance, 50 to 60, 50 once, 50 twice. So for 50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 37, Royal Dalton Bone China Cocker Spaniel. It's a Cocker Spaniel. I think it's a Cocker Spaniel. I kind of like a little kid. It's a Cocker Spaniel. Very, very rare white colorway, very highly glazed white. $50 now. Any advance from 50 to 60? 50 once, 50 twice. Sold for 50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 38, Bezic porcelain dog figurine. This is a foxhound, and he is on the hunt. Man, look, he's got his nose down. That fox better watch it. Hand-painted black letter E on the underside. I'm looking for $30. This is the second version of the foxhound. You want to jump in and take it for $30 now? No? All right, let's move on to lot number 39, Giuseppe Armani. It's a Pekingese dog figurine. Oh, this one just came back from the groomer too, all fluffed out and perfumed. Porcelain base having the sign G Armani written in script. $40 moving down, 40 go 50. Any advance on $40, 40 going once, 40 twice. Sold for 42, our invaluable bidder, lot number 40. Dalton Vein Flambe seated cat in a very, very unusual colorway with just a cool yellow, ochre yellow with green inclusions, midnight blue, and then kind of a celestial kitty. I've got a bid of $2,000 now, looking for $2,100 to advance. Underside having the Royal Dalton Flambe veined back stamp. Now 21 would go 22. I've got 22 would go 23. I've got a bid of 2,200, looking for 2,300 to advance. Now 23, would you go 24?
24.
We've got 2,400, would you go 25? Now 2,400, now 25, would you go 26? I've got 26, would you go 27? We've got a bid of $2,600, I'm looking for 2,700 to advance. Any increase from 26 to 27? Do I hear 27 from you, please?
Yep.
27, would you go 28? I've got a bid of $2,700, looking for 2,028, would you go 29? We've got a bid of 2,800, I'm looking for 2,900 to now 29, would you go 3,000? Now 2,900, I'm looking for 3,000 to advance. Any increase from 29 to 3,000, 2,900 holding steady. Now 3,000, we go to 31. I've got a bid of $3,000, I'm looking for 3,000, now 31, would you go 32? We've got a bid of $3,100, I'm looking for 3,200 to advance. Any increase from 31 to 32, 3,100 is going once. Now 3,100, you want to jump in and take it to 32, you can. 3,100 going twice. We'll sell for 3,100 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot number 41, cute little kitten figurine, a sleeping cat, HN 2579. Shown with a little tabby cat on its side. That's exactly how my cat Dash likes to sleep. The only time I can pet him on the stomach is when he's like that, half asleep. You got the printed green circular stamp made in England. Jump in and take it for $30 right now. All right, let's move on to lot number 42. We've got Rosenthal glazed cat figurine. All right, let's see if we get any more action with the German cat than we did with the British one. This one manufactured by Rosenthal, Germany, in a playful pose. Look at those green eyes. What, are all the cat moms and dads off today? All right, let's move on then to lot number 43. We've got a Royal Dalton round cat pin dish from the David Suter illustrated Cataroo line, including the cat having done something naughty. God bless the cat that breaks the crocks in pieces very small. For things like that are good for trade and benefit us all. That's only after they've made the purchase. You have to first get the money in the register. Oh, sorry about that. All sales are final now. $40 my bid now, 40, would you go 50? Any advance from 40, 40 once, 40 twice, we'll sell it for 42. Our live auctioneer's bidder. All right, I'm thinking about those chocolate chip cookies, Lot number 44, Gesundheit. We got a Royal Dalton Henry Suter Cataroo series plate. This one's got two cats. I got a 225. This one is the Lovers. Oh, so sweet. I got a bit of 225, looking for 250 to advance. Any increase from 250 from 225? 225 now holding steady and going once. Very clever Art Nouveau style design to that border too. Any advance from 225, 225 once? 225. Oh, then let us move on then to lot number 40. I see that's number 45. Cataroo Series Wedding Tour plate. Also known as the Suter Cats series, circular plate, having the cats, three cats, kind of walking around and doing cat things. Any advancement on 225? All right, let's move on then to lot number 46. David Suter Cataroo, Better Alone Than in Bad Company. And again, you got a couple of cats there from the well-regarded early 20th century cat series. Scottish-born David Suter. Any interest? Not to be confused with the Supreme Court Justice. That was a different David Suter altogether. $100 my bid now. 100. We go 110. I have a bid of 100 going once. Any advance from 1 to 110? 100 going twice. We'll sell it for 100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 47. Royal Dalton David Suter Cataroo wear. Oh, perfect love, depicting mommy and daddy cat and 6 baby kittens. In a very Art Nouveau style with an Art Nouveau figural border to the side with scrolling elements. 225, any advance from 225 to 250? No? Then let's move on to lot number 48. David Suter Cataroo, Be Content the Sea Hath Fish Enough. A nice cylindrical form cup or mug with a D-shaped form handle. Be content and the sea hath fish enough printed to the body, along with the encircling fish. 120, any advance, 120, 130. Now 120 going once, 120 twice. Now 130, would it go 140? I've got 140, would it go 150? I've got a bit of 140,000 for 150 to advance. Any increase from 140, 150, 140 going once. Now 140, now 150, would it go 160? I've got a bit of $150. Any advance from 150 to 160? 150 going once. You can still jump in to take me to 160 though. 150 twice. Sold for 150 to our invaluable bidder, Lot number 49, we got a two-piece group here. David Suter Cataroo, a cup and saucer from the style, Be Content, the Sea Hath Fish Enough. You've got the coffee or tea cup or demi-tasse cup, as it were, with the matching underplate saucer. 190 is my bid now. 190 would go 2. Any advance from 190 to 200 for the lot? No? Then let us move on to lot number 50, shall we? Royal Dalton, this is a prototype jade, very, very rare piece, a rooster in that very unusual glaze featuring a kind of a teal emerald green glaze throughout, just absolutely beautiful. I've got a $3,000 bid right now in size number 99 to the underside. I've got a $3,000 bid looking, now 31 would go 32. Now 32 would go 33. Having all the correct detailings, also having the word arches, or the word only beneath the central mark. I've got 3,500 would go 36. Now 36 would go 37. 37 would go 38. I've got a bid of $3,700 looking for 3,800 to advance. Any increase from 37 to 38, now 38 would go 39. We have a bid of 3,000, now 39 would go 4,000. I have a bid of 3,900 looking for 4,000 to advance. Any increase from $3,900? 3,900, now 4 would go 4,100. I've got a bid of 4,100 looking for 42. Now 4,100, now 42 would go 43. We have a bid of 4,300, thank you, would go 44.
Yep.
Now 4,400 would go 45. Now 45 would go 46. I've got a bid of 46 would go 47. Now 4,600, now 4,700 would go 48.
Yep.
Now 48 would go 49. I've got a bid of 4,800, now 49 would go 5,000. We've got a bid of I've got a bid of 5,000 would go 5,250. Now $5,250 would go 5,500.
Yep.
Now 5,500 would go 5,750. I've got a bid of $5,500 looking for 5,750 to advance. Any increase from 55 to 5,750. Do I hear $5,750 from you, please? Any increase from 5,500, 5,500 holding steady and going once. We've got 5,500. You can still jump in and take me to 5,750. 5,500 twice. We'll sell for 5,500 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, very nicely done. Congratulations. Lot number 51, we've got a Royal Dalton Flambe Cockerel crouching, HN 124.
We're competing at 200.
We have a $200 bid now, 2 would go 225. The Flambe Rooster or Cockerel, lots of streaks in there to really give out that the detailing. Now 225 would go 250. I've got a bid of 250 would go 275, having the Royal Dalton backstamp. Now 275 would go 300. Now $275 looking for 3. Now 3 would go 320. Now 325 would go 350. I've got a bit of $325 looking for 350 to advance. Any increase from 325 to 350? Do I hear 350 from you, please? 325 holding steady and going once. Now 325. Any advance to 350? 325 twice. Now 350. Thank you. Would go 375. I've got a bit of $350 looking for 375 to advance. Any increase from 350 to 375, 350 going once. Now $350. Do I hear 375 from you? 350 twice. Sold for 350 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 52, Royal Dalton, an experimental flambe. This is a whimsical cockatoo or parrot depicted with extraordinary outsized, grotesque, if you will, features. I've got about $3,000 now, looking for 3,100 to advance. Now $3,000. Any advance from 3 to 3,100. It's a very cool, fun design, almost in the advertising wear style. $3,000 now. Any increase from 33 to 3,100, 3,000 going once. Look, our auction platforms are catching up. Beak is accented with orange and black detailing. That guy could give Toucan Sam a run for his money. Any advance from $3,000. You could jump in and take it to $3,100, $3,000 going once. 3,000 twice. We'll sell for 3,000, bidder number 2372. Thank you so much, Arthur. Lot number 53. Royal Dalton Flambe Kingfisher. No, the Kingfish was a character from Amos and Andy. This is the Kingfisher on a rock form based platform. I got a bit of 110 looking for 120 to advance. It's a very, very striking, rich red oxblood flambe throughout. Now 160 would it go 170. I've got a bid of $160. Now 170. Now 180. Would it go 190? Produced World War I, World War II era. I've got 200. Would it go 225? Now $200. Any increase from 2 to 225? $200 going once. Now 200. You can still jump in and take me to 225. 200 twice. We'll sell it for 200. Bidder number?
Bidder number 7954.
7954. Thank you so much, Jean-Francois. Lot number 54, Royal Dalton Rare Kingfisher Flambe figurine in style 1. A rare freestanding model modeled in a deep red flambe with subtle tonal variations. Now 375. What do you go for? I've got 4. What do you go 425? Now 425. What do you go 450? I've got a bit of 450. What do you go 475? Now 475. What do you go 5? Now 5. What do you go 550? Having the Royal Dalton and Flambe marks to the underside. Now 500. Any advance from 5 to 550? $500 holding steady and going. Now 550. Thank you, Arthur. Now 550. We go 6. I've got a bit of 5. Now 6. What do you go 650? Now $600. I'm looking for 650 to advance. Yes. Now 650. Thank you so much. What do you go 6? What do you go 7? I've got a bit of 700. Thank you. Now 7. Now 750. What do you go 8? I've got a bit of $750. Looking for 800 to advance. And now 8. What do you go 850? I've got a bit of 800 on our online platforms, looking for 850 to advance. Any increase from 8 to 850. Now $800 holding steady and going once. I've got 800. You still jump in and take it to 850 though. 800 twice. Sold for 800 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Quick reminder here, we're going to take a short break in a few minutes, give you a chance to stretch around your private auction space. Continue with more. Right now we got lot 55. We have a very rare enamel colors version of the cockatoo with very cool, look at that plumage, high gloss polychrome glazes in this great colorway, turquoise, emerald green, yellow, orange, black. And that very cool rock form base with encircling botanical designs. 500 now, looking for 550 to advance. Yes. I've got 550, thank you, Arthur. Now 550, now 6, would you go 650? I've got a bit of 650, would you go 7? Now 7, would you go 750? Now 750, would you go 8? I've got 8, would you go 850? I've got a bit of 800, looking for 850 to advance. Any increase from 8 to 850, $800 holding steady now. And going once, you can still swoop on in and take it to 850 though. 800 twice. Sold for 800, bidder number 7954. Nicely done. Lot number 56, Royal Dalton glazed ceramic cockatoo, little parrot or cockatoo with a very striking crest on top of its head. I've got a bit of 300 now. Now 3, would you go 325? Now 325, now 350, would you go 375? Very bright yellow crest. I've got a 300, now 300, looking for 3, now 350, would you go 375? I've got a bit of 375, would you go 4? Now 4, would you go 425? I've got a bit of 400, looking for 425 to advance. Now 425, would you go 450? I've got a bit of $425, looking for 450 to advance. Any increase in 425, 425 going once. Now 425, you can still jump on in and take it to 450 though. 425 twice. Sold 425. Bidder number 7954. Lot 57, Royal Dalton porcelain bird with 5 chicks. Very cool figural group. A mama bird and the little encircling baby chicks with their beaks open. Feed me. 500 is my bid. Now 5, what do you go 550? I've got 6, what do you go 650? That was me, not the birds. 6, now 7, what do you go 750? I've got 750, what do you go 8? Now 8, what do you go 850? I've got a bid of 850, what do you go 9? I'm sorry, I've got 850, what do you go 9? Thank you. Now 850, any advance from 850? That 850 is yours, correct. I've got 850 from yours, yes. Now 850, I'm looking for 9 to advance. Any increase from 850, 850 holding steady and going once. Any advance to 9? 850 twice. We'll sell it for 850, bidder number 7954. Lot 58, we got a Royal Dalton swallow bird figurine depicted on a rock form base called Swallow on Rock, stylized swallow. I've got a bit of 100, looking for 110 to advance. Any advance on 100, 100 going once. Now $100, you can still jump in and take it to 110, 100 twice. We'll sell it for 100. Bidder number 7954. Lot number 59, Royal Dalton yellow fledgling figurine, HN 145. I've got a bid, we're looking for 50 to open the bidding. Any interest at $50? No? Then let's move on to lot number 60, where we've got a Royal Dalton character bird on an onyx dish, a bibelot or a pin tray, as it were. I've got a bit of 300 now 3 would go 325. Very cool character bird, very decorative. And you advance on 300, 300 holding steady and going once. Now 300 twice. We'll sell it for 300, bidder number 7954. And on that note, let's take a short break and come back in just a few minutes, give you a chance to stretch here in your private auction space, and we will come back with more of our exceptional elements of the decorative arts auction here at Lion and Unicorn. Stay with us. And welcome back to Lion and Unicorn's Exceptional Elements of the Decorative Art Sale. We are so glad to have you with us on our Sunday and your Sunday too. We're back now with lot number 61, and it's the Royal Dalton Penguins figurine group here, HN133, depicting penguin lovers. And I've got a bid of $200 now. Two would go $225. We've got $225 would go $250. Now $225. Do I hear $250? Any advance on two? Now $250 would go $275. I've got a bid of $250, leave for $275 to advance. Any increase from $250, $250 going once. Now $250 twice. Oh, $275, I've got $275, would it go three? I've got three, would it go $325? I've got a bid of $300, looking for $325 to advance. Nice colorway too, with the black, brown, cream, and a very, very naturalistic style. Now $325, would it go $350? This also referred to as the King Penguin family. I used to like watching them as a kid. No, that was the King family, sorry. $325, any advance from $325 to $350? Remember with Alvino Ray? Any advance on $325, $325 going once? Now $325 twice. Sold for $325. Bidder $79.54. Lot number 62, Rosenthal, Karl Himmelstoss, porcelain penguin figurine. Produced for Rosenthal, depicting an upright penguin in a naturalistic colorway, high gloss finish, having the correct Rosenthal marks to the underside. $60 my bid now. 60 would go 70. I've got $60 holding steady and going once. Now 70 would go 80. I've got a $70 bid looking for 80 to advance. Any increase now 80 would go 90. I've got a bid of $80 looking for 90 to advance. Any increase from $80, $80 going once. Now 80 twice. We'll sell it for 80 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot number 63. Tiffany & Company, porcelain game bird plate, painted by Donald Burbeck, produced by Cauldron, also known as Brown Westhead Moore & Company, produced in England for Tiffany. Central direction, hand-painted scene of a grouse bird with a landscape background and really cool details to what looks like a scalloped edge. $70, maybe now 70 would go 80. Any advance on $70? 70 got a lot of gilding too. Now $80, now 90 would go 100, 8.5 inches across too. Nice size too to that plate. Now $90, any increase from 90 to 100. $90 going once. Now $90 twice. We'll sell for 90 to our bid square bidder. Lot 64, we've got another English porcelain plate produced for Tiffany & Company, hand-painted porcelain game bird plate. Hand-painted there with that great scene of a black cock in flight over a moorland landscape with rocky outcroppings and additional details with that scalloped rim and a lot of gilding too. $30 my bid now, 30 we go 40. Any advance on $30? What an unusually named bird too. Any advance on $30, 30 going once, 30 twice. We'll sell it for 30 to our live auctioneers, bidder lot number 65. Cauldron for Tiffany & Company, hand-painted porcelain game bird plate. This one, again, produced by Cauldron in the UK for retailing at Tiffany in New York. Central decoration, hand-painted scene with a figural group depicting ducks in flight over a wetlands landscape in a very cool tonalism style, I think. $60 maybe now, 60 would now 70 would go 80. I've got a $70 bid now for 82 advance. Any increase? And again, you got that scalloped rim with very nice, delicate, elegant gilding. Now $90. Any advance from 90 to 100. $90 going once. Now $90. You could jump in and take it to 100. 90 twice.
100.
Now 100. Thank you. There's 100. Go to 110. I've got a bit of $100 over 110 to advance. Any increase from 100. 100 going once. 100 twice.
Yep.
There's 110. Would it go 120? Very sneaky at the end there. There's 110. Would it go 120? I've got a bit of 110 over 120 to advance. Any increase to 120, 110 going once. Now 110, you want to jump in to take to 120, now 20, we'll go to 130. I've got a bit of $120 over 130 to advance. Any increase on 120, 120 is holding steady and going once. Now 120 twice, you want to take it for 130, this is the time to do it. Now's your cue. 120 thrice, we'll sell for 120 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder lot number 66, Cauldron, Tiffany & Company porcelain game bird plate, depicting a red grouse in flight. It looks like a couple of them over a wetlands or moorland. I guess in the UK they're called moorlands, not wetlands. In Florida we call them wetlands. That's signed by the artist D. Burbeck in the foreground. I've got a bit of the 30 now, looking for 40 to advance. Any increase from 30 to 40 also has the Rubin Collection sticker to the background also. Any increase from 30 to 40, 30 going once. Now 30 twice. We'll sell it for 30 to our bid square bidder lot number 67. Wedgwood bull figurine, a very, very striking earthware figurine with a standing bull having anatomical details, and a very striking mottled colorway in a manganese brown and iron gray with the green glaze base. Very, very postmodernist design, but it looks like a museum piece to me. It's got the Wedgwood 1976 sticker. Well, that's because it is a museum piece from the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. There we go. Also a 1971 sticker from the DeYoung Museum. How did I know? $400 might be now 40 go 425. I got 425, would go 450. 450 would go 475. 475 would go 5. And it's a nice size too, almost 18 inches long. $500 might be now 550 would go 6. I've got a bit of 600 would go 650, please. Now 650 would go 7. Stickers from both the LA County Museum and the DeYoung Museum. $700 now 750 would go 6. So very, very nice provenance there that you're getting with that. From that museum to your own personal collection. So 850 is my bid now. 850 would go 9. I've got 9 would go 950. Now $900. I'm looking for 950 too. Now 950 would go 1,000. I've got a bit of 900. Now 1,000 would go 1,100, please. Now $1,000. Any advance from 1,000 to 11. There's 11 would go 12. I've got a bit of 1,100 over 1,200 too. There's 12 would go 13. Now $1,200. Do I hear 1,300, please? Now 13 would go 14. I've got a bit of 1,300 looking for 4. There's 14 would go 15. Now 1,400. Do I hear 1,500, please? I've got a bit of $1,400 holding steady looking for 1,500 to advance. Any increase from 1,400. Do I hear 1,500 from you, please? 1,400 is going once. Now 1,400 twice. We'll sell it for 1,400 to our line unicorn bidder. Very nicely done. Lot 68, Royal Dalton Bone China Nyala Antelope figurine. Nice modernist style figurine depicting an antelope horned with the curling horns of the Nyala species, modeled on an integrated landscape style base. $60, but kind of a very modernist style to it. Any advance on 60, 60 going once, 60 twice. We'll sell it for 60 to our lion and unicorn bidder, lot number 69, Wedgwood glazed earthenware fox hunt plaque from the Rubin collection. It's a rectangular form depicting an English fox hunting scene with huntsmen in the traditional English fox hunting garb on horseback, with a plethora of trees and landscape forms as well, horses. Lots of details. 150 is my bid. Now 150. Now we're looking for 160 to advance. Now 160 would it go 170. I've got a bit of $160 looking for 170. There's 170 would it go 180. I've got a bit of $170. Any advance from 170 to 180. 170 going once. Yep. Now 180 would it go 190. I've got a bit of $180 looking. There's 190 would it go 2. We have a bit of 100 and now 2 would it go 225. Now 200. Any advance from 2 to 225? Do I hear 225 from you, please? $200 is holding steady and going once. Now 200 twice. We'll sell it for 200 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot number 70, Royal Dalton Flambe lidded tobacco jar having sterling silver to the rim, depicting a group of curled foxes. Absolutely gorgeous. There's nothing not to love about this. From the flambe itself to that incredible landscape, the design encircling the body with those architectural and landscape and botanical elements, trees, and those fantastic double foxes to the top. Just absolutely gorgeous. 750 is my bid. I'm looking for 800 to advance, having the sterling silver collar by George Betjeman and Sons. Any advance to 8? All right, let's move on then to lot number 71. Royal Dalton mounted wall hanging. This is a foxhound, head constructed in glazed porcelain. I've got 850 securely mounted an oval dark stained wooden plaque. You said 150, right?
Yes, I said
Yeah,
150.
150, yeah. 150, would it go 160, would it go 170? I've got 190, thank you, would it go 2? I've got 200, thank you, there's 2, would it go 225? I have a bit of 200 looking for 225 to advance. Any increase from 2 to 225, 200 going once. Now 200 twice. Sold for 200.
Bidder number 102.
Bidder number 102, very nicely done. Lot number 72, we have a glazed earthenware character jug from Babacombe Pottery in England, depicting a fox, a hunting fox. Maybe it's Freddie Fox or Reynard the Fox. I've got a bit of 170, would it go 180? Now I've got 180, now 190, would it go 2? I've got a bit of 190 looking for 200 to advance. Any increase from 190? Do I hear 200? Any advance from 190 to 190? No. All right, let's move on then to lot number 73. We got a Border Fine Art Studio, Lord Reynard the Fox. Speaking of, well, there's an actual Reynard the Fox wearing a top hat, also dressed in a hunting outfit, but Reynard the Fox, of course, a figure of myth and European folklore. This one's got the correct marks to it. It says Lord Reynard Egg Cup. 190 is my bid. Now 190 would go to. Any increase to 200? No. Let's move on to 74. We have a fox head bone china stirrup cup with floral accents to it. Very cool, whimsical design. The fox looks kind of like has a pensive expression on his face. Maybe he knows he's got dogs in the neighborhood. Pan painted with the fur tones, accented with black to the ears. I've got a bid of 40, looking for 50 to advance. Any increase from 40 to 50, the rim is finished with a black and white checkered edge. $40 going once, 40 twice. We'll sell for 42. Our line and unicorn bidder lot 75. John Bessick, porcelain seated fox figurine model JBW14, naturalistic representation of the red fox, having lots of cool detailing to the fur and the nose and ears and pawsies. $50, maybe not 50 to 60. Underside having the maker's mark, John Bezick. $50 now, 50. Any advance there, 60 would go 70. I've got a $60 bid looking for 70 to advance. Any increase from 60, 60 once, twice. Sold for 60 to our line and unicorn bidder lot number 76. Ray's Pottery Staffordshire Fox figurine. Also depicted in an anthropomorphic form as a fox hunter. I don't know if he realizes the irony of that, dressing like a huntsman. A figure holding the hat under his head, and it's got all the right details to it. I've got a $40 bid now, 40 to 50. Any advance on 40, 40 once, 40 twice. Sold for 42. Our live auctioneers bidder lot 77. Gray Staffordshire ceramic figurine. This is a rabbit in green hunt attire. Produced by Gray's Pottery of Staffordshire. Glazed earthenware figurine with a green rabbit in a very cool forest green hunting coat, huntsman's coat, jacket with riding pants. $30 my bid now, 30 we go 40. Any advance on 30, 30 once, twice, thrice. Sold for 30 to our line and unicorn bidder lot 78. Yadro Porcelain Oriental Garden Figural Group. This is one of those just very, very striking tableau figural groups. Measures almost 3 feet long, lots of details with figural courtesans and architectural elements. I've got a bit of 3,400 now, 35, would go 36. Lots of details, the bridge and other details. Botanical elements, now 3,600, we go 37, now 37, we go 38. I've got a bit of 3,800 now, looking for 3,900 to advance. Now 39 would go 4,000. Now 4 would go 4,100. All the correct details, as well as the certificate of authenticity that is framed and dated October 1994. Now 4,200 would go 43. I've got a bit of 4,200, looking for 4,000. Now 43 would go 44. We've got a bit of 4,300, looking for 4,400. Now 4,400, thank you, would go 45. I've got a bit of 4,400, looking for 4,500 to advance. Any increase there's 4,500, we go 46. Now 46, we go 47. I've got a bit of 4,600, looking for 4,700 to advance. Any increase from 46 to 47. Now 47, we go 48. Now 48, we go 49. I've got a bit of 4,800, looking for 4,000. Now 49, we go 5,000. We've got a bit of 4,900. I'm looking for 5,000 to advance. Now 5,000, would go. Now 5,250, would go 5,500. I've got a bit of 5,250, looking for 5,500 to advance. Any increase from 5,250? Now 5,250, holding steady and going once. We've got 5,250. You can still jump in on our online platforms and take it to 5,500. Any increase from 5,250? 5,250 going twice. Hammer is going up. Any advance right now is the time to do it. We'll sell at 5,250 to bidder number 7954. Nicely done, lot number 79. Yadro Porcelain outing in Seville, depicting a Spanish landau carriage pulled by 4 horses and a great figural group, a male driver and several female figures in the back dressed in their finery on a fantastic base too, also including the certificate of authenticity. I've got a bid of 2,200, now 23, would go 24. I've got 24, now 25, would go 26. I've got 26, now 27, would go 28. 28, would now 29, would go 3,000. Yep. I've got 3,000, thank you, would go to 31. Just a fantastic group, almost 42 inches in length. Just Look at that, the regalness of that. 3,200 is my bid. I got 32, would go 33. Now 3,200, any advance from 3,200 to 3,300? There's 3,300, we'll go to 34. I've got a bid of 3,000 now, 3,400, we'll go 35, please. I've got a bid of 3,500, we'll go 36. Now 3,600, we'll go 37. I've got a bid of $3,600, looking for 3,700 to advance. Any increase from 3,000 to 600, this would be the time to do it. 3,600 holding steady and going once. Now 3,600 going twice. Sold for 3,600 to our live auctioneers bidder. Very, very nicely done. Exciting round, too. Lot number 80, Yadro Flowers of the Season figurine depicting a flower seller standing with her flower cart with a large umbrella and a little bird figurine to the top. I love that. All kinds of very rare, delicate Yadro porcelain flowers, too. $300, now $325. Would it go now $350? Would it go $375? I've got a bit of $350 looking for now $375. Would it go $4? Now $4. Would it go $425? I've got a bit of $400 looking for $425 to advance. Now $420. Now $450. Would it go $475? This is accompanied too by the original Yadro blue box. I've got a bit of $450 looking for $475 to advance. Any increase to $475 from you, please? $450 is holding steady and going once. Now $450 to now $475. Would it go $5? I've got $5. Would it go $550? I've got a bit of $500 looking for $550 to advance. Any increase from $5 to $550? Do I hear $550 from you, please? $500 is going once. Now $500. You can still jump in and take it to $550 though. $500 twice. We'll sell it for $500. Bid number 7954. Nicely done. Lot number 81, Yadro large porcelain sculpture. This is Hamlet. Looks like he's holding Yorick's skull in his hand. Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him, Horatio. And he's seated there on a landscape rock form plinth. 81, I've got a bit of 100, any advance from 1 to 110. Now $100, any advance to 110, 100 going once. Now 100 twice. Sold for 100 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 82, Yadro Trail Boss. Limited edition porcelain figurine, a cowboy figurine. Very much a very popular motif. Now $425, would it go $450? Just a very, very cool, you can almost see the influence of Remington in there, and just a great horse figurine. Now $450, limited edition, only 1,500 of these were ever produced. Now $450, would it go $475? I've got a bit of $450 looking for $475 to advance. And increase from $450 to $475, $450 going once. Now $450 twice. Sold for $450 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 83. We've got a Yadro porcelain picture-perfect figurine accompanied by the box and the stand. Features a young female figure seated on a rock form or stone form plinth and having a little dog, a little spaniel dog there. I've got a bid of $50 now. Looking for $60. Also has the Yadro Collectors Society 5th anniversary stamp to it. Any advance on 50, 50 once, 50 twice. Sold for 50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 84, Yadro Porcelain Perfect Friends figural group depicting a little girl standing on a chair. You get in trouble for that. And she's got a little box, looks like a hat box with some Siamese kittens in there. $60, any advance from 60 to 70, 60 once, 60 twice. Sold for 60 to our Lion and Unicorn beer. Lot 85, Yadro Porcelain Jolly Santa. Ho, ho, ho. Standing pose, ringing a bell over his head. Maybe he's a sidewalk Santa working for the Salvation Army. I don't know. Underside having the Yadro back stamp. It's $90, my bid now 90, looking for 100 to advance, having all the traditional attire, black boots, black belt, lots of fur trim. Any advance on $90? Jumping to take it for 100 right now. All right, let's move on to lot number 86, Yadro Porcelain Snowman figurine. That is a very cool looking snowman, figural group with the snowman, little kids, little dog. Yeah, very cool. And he's got his top hat on. $90 now. Any advance from 90 to 100? Having the Yadro factory mark. Jumping to take it to 100. Any interest on the floor? All right, let's move on to lot number 87. Charles Weiss figural group, the Gypsies. Produced 1925, over 100 years old, hand-painted, depicting a gypsy mother and father, kind of in that pearly boy style motif. Female having a black hat, purple jacket. I've got a bit of 3,000, now 3,000, would it go 3,100? 31. I've got 31, would it go 32? Now 32, would it go 33? I've got 33. Would it go 34? Now 4,000. Would it go 4,100? I've got a bid of $4,000, looking for 4,100 underside, having the hand-painted mark and the date 1925. Now 4,200, would it go 43? I've got a bid of 4,200, that's 43, would it go 44? I've got a bid of 4,300, looking for, now 44, would it go 45? I've got 4,500, would it go 46, please? Now 4,500, do I hear now 46, would it go 47? I've got a bid of 4,600, looking for, now 47, thank you, would it go 48? I've got a bid of 4,700, looking for 4,800 to advance. Now 48, would it go 49? I've got 49, would it go 5,000? Now 4,900, do I hear 5,000? Set on a rectangular base, hand-painted, simulated cobblestone design to it. Any advance from 4,900? 4,900 holding steady. You can still jump in and take it to 5, though. Any advance from 4,900? 4,900 going once. Now 4,900 twice. We'll sell at 4,900, bid at number 7954. Nicely done. Lot number 88, Royal Dalton. Very, very, very extremely rare lavender woman figurine, HN 23. 2,500, I got a bid of 25. Would it go 26? Depicting a female figure holding a basket of flowers and an infant in her arms. I've got a bid of 2,700, taking out 27. Would it go 28? I've got a bid of 2,700, now 28. Would it go 29? Now 2,800, looking for now 29. Would it go 3,000? I've got 3,100, looking for 3,200 to advance. Now 3,100, any advance from 31 to 32. 3,100 is holding steady and going once. Now 3,100, now 32, would it go 33? I've got a bit of 3,200, any increase from 32 to 33, 3,200 going once. Now 3,200, you can still jump in and take it to 33. 3,200 twice. Sold for 3,200 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 89, Royal Dalton prototype Biddy Penny Farthing, depicting the traditional balloon seller in the traditional attire, holding her balloons with a basket of flowers as well. Base having the Royal Dalton backstamp engraved. This is a prototype colorway. 1,400 is my bid. Now 14. Would it go 15? I've got a bid of 1,500. Thank you on the phone. Now 15. Would it go 16? Now 1,500, any advance from 1,500 to 1,600? Do I hear 1,600 from you, please? 1,500 is holding steady and going once.
16.
Now 16, would it go 17? I've got a bit of 1,600, looking for 17 to advance. Thank you so much to our phone bidder. Now 17, would it go 18? I've got a bit of $1,700, looking for 1,800 to advance. Any increase from 17 to 18, 1,700 holding steady and going once. Now 1,700, you can still jump in and take it to 1,800 though. 1,700 twice. And we'll sell at 1,700, bidder number 21. Was that a 2-1? Okay, 21. Like it. I like it. Lucky 21. Lot number 90, Royal Dalton prototype. It's a figural group, the perfect pair, depicting a Rococo style figures, Rococo lovers. He's whispering into her ear. And lot number, we got a $1,600 bid underside having the Royal Dalton backstamp. 18, would it go 19? I've got a bid of 1,900, looking for 2,000 to advance. Perfect pair inscribed in script along the front edge of the base, as you can see from the image. Any advance from 1,900? Will you take me to 2,000? All right, let's move on then to lot number 91, Goldscheider, a Art Deco style figurine, Art Deco by Josef Lorenzo, one of Goldscheider's most important Art Deco sculptures too. This is a female figure with a Borzoi hound, and she's holding a fan, which is the only thing separating her from you, is that fan, and a little hat too. Underside has the Goldscheider Vienna mark on it. 2,900, I got a 29, would it go 3,000? Any advance on 2,900? Presumably these were how there were dancers in Vienna, because many of these were modeled after dancers. So one of them had a Borzoi and a fan, and probably more than one fan too. Any advance on 29? All right, let's move on. That's lot number 92. Goldscheider, one of their other very highly renowned ceramicists, Stefan Dacon, female dancer figure with a very flowing draped wrap with a floral pattern. Very striking pose. 1,700 is my bid now. 18, would it go 19? I've got a bid of 1,900, looking for 2,000 to advance. Having all the correct details, the base having the Goldscheider Vienne und Dacon for Stefan Dacon. Any advance on 1,900 from you? It's a nice size too. Oh. All right, let's move on then to lot number 93, Royal Dalton prototype, Franceschina. a Royal Dalton figurine prototype for the Franceschina, later issued as in its own issue, but this is a prototype before they issued it. And it's a female clown from the Commedia dell'arte style, wearing a ruffled style collar. I've got a bit of 2000 now, 2000 would go 2100. Just a really, really nice colorway, very cheerful, and that blue is just absolutely striking. Any advance on 2000? $2,000 holding steady and going once. Now $2,000, now 21 would go 22. Underside having the Royal Dalton prototype only stamp. Now 2,200. Thank you so much to our phone bidder. Now 22, go to 23. Figure in that dynamic pose with the balloons or spheres. Now 2,300. We go to 24. I got 24. Thank you so much. Now 24 would go 25. I've got a bit of 2,400. Now 25 would go 26. We've got a bit of 2,005. Now 26 would go 27. I've got a bit of $2,600 holding steady on the phone, looking for 2,700 to advance. Any increase of 26 to 27, 26, now 27 would go to 28. I've got a bit of 2007, now 28 would go 29. Now 2,800, do I hear 2,900? Now 29 would go 3,000. I've got a bit of 3,000, thank you, there's 3,000, would go 3,100. Now 3,100, do I hear 32? I've got a bit of 3,200, thank you so much, now 32 would go 33. I have a bit of 3,200, looking for 3,300 to advance. Any increase from 32 to 33 from you, please. 3,200 is holding steady and going once. Now 3,200 going twice. Sold for 3,200. Bidder number?
Bidder number 21.
Bidder number 21. Nicely done. Lucky 21. Lot number 94, Royal Dalton Harlequina figurine depicting a female harlequin. This is a prototype, a factory prototype. I've got a bit, I'm sorry, what was that? 2,000, thank you. Now 2 would go 2,100. Produced in a very, very nice, and a very pleasing pink colorway there with additional colors. Now 21 would go 22. I've got 2,200, looking for 2,300 to advance. Now 22 would go 23. Now 23 would go 24. I've got a bit of 2,400 would go 25 piece. The underside having the Royal Dalton prototype only back stamp. 2,500 is my bid, looking for 26 to advance. Now 26 would go 27. I've got a bit of 2,000. Now 27 would go 28. I've got a bit of 2,800 now, would go 29. Now 2,900, would go 3,000. I've got 3,000, thank you, would go 3,100. Now 3,000, looking for 3,100 to advance. 80 increase from 3,000 to 3,100, 3,000 holding steady and going once. Now $3,000, you can still jump in and take it, 3,100 though. 3,000 twice, sold for 3,000. Bidder number 21, lot number 95, Royal Dalton colorway figurine, Columbine, or Columbine, really. Columbine, a rare colorway variant of the dancer's subject, and Columbine was also a character of the Commedia dell'arte. This one modeled with, in a very dynamic dancing pose, and a very, very cool colorway with floral elements to the skirt. 750 is my bid. I've got 750. Would it go 8? Central mark having detail item is the property of Royal Dalton, remains the property of the company at all times. Be careful, Michael Dalton might come knocking on the, I'm just saying, probably won't though. Any advance, $800 is my bid. I've got 800. Didn't you see the mark on the other side? We meant business. Now 800, any advance from 8 to 850, 800 going once. Now 800 twice. We'll sell it for 800 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 96. We've got the Royal Dalton Geisha. This is a prototype, very, very eye-catching blue gradient with wonderful light sky blue to cobalt blue at the hem and additional details. And she's in a very pose, you know. All kinds of details there, the traditional bun. 1,400 is my bid. I've got a bid of 1,400, looking for 15 to advance. Also the correct details. Now 1,500 Royal Dalton, property of Royal Dalton tableware, not produced for sale. I've got a bit of 1,500, looking for 16 to advance. Any advance on 1,500, 1,500, now 1,600, thank you so much. I've got a bit of 1,600, looking for 17 to advance. Any increase on 1,600, now 17 would go 18. I've got 18 would go 19. That is a really, really gorgeous blue colorway. Now 19 would go 2,000. I've got 2,000. Thank you. Would go 2,100. I have a bit of 2,000. Now 21 would go 22. Now 2,200 would go 2,300. We have a bit of 2,200. Now 23 would go 24. 2,300 is my bid. Holding steady. The hair finish in a black with a yellow accessory to the bun. Any advance on 2,300? Now's the time to do it. 2,300 is holding steady and going once. Now 2,300 twice. We'll sell it for 2,300 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot number 97, Dalton Flambe Despair figurine. This figurine most familiarly found in a blue glaze, but this having a rich red flambe finish. I've got a bit of 1,700 looking for 1,800 to advance. Now 1,700, any advance from 17. Now 2,000, I've got 2,000, would go 2,100. Underside having the Royal Dalton Flambe mark. $2,000 is our bid, and it is holding steady. Any advance from 2 to 2,100. $2,000 is going once. Now $2,000, you can jump in and take it to 2,100 though. 2,000 twice. We'll sell it for 2,000. Bidder number 7954. Nicely done. Lot number 98. We've got a very rare Royal Dalton figurine, one of the Harradine children. This is the child on rock, HN603. This one depicting the child with one leg extended, like he's going to dip his toe into the water. Very, very cool, lustrous finish to it. Having the Royal Dalton back stamp. I've got a bit of 550 looking for 600 to advance. Any advance from 550 to 6, just a very, very rich flambe that gets darker and richer, almost to a burgundy towards the bottom. Jump in and take it for $600 right now. Now 600, thank you. There's 6, would you go 650? I've got a bit of 600 looking for 650 to advance. Any increase from 6 to 650, 600 going once. Now 600 twice. Silver 600 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Nicely done. Lot number 99, Royal Dalton Leslie Harradine figurine. This is one of those allegorical figures, little fairy, little plump little fairy puto sitting on a large toadstool mushroom with just a really striking, very pleasing pastel sort of colorway with nice glazing throughout. Just really, really cool. 2,400 is my bid now. 24, we can go 25. I have 25 on the floor. Thank you. Now, I'm sorry, I have 25. Do I hear 20? I'm sorry, I have 26. Thank you so much. Sorry for the confusion. I have 2,600 holding steady. Now 26, would you go 27? I have a $2,600 bid holding steady and going once. Now 2,600 twice. Silver 2,600, bidder number 1294. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Lot number 100, Marie. I've got a $50 bid now. 50. Would it go 60? Little girl from the Harradine Child Classics. Now 60. Now 70. Would it go 80? In a very nice, pleasing purple lavender dress. 70. Would it go 80? There 80. Would go 90. I've got 90. Would it go 100, please? I've got a $90 bid looking for 100 to advance. Any increase from 90 to 100. Any advance from 90 to $190 is going once. 90 twice. We'll sell it for 90.
5020.
Bidder number 5020, lot number 101, Royal Dalton Mimosa figurine. Mimosa, don't mind if I do. Modeled by T.C. Curtis, a female dancer in a very striking gown with a nice chiffon highlights to the gloves and additional pieces. I've got a bid of $90 looking for 100 to advance. Any advance from 90 to 190 going once, 90 twice. We'll sell it for 90 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 102, Royal Dalton Bone China Bernice figurine. Elegant lady in a very cool pink gown with blue bows throughout and a very jaunty bonnet that she's wearing on her head. I've got a bit of 180 looking for 190 to advance. This one modeled by the very highly regarded Peggy Davies. 225, would you go 250? I've got a bit of 225. Any advance from 225 to 250? 225 going once. 225 twice. There's 250. Would it go 275? I've got a bit of 250 looking for 275 to advance. Any increase from 250, 250 going once. Any advance to 275, you can jump in and take it to 275 right now. 250 twice. We'll sell it for 250 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 103, Royal Dalton Bone China Romani Sue figurine. I got a bit of 200, a little Romani figure dressed in a long teal dress with a very pleasing colorway. 250 would have 275. Now 250, any advance, now 275, would it go 3? I've got a bit of 275 looking for 300. There's 3, would it go 325? Now $300, there's 325, would it go 350? Underside having the Royal Dalton back stamp, made in England, Royal Dalton. Now 350, would it go 375? Also having the HN number and the title, Romani Sue. Now 375, now 4, would it go 425? I've got a bit of 400 looking for 425 to advance. Any increase from 4 to 425, 400 going once. Now 400 twice. We'll sell for 400 to bid number 7954. Very nicely done. Lot number 104, Royal Dalton Harradine figurine. This is Lizana. depicting what looks like a Spanish dancer style figurine. Lots of gloss finish and a very striking pose with a voluminous skirt. I've got a bit of 400, looking for 425 to advance. Any increase from 4 to 425, base having the Royal Dalton back stamp. $400 holding steady and going once, 400 twice. Sold for 400 to bid number 7954, lot number 105, Royal Dalton Mariquita figurine by Leslie Harradine, lady in a wide-brimmed hat with a ruffled collar. This is like an Elizabethan style, a historical style, period costume. 325 is my bid now. 325 would go 350. You know, you'll see this same sort of style costume in a Renaissance festival today. Any advance on 375? Any advance from 375 to 4? Base marked with the Royal Dalton back stamp.
400.
And I've got 4 would go 425. She's got a dark fan in her hand. Looks like she's trying to get King James's catch his eye. So any advance from 400, 400 going once, now 400 twice. We'll sell for 400 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 106, Royal Dalton Bone China Janet figurine, depicting a flower maid of 18th century style attire, for Jane Austen style flower maid. 200 is my bid now. 2 would go 225. Any advance from 200? Do I hear 200 from you? 225 from you, please. 200 is holding steady and going once. Now 200 twice. We'll sell it for 200. Bidder number 5020. Lot number 107, Royal Dalton Leslie Harradine Bone China figurine, the Paisley Shawl, depicting a lady of Regency style attire in a very pleasant magenta purple and blue shawl draped over her gown or her dress. 475 is my bid. I'm looking for 500 to advance. Any advance from 475 underside has the Royal Dalton back stamp and just a really nice colorway with the teal to her wide-brimmed hat. Any interest at 500? All right, let's move on then to lot number 108. We've got Royal Dalton Leslie Harradine colorway Autumn Breezes figurine, and that would be this one. Lady in a mid-19th century attire with a wide-brimmed hat. You know, this is like she's waiting for Heathcliff on the moor. A purple bow, green jacket, nice details, lots of nice details. I've got a bit of 1,200, now 13, would it go 14? Thank you, Jean-Francois, très bien. 14. Now 14, would it go 1,500? Oh, where's Heathcliff? I'm here, I'm doing the auction. 15, would it go 16? Any advance on 1,500? 15, now 1,600, thank you so much. I've got 16, would it go 17? 1,600 is, now 17, would it go 18? I've got a bit of 1,800, thank you, now 18, would it go 19? 1,800 holding steady. I'm looking for 1,900 to advance. 19. And there's 19, would it go 2? I've got 2,000, there's 2, would it go 2,100, please. Now 2,000, now 21, would it go 22? I've got 2,200, would it go 23? Now 2,200, I was looking for 2,300, now 23, would it go 24? 2,300 is holding steady. Any advance from 23 to 24? Do I hear 24 from you, please? 2,300 is holding steady and going once. Now 2,300, you can still jump in and take it to 24. 2,300 twice. We'll sell it for 2,300 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Nice, exciting round. Lot number 109, Royal Dalton Leslie Harradine. This is a very rare colorway figurine depicting Clotilde, an Art Deco lady with who was hung with a very striking Merovingian name, with a floor-length.
French pronunciation, by the way.
Très bien. Well, I was the court jester to the Merovingians in a previous life, and now I'm your court jester in this one. Floor-length salmon pink gown, just absolutely beautiful. Look at that colorway, and all the details to the underside, and look at that colorway. Look at how striking that is. Just the detailing and how perfectly. The colors complement each other. Thank you so much, Jean-Francois. Lot 2,000, I'm sorry, I've got a bid of 2,000. I'm looking for 2,100 to advance. I've got 2,100, thank you, madam. Now 21, would it go 22? We have a bid of $2,100 holding steady. Any increase from 21, now 22, would it go 23? I've got a bid of 2,000, now 23, would it go 24? Now 2,300, any advance from 23 to 24? 2,300 is, now 24, would it go 25? Absolutely gorgeous, just an exemplary figurine. Now 25, would it go 26? I've got a bit of 2,500, looking for 2,000. Now 26, would it go 27? Just absolutely gorgeous style figurine, just absolutely beautiful. And the natural light, the way it captures it too. $2,600 is my holding bid. Any advance from 26 to 27? Now 2,700. Thank you. Now 27. We go 28. I've got a bid of $2,700. Now 28. We go 29. We've got a bid of $2,800. I'm looking for $2,900 to advance. Any increase from 20, now 29. We go 3,000. We have a bid of $2,900. I'm looking for $3,000 to advance. Now 3,000. We go 31. I've got a bid of $3,000, looking for $3,100 to advance. An increase from 3 to 3,100. Do I hear 3,100 from you, please? $3,000 is holding steady and going once. Now $3,000, but you can still jump in and take me to 3,100.
Yep.
3,100 now. Thank you so much. Now 31. We go 32. I've got a bid of $3,100. I'm looking for $3,200 to advance. An increase from 31 to 32. Will you take me now 32 to 33? I've got a bid of 3,200. I'm looking for 3,300 to advance. Any increase from 32 to 33? Do I hear 3,300 from you, please? $3,200 holding steady and going once. Any interest on the floor at 3,300? $3,200 holding steady. You want to jump in and take to 33? This is the time to do it. 3,200 twice.
Yep.
We've got 3,300. Wow, 33.
Good job.
That used to be my move back in school. 3,300, now 33. Who's going to take me to 3,400? I've got 3,000, now 34, we go 35. We've got a bit of $3,400. I'm looking for $3,500. Will you take me to 3,500, please? $3,400 is our bid. It is holding steady at 34. You can still jump in and take me to 3,500 though. Now 3,400. Do I hear 3,500 from you? 3,400 going once. The hammer's in the air. 3,400, now 3,500. I got 35, would go 36. I have a bid of $3,500. I'm looking for $3,600 to advance. Any increase from $3,500. Do I hear three? There's 36. Thank you so much. I've got 36. We'll go 37. I've got a bid of $3,600. I'm looking for $3,700 to advance. Do I hear $3,700 from you, please? Now $3,600. We've got $3,600 holding steady, but you can still jump in and take me to $3,700. You will not disappoint me if you do. You might disappoint yourself if you do not, however. $3,600 is my bid. I'm looking for $3,700 to advance. Any advance of 36, 37, 36 going once. We've got 3,600. You can still jump in and take me to 3,700. 36 twice. We're going to sell for 3,600 to our live auctioneers. Bid a very exciting round of bidding. Thank you so much to everyone who took part in that. Lot number 110, Royal Dalton Daydreams. Colorway figurine depicting a young lady in a bonnet. Looks like Regency style, somebody coming out of a Jane Austen novel. And look at those colorful flowers. Just a wonderful a colorway in those botanical elements. 150 is my bid. Now 150 would go 160. I've got a bid of $150 for 160 to advance. Any increase, 150 going once, 150 twice. Let's sell for 150 to our Lion and Unicorn bidders. Quick reminder, we're going to take a break in about 10 minutes, give you a chance to regroup in your private auction space. Right now we've got lot number 111, Royal Dalton Leslie Harradine, a very rare prototype colorway. This is Kate Hardcastle in an 18th century period dress, leaning against a pink pedestal, very cool. And that, just look at that beautiful orange and green colorway with the dress and the ruffles. 750 is my bid. I've got 750 looking for 800. I've got 850. I have 850. Would it go 9? I've got a bit of 850 on the floor looking for 900. Just absolutely gorgeous base, having the Royal Dalton back stamp. Now 9 would it go 950. 950 would it go 1,000. I've got a bit of 950 looking for 1,000 to advance. Any increase from 950, do I hear it? Now 1,000 would go 1,100. I've got 1,100, thank you, madam. Now 11 would go 12. We have $1,100, now 12 would go 13. I've got 13 would go 14. Now $1,300. Any advance, there's 14 would go 15. I've got 15 would go 16. Now $1,500, looking for 1,600 to advance. Any increase from 15, there's 16 would go 17. I've got 17 would go 18. Now $1,700, looking for 18, there's 18 would go 19. Now 19 would go 2,000. I have a bit of 1,900 on the floor. There's 2,000 would go 2,100. I got 21 would go 22. Now $2,100 looking for 2,200. Now 22 would go 23. I've got 23 would go 24. I've got a bit of 2,300 looking for 2,004. Now 24 would go 25. I've got 25 would go 26. Now 2,500 looking for 26 to advance. Any increase from 25 to 26. Now 26 would go 27. I've got 27. Thank you, madam. Would go 28. I have a bid of 2,700 looking for 2,000. Now 28 would go 29. I've got 2,900 looking for $3,000 to advance. Now 2,900. Do I hear 3,000? Any increase from 29 to 3,000? 2,900 is holding. Now 3,000 would go 3,100. I've got a bid of $3,000 now. $3,000 holding steady. Any advance from 3,000 to 3,100? $3,000 is going once. Now $3,000. You can still jump in and take me to 3,100. $3,000 twice. Sold for 3,000 to our line and unicorn bidder. Another very exciting round of bidding. Thank you so much. Lot number 112. We've got a Royal Dalton vintage prototype colorway figurine that's depicting a female figurine. This is Kathleen in a 19th century dress with a fitted bodice, vertical striping, and a voluminous shawl, base having the Royal Dalton backstamp to the underside. I've got a bit of $550 now, looking for 600 to advance. Wide skirt finished in a glaze with green, yellow, and pink. Any interest at 600? All right, I've got 6. Thank you so much. Now 6 would go 650. I've got a bit of $600 now, looking for 650 to advance. Any increase from 6 to 650? Do I hear 650 from you? 600 going once. Now 600 twice. We'll sell for 600 to our line and unicorn bidder. Nicely done. Lot number 113, Royal Dalton Leslie Harradine miniature figurine. This one done in a very unusual colorway. This is Polly Peachum of Threepenny Opera and Beggar's Opera fame, and Mac the Knife, of course, too. Skirt decorated with a pink upper section and having floral motifs, base having the Royal Dalton backstamp. 375 is my bid. Looking for 400 to advance. Very unusual colorway here, and she's, a little Polly Peachum. She's a little maid, I've got a bit of 400 now, looking for 425 to advance. Any increase from 4 to 425, 400 going once. Now 400 twice. We'll sell it for 400 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot number 114, Royal Dalton figurine. This is Janet, depicting a Jane Austen style, flower maid in an 18th century dress with a very, very pleasant colorway, magenta, purple, and pink, and those flowers underneath her arm. And looks like she's looking up at the window to see if her beau is looking out, maybe. 120 is my bid. I've got 120. Would it go 130? Any advance on 120? Although I have no reason to believe her beau's name is Beau. Maybe it's Fred or Phil. 130 is my bid. I've got 130. Would it go 140? Any advance on $130? 130. 140. Would it go 150? I've got a bid of $140 looking for one. Now 150. Would it go 160? We have a bid of $150. I'm looking for 160 to advance. The underside having the Royal Dalton backstamp. 150 holding steady and going once. Now 160. Would it go 170? I've got a bid of $160 looking for 170 to advance. And 170. Would it go 180? We have a bid of $170 looking for 180 to advance. Any increase from 170 to 180? 170 holding steady and going once. Now 170 twice. We'll sell for 172 our live auctioneer's bidder. Lot number 115, Royal Dalton Leslie Harradine marigold figurine. Victorian style dress with a very nice bonnet on her head and a very, very pleasant colorway. Red to pink skirt with a ruffled hem. And a lot of other details with lavender and purple. 140 is my bid. I've got 140. Would it go 150? Underside having the Royal Dalton backstamp. Now 150. Thank you. This is 150. Would it go 160? I have a bid of $150 looking for 160. Any advance from 150 going once? Now 150 twice. We'll sell it for 150 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 116, Royal Dalton Leslie Harradine primroses figure depicting a older flower selling lady with a large basket of flowers. I've got a $300 absentee bid competing. Now 300 looking for 325 to advance. Now 325 would go 350. Now 350 would go 375. I've got a bid of 350. Now 375 would go 4. I've got 4 would go 425. I have a bid of 400 looking for 425 to advance. And there's 425 would down 450 would go 475. I've got a bid of 450 looking for 475 to advance. Any increase from 450 to 475, 450 holding steady and going once. Now 450, you can still jump in and take me to 475 though. 450 twice. We'll sell for 450. Bidder number 7954. Lot number 117. We've got a Leslie Harradine Spanish lady figurine in a very, very rare version. This one having a voluminous black gown with 3-tiered ruffles, hand-painted orange and yellow flowers, rose flowers.
Very, very rare.
Very, very rare and a nice size too, with the lace pattern mantilla draped over her head. Absolutely gorgeous. 1,400 is our bid. I've got 1,400. I'm looking for 1,500 to advance. Any advance from 1,400? Do we have a phone bid on this? We do not. No, we have 1,400 base having the Royal Dalton back stamp, and she has a very interesting pose. No, 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 no. My bad. I was looking at the wrong one. Any advance from 1,400? All right, let's move on then to lot number 118, where we find a Royal Dalton Leslie Harradine Te-a-Te figurine. You've got Baroque style lovers on a couch with a very nice colorway, lots of lavender with other details. He's got a very cool deep red orange coat and a pair. It looks like he's holding a mask in his hand, possibly. 550 is my bid. I got 550, looking for 600 to advance. She's seated on a couch and being rather coy about the whole thing. Any advance on 550? All right, let's move on then to lot number 119, Royal Dalton Bather figurine. This is a very rare version of this figurine, depicting a very popular motif of the early 20th century, a bathing beauty. Nude figurine in a bathing gown with a very colorful palette of cobalt blue, red, green, black, and she's got a nice yellow curls to her hair. 950 is my bid. I've got 950, looking for 1,000 to advance. Figure on an integrated rock-style landscape base and having the Royal Dalton back stamp. This is a rare version. Any interest at $1,000? All right, let's move on to lot number 120, Royal Dalton Leslie Harradine figurine. This is June, 19th century lady with a parasol umbrella over her arm and a bouquet of flowers in her hand. Base having the Royal Dalton back stamp and a very nice pastel colorway, including pink and green. 140 is my bid. Now 140, would you go 150? Any advance from 140 to 150? Base having the Royal Dalton back stamp to the underside.
Okay, Paul, so we're going to do 120.
I've got 150, thank you. Now 150, would you go 160? I have a bid of 150, looking for 160 to advance. Any advance from 150? 150 going once, 150 twice. We'll sell for 150 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot number 121, we got a Royal Dalton, 121. Royal Dalton Leslie Harradine figurine, Sweet and 20, rare version here in peach, seated on a coral colored settee couch. 425 is my bid. I'm looking for 450 to advance. Now 475, I've got 500. There's 5, thank you. I have 5, would you go 550? I have a bid of 500, looking for 550 to advance. Any increase, now 550, would it go 6? I've got 6, would it go 650? I have a $600 bid, looking for 650 to advance. Any increase on 600? 600 is going once. Now 650, would it go 7? I've got 7, would it go 750? I have a bid of $700, looking for 750 to advance. Any increase from 700 to 750? $700 going once. Now 700 twice. Sold for 700, bidder number 1294. Congratulations. Lot number 122, I think we have a phone bidder on this one. Leslie Harradine, curtsy, lady curtsying in a very, very pleasing colorway too, with peach and pink, magenta, lavender, cream. 200 is my bid. I've got 200. Now 225, would you go 250? Now 300, would you go 325? I've got a bid of 300, looking for 325 to advance. Now 325, would you go 350? Now 350, would you go 375? I've got a bid of 350, looking for 375. Now 375, would you go 4? Now 4, would you go 425? I've got a bid of 400, looking for 425 to advance. Any advance from 4 to 425? 400 holding steady. Any increase to 425? 400 is going. Now 425, thank you. Now 425, would you go 450? I've got a bid of 425, looking for 450 to advance. Any increase from 425? I've got 450, thank you. This 450, would you go 475? I've got a bid of 450, looking for 475 to advance. Any increase from 450 to 475? 450 holding steady and going once. Now 450 twice. We'll sell at 450, bidder number 2226. And on that note, we are going to take a short break and come back with more of our exceptional elements of the decorative arts auction here at Lion and Unicorn. Stay with us. Thank you. Thank you. And welcome back to our exceptional elements of the decorative arts sale here at Lion and Unicorn. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us through the break. Right now we are on lot number 123, a Royal Dalton historical figurine depicting Eleanor of Provence. She was a Queen of England, Middle Ages. She was the Queen of Henry III, mother of Edward I, a very unpopular queen in her time, by the way. It's a famous episode where the Londoners pelted her with garbage as her barge was going by on the Thames. Poor Queen Eleanor. She was, however, despite that, a fashion plate of the time. $100 my bid, now 100 good, 110, but maybe not that day when she was covered in garbage. $100 is my bid. Any advance from 1 to 110, $100 going once, now 100 twice. We'll sell them for 100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 124, Royal Dalton hinged parasol figurine, standing lady with a closed parasol umbrella and a ruffled skirt, in a very pleasing palette colorway with pinks, yellows, oranges, and reds throughout. A little green to the hat too. 120 is my bid. I've got 120. Would you go 130, please? Now $120. Any advance from 120? 120 going once. Now 120 twice. We'll sell for 120 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 125, Royal Dalton Margaret figurine, designed by Leslie Harradine. 18th century style dress in a very striking overskirt and a seafoam green underskirt and bodice. I've got a bid of $50 now. 50 would have 60. Any advance on $50? $50 going once. Now 50 twice. We'll sell it for 50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 126, Royal Dalton Miss Demure figurine. A Victorian or possibly Regency style lady with a bonnet and a very nice pink voluminous gown. And you can jump in and take it for $20 right now, having the Royal Dalton factory marked to the underside. Any interest at $20? All right, let's move on then to lot number 127, where we find Royal Dalton Negligee figurine, a porcelain female figure modeled reclining or kneeling on a pillow form, sofa or cushion. And that cushion has got a very, very nice colorway with purple, orange, yellow, and green. And she's in a very light, almost ethereal colorway with cream and white. $950 is my bid. I'm looking for $1,000. I've got $1,000. Thank you so much. Now $1,000 would go $1,100. I've got $1,000 holding steady. Any advance from $1,000? $1,000 going once. Now $1,000 twice. We'll sell it for $1,000. Bidder number 1294. Yay! Lot number 128, Verena, 18th century style female figure with, again, a very striking colorway with a pink floral overskirt. And it looks like she's running to meet somebody. Oh, I've got to lift my skirts, fiddly-dee. $375, done it before. $375, any advance from $375 to $4? Any interest at $400? Undersigned having the Royal Dalton back stamp and the, of course, Leslie Harradine designed this one. Any interest at $400? All right, let's move on then to lot number 129, Royal Dalton Georgiana figurine, bone china. Standing female in the mid-18th century style attire, sort of a Marie Antoinette, kind of, or Catherine the Great motif, that 18th century, late 18th century. 160 is my bid. I've got 170. Would it go 180? Now $170. Looking for 182 advance. Now 180, would it go 190, please? I have a bid of 190, would it go 2? Now $190, any advance from 190 to 2, 190, now 2, would it go 225? I have a bid of 200, looking for 225, 2 advance. Any increase from 2 to 225, 200 going once. Now 200, you can still jump in and take it to 225 though. 200 twice. Sell for 202. Our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 130, Royal Dalton Honeybone. It's a bone china figurine, not Honeybone. It's a bone china figurine, and it's Honey is her name. Hello, Honey. A voluminous aqua green skirt, blue jacket, and a matching bonnet. 70 is my bid. I've got 70. Would it go 80? Any advance from $70? 70 going once. 70 twice. We'll sell it for 70 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 131, Royal Dalton miniature figurine, Patricia. Pink and pale green gown with a red bodice and looks like some lavender detailing to her wide-brimmed hat. $50 my bid now. 50 would it go 60? Yep. Now 60 would it go 70? I've got a $60 bid looking for 70 to advance. Any increase from 60 to 70, 60 going once. Now 60 twice. We'll sell for 60 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 132, Royal Dalton miniature figurine, Rosamund, in a very, very striking rose red gown. I wonder if she's inspired by Rosamund Clifford, who was the special lady for King Henry II. I've got a $40 bid. I'm looking for 50 to advance. Any advance on $40 before going once? 40 twice. We'll sell for 42 our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 133, Royal Dalton, her ladyship figurine. A Regency style or perhaps early Victorian lady in period attire with a ruffled cream skirt and having that ermine hand muff. $20 my bid now, 20 go to 30. Any advance from 20, 20 going once? 20 twice. We'll sell for 22 our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 134, Royal Dalton, Mamselle figurine designed by Harradine, a sort of a character of the theater, perhaps, in an 18th century attire with a tricorn hat over her curly blonde hair. Looks like she might be like perhaps a showgirl depicting a character of the French Revolution. I don't know, I'm just taking a guess. 1,300 is my bid, looking for now 14, would you go 15? I have a bid of 1,500, looking for 1,600 to advance. And there's 16, there's 17, would you go 18? There's 18, we're looking for 19. Now 19, any advance to 2,000, underside having several markings, including the Royal Dalton Lion and Crown mark made in England. Now 2,000, any advance to 2,100, please. I've got a bid of $2,000, looking for 2,100 to advance. Any increase from 2,000, 2,000 going once. Now $2,000, you can still jump in and take it to 2,100 though. 2,000 twice. Silver 2,000 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Nicely done. Lot number 135, Royal Dalton Camilla figurine, charming female figure in a looks like a Baroque style, maybe Regency gown. Sort of a house dress or something from the house, maybe Regency style. 190 is my bid. I got 190. Would you go 2? I've got a $200 bid now. 2 would you go 225. I have $200 looking for 225 to advance, and 225 would you go 250. I've got a bit of 225 looking for 250 to advance. Any increase from 225 to 250? 225 going once. Now 225 twice. We'll sell for 225 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 136, Royal Dalton Sweeting. Young female figure in a dancing or curtsying pose with a flowing skirt and a very, very striking modeled pattern with blue, magenta, pink, purple, lavender, lots of details there. She's got a nice ribbon in her hair. $80, $90 now, looking for 100 to advance. Now 100, go 110. I've got a bid of 100, looking for 110 to advance. There's 110, would it go 120? Now 120, thank you. Now 120, would it go 130?
Sir, 120 was mine. I already accepted.
You had 120 already? Can I take 130? There's 130, thank you. I've got 120. Well, 130, looking for 140 to advance. Any increase from 130? 130 going once.
140.
Now 140, would it go 150? I've got 150, thank you. Now 150, would it go 160? Now $150 going once. I've got 150, now 160, would it go 170? 170, would it go 180? I have a bid of $170 going, now 180, would it go 190? Now 190, would it go 2? I've got a bid of $190 holding steady and going once. Now 190, now 2 would it go 225. I've got $200 holding steady. Any advance from 2 to 225? Now $200 going once. Any advance to 225? Do I hear 225 from you, please? 200 twice. We'll sell for 200 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 137, Royal Dalton Lady Anne Neville figurine. Historical figurine who became the wife of King Richard II. So at that point, she would have been Queen Anne Neville. Distinctive white headdress. She was not. She was only queen for a short period of time. Well, he too. They were only on the throne for less than 2 years. At the very tail end of the Wars of the Roses. $100 now. Any advance from 1 to 110? 100 once, 100 twice. We'll sell it for 100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 138. Group of 3 Meissen German porcelain fruit and spring motif figurines. Got little children, a little boy in a blue vest, a little girl in a pink floral skirt, and then an allegorical figure representing spring. And it looks like he's got possibly a dog with him. Any advance on 475, looking for 500 to advance. Any increases from 475 to 5? All right, let's move on. That's lot number 139. Goebel jumbo ceramic, the Merry Wanderer. This is a very unusual size. You don't see this very often. You know, they call it the Merry Wanderer, also the Happy Wanderer. Well, I am a happy wanderer. And this is a really large piece. It's over 30 inches tall, which suggests that it may have been produced as a department store display to draw attention to the smaller Goebel figurines, because it's a really big piece, over 30 inches tall. Just absolutely striking. 3,500 is my bid. I've got 35, looking for 36 to advance. Any advance on $3,500? 3,500 holding steady. We also, the upper surface of the base has got the incised signature that says M.J. Hummel for Maria Innocenta Hummel. $3,500 holding steady. You want to jump in and take it to 36? You can. 35 once, twice. We'll sell it for 3,500 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Very, very nicely done. Lot number 140. We have a Vienna hand-painted figurine by Stefan Dakan. This is a female figurine on a scooter, little girl. It's marked Karamos Vienne Night on the underside with various details to it, and it's very cool. Little girl on a little, you know, like a scooter or a, you know, what do you call this thing? It's not really a scooter, but you know. Yeah, that without a scooter without a motor. 275 is my bid. I got 275, looking for 300 to advance. All right, let's move on to lot number 141, Keramos Vienne Knight, Stefan Dakan figurine. This is a tennis player wearing a very jaunty hat, produced in a limited edition. This is number 5 in an edition of only 8. And you've got a little boy in a tennis outfit with a tennis racket, with a little jaunty hat, and it's got all the correct details to the underside, along with the limited edition number. 140 is my bid. I've got 140, looking for 150 to advance. Any increase from 140? All right, let's move on then to lot number 142, Meissen figurine, little girl gardener with a basket from the Gardener's Children series, little female girl in an 18th century style costume with wonderful glazing and the correct back stamp underside details. Now 450, we're looking for 4, now 475, would it go 5? I've got a bit of 475, looking for 500 to advance. Polychrome hand-painted decoration along with gilt accents. I've got 475. Any advance to 5? All right, let's move on. That's lot number 143, Meissen figurine, girl playing a flute. I think we have a phone bidder on this one. 18th century style figurine, costume, playing a flute or similar instrument, maybe a recorder. Constructed in a polychrome enamel with the gilded hard paste porcelain. Now 475, underside has the Blue Cross Sword factory marks for Meissen. Now 475, looking for 500 to advance. Any advance from 475 to 5, having a tortoise green sash draped around the waist and a very, very nice hand-decorated costume on there. 475, holding steady, looking for 500 to increase. Any advance from 475 to 5. And we are waiting on our phone bidder also. Please be a little patient with us for just a moment. All right, let's move on then to lot number 144, Meissen porcelain, young boy playing a flute or similar style instrument in 18th century Baroque style costume, having a little billy goat with him. And I don't think that's a dog. I think that's more of a goat than a dog. Strange dog. You never know. 475 is my bid, looking for 500 to advance. Any increase from 475 to 5. All right, let's move on then to lot number 145, Royal Dalton, Remembering Diana, Princess of Wales, the People's Princess. This depicting the late princess. You may have heard of her sons also. $50, my bid, now 50, would it go 60? Now 60, would it go 70? I've got a $60 bid, looking for 70 to advance. Any increase from 60 to 70, 61 once. Now 60 twice. We'll sell it for 60 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 146, Michael Sutty, hand-painted figurine depicting Queen Elizabeth II, the late queen, produced for the 1977 Silver Jubilee, Trooping of the Color, and she's depicted here in her uniform as the Colonel-in-Chief of the Scots Guards. All the hand-painted details to the underside, commemorative laurel wreath crest, with additional text details, Queen Silver Jubilee. 1,500 is my bid now. 15, would it go 16? I've got a bid of $1,500, looking for 1,600 to advance. There's also a printed paragraph on the base that describes the Queen and her husband, the Prince Consort. Any advance for 1,500 fitting going once? Now 15 twice. We'll sell it for 1,500 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Actually, the Duke of Edinburgh was not the Prince Consort. That was Prince Albert. Sorry. I don't want to misrepresent those two chaps. 147 is our next line. We got a pair of Minton limited edition Queen Silver Jubilee candlestick holders produced for the 1977 25th anniversary of her ascension to the throne. Could it be that long ago? The lion in 22 karat gilding. Lots of very, very cool details. And of course, you've got the lion and the unicorn. Go figure. Very meta-referential. 700 is my bid. Now 700. Any advance from 7 to 750? 700 once. Now 700 twice. We'll sell for 700 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Nicely done. Lot number 148 to Royal Dalton plaques from the 1902 coronation of King Edward VII and Queen Alexandra, who was the Princess of Denmark when he married her. Oval plaques from over 100 years ago, produced by Dalton to commemorate that historic event. He was the uncle of Europe. $90, now 100 will go 110. I've got a bit of $100, looking for 110 to advance. Any advance on, and the father to not a few people either. Any advance on $100, 100 going once, 100 twice. We'll sell it for 100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 149, Coalport Bone China limited edition figurine depicting the Queen of Sheba, commissioned by Compton and Woodhouse, produced in 1994 in a limited edition. And you got the biblical figure who kind of spun Solomon's head around for a little bit. I've got a bid of 190. I'm looking for 200 to advance. Phone bid's going to be on the next one. I've got a bid of 190. I'm looking for 200. Any advance from 190? All right, let's move on to lot number 150, where we have a phone bidder. Wedgwood Bone China limited edition figurine. This is the Legends of the Nile. This is Akhenaten, who was the father of Tutankhamun, by the way. And also introduced, I've got a $200 bid, also introduced a very nascent form of monotheism in ancient Egypt, which was made the priests kind of upset. 250 is my bid now, 250 would go 275, made the Egyptian god priests upset. Right? Now 300 would go 325. I've got 325 would go 350. Now 350 would go 375. And there was a movie called The Egyptian that came out in the 1950s, I think, which kind of dealt with that. Now 400 will go to 475. I've got a bit of 400, looking for 475 to advance. No, I'm sorry, I'm looking for 425. Sorry about that. I'd like 475, but I've got 425, looking for 450. I've got a bit of 425. Pharaoh depicted in his blue and gold crown and holding this fantastic rod of office, this scepter. I've got 450 now, looking for 475. Any advance from 450, 450, now 475, what do you go 5? I've got a bit of 475, looking for 500. Any increase from 475 to 5. I've got 475 online, looking for 500 to advance. Any increase from 475 to 5. 475 going once.
Jeff, do you have 5?
Do we have 500, Jeff? I've got a bit of 475. No increase to 5. 475. All right. No worries. 475 twice. We'll sell for 475 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Nicely done. Lot number 151, Wedgwood Bone China limited edition Tutankhamun figure, the son of Akhenaten. First figurine in the Legends of the Nile collection, and sculpted by John Winsenson. 200 is my bid now. 2 to go, 225. And this one depicting Tutankhamun in a very, very 250 now, looking for 275. Now 275 would go 3. Now 3 would go 325.
Yep.
Now 325, looking for 350. Now 350 would go 375.
Yep.
Now 4 would go 425. And Tutankhamun here depicted very, very athletic, as we know he was actually not. 450 would go 475. Now that they've found his, his remains. And 475 is my bid. I'm looking for 500 to advance. I see his body was kind of, he had some sort of illnesses as a child, apparently. Any advance on 475? 475 once, twice, thrice. We'll sell it for 475 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 152. We got a Michael Suddy grouping here, depicting Harlequin and Columbine characters from the Commedia dell'arte, wearing their domino-style masks, or their Commedia dell'arte masks, and they're dancing, and kind of a fun pose. And you could take them both for 50. These are by Michael Suddy, the female having a white dress. Jump in and take them both for 50. Why don't you? All right, let's move on to lot number 153. Why don't we? Carltonware limited edition Mephisto figurine, another name for the devil. Depicted here, a very dapper chap with a voluminous purple cape, high collar over a blue doublet, looking more like the devil, the Underwood deviled ham devil than the Prince of Darkness, having the limited edition details too. I've got a bid of 200 now, looking for 225. Any advance on 2 going once? Now 2 twice. We'll sell it for 200 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 154, Royal Dalton, very rare. Kingswear match striker with a sterling rim depicting Mephistopheles. Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Speaking of the Prince of Darkness, this is a jar there fitted with the silver rim by Henry Clifford Davis. And Mephistopheles there depicted as he would have been depicted on the stage during that Victorian Edwardian era, in the various Faustian style stage performances. 375 is my bid. I'm looking for 400 to advance. Any increase of 375? Jump in and take it for 400 right now. All right, let's move on to lot 155. Dalton large prestige colorway figurine. This is the Moor, an Orientalist style blackamoor figure in North African attire, designed by Charles Noak. Very, very striking design with the cape and the sash, the hood over the head. A sort of kind of an Othello style motif and design, if not specifically inspired by Othello, then certainly in that vein. 2,900 is my bid. I got 129, looking for 3,000 to advance.
Is this a unique colorway?
Very nice size too, and this is a unique colorway for this figure, and it's a very nice size too, almost a foot and a half tall, 17 inches tall. 3,000 is my bid. I got 3. Would it go 3,100? Now 3,000 going once. I've got a $3,000 bid. You can jump in and take me to 3,100 though. 3,000 twice. We'll sell for 3,000 to our line and unicorn bidder lot number 156. Bernard Moore flambe figurine depicting Billiken, sort of a gnome or similar style figurine. Playful expression, charm doll created by Florence Pretz, sold as a good luck figurine, and embodied the ideal of carefree living. So there you go. And this one's got a pointed crown with kind of a nice colorway to the feet. 950 is my bid. Any advance from 950 to 1,000? Underside marked BM with the Bernard Moore mark. Jump in and take it for 1,000 right now. All right, let's move on to line number 157. We've got a Royal Dalton Leslie Harradine stoneware hunched figure on pedestal, kind of a gnome or a goblin, grotesque. What they called, what Dalton also referred to as spooks, but more of a goblin style, creepy, stylized squatting figure, golem, kind of thing. H45 with a very, very interesting colorway. 200 is my bid now. 200 go to 225. Any advance from 2 going once? 2 twice. We'll sell for 200 to our live auctioneers bidder lot 158. Royal Dalton Leslie Harradine boy with turban figurine, a very, very popular Orientalist design in the early 20th century with little children in the Alibaba 40 Thieves style motif with the Orientalist costuming. This one in kind of a cool black and white checkered pattern. 1,300 now. I've got a bit of 13 looking for 1,400. There's 14. Would you go 15? The underside marked with the Royal Dalton back stamp. He's got a very cherubic face, hand painted with delicate features and big wide eyes. Hello, mommy. Want some porridge? Any advance on 1,400? All right, let's move on then to lot number 159, Royal Dalton. One of the 40, speaking of Orientalist and the 40 Thieves motif. This is style 7 hand painted, depicting one of the thieves in a green cloak with a blue turban or head wrap. 550 would my bid. I'm looking for 600. This one produced by Harry Titensor in the early 20th century, 1920s, 1930s, when that was a very popular motif. 550 is my bid, looking for 600 to advance. Any increase from 550 still here? 600 from you, please. Now 550, you can jump in and take me to 6. All right, let's move on to lot number 160. Very, very rare colorway prototype of the cobbler figurine, the shoemaker in an Orientalist style, traditional attire with a striped shirt, handwritten, potted by Dalton and Company. This is seated cross-legged with a rectangular base, a very, very unusual and rare colorway. 1,200 is my bid now, looking for 13, now 14, now 14, would you go 15? I've got a bid of 1,400, looking for 1,500 to advance. Any increase from 14 to 15, potted by Dalton and Company, along with the Dalton backstamp to the underside. Any interest at $1,500? All right, let's move on to lot number 161, Dalton David Capewell prototype figurine depicting T.E. Lawrence, Lawrence of Arabia, a prototype figurine. Da, 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 da. Poor Lawrence of Arabia. Item constructed in glazed porcelain. Well, yeah, he died in a car accident, but he did survive the war. Kind of like Patton died in a car accident too. This has got the prototype details, all the correct detailing to the underside, along with the Royal Dalton prototype only backstamp, and Lawrence depicted in a very, very striking action pose on the back of the camel. Any advance from 950 to 1,000? Jump in to take. I'm sorry. Jump in to take it to 1,000 right now. All right, let's move on to 162. We have a porcelain bust depicting T.E. Lawrence, Lawrence of Arabia, produced by Michael Sutty and his porcelain manufactory. This was a limited edition. This is number 111 in that edition of 250, and it's got Lawrence depicted in his traditional Arab attire, such as what he was wearing when he wrote the Seven Pillars of Wisdom. That was it. $180 might be now 190. What do you go to now? Would you go 225? I've got a bid of 200, looking for 225. Now 225 would go 250. Now $225. Any increase in 225 to 250? 225 go once. 250 would go 275. I've got a bid of 250, looking for 275 to advance. Any increase from 250, 250 once. 250 twice. Sold for 250 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot number 163, Spode covered urn, produced in 1965 to honor Sir Winston Churchill, who died in 1965. Bone China limited edition covered urn. I would not want to misrepresent. Sir Winston Churchill is not inside this. I just want you to understand this is sold without the cremains of Prime Minister Churchill. However, still a very nice piece. $950 is my bid. I'm looking for 1,000 to advance. Now, what you tell your guests is between you and your conscience. Any advance from $950 to 1,000. Very, very cool representation of Churchill to the front with gilding. All right, let's move on then to lot number 164. There could be a mystery, whose remains are actually in it, Maybe I'll write that tonight when I get home. 164, a half-hour mystery. Royal Dalton, we got the small Toby jug, Winston Churchill, seated position, wearing his tie and a Homburg hat. 450 is my bid, looking for 470. Now 475, would go 5. I've got a bid of $475, looking for 500 to advance. Any increase from 475 to 5 from you? All right, let's move on to lot number 165, Michael Sutty chess piece. This depicting young Winston Churchill when he was in the Queen's Own 4th Hussars in his youth. And he had a very colorful youth. He was a journalist. He was over there during the Boer War in South Africa, served in the military, and of course, you might have heard of some of his work during the Second World War. 120 is my bid now. 130, would he go 140? I have a bid of 140, would he go 150, please? Now $140. Any increase from 140 to 150? 140 going once. Yep. There's 150, thank you. Would it go 160? I have 160. Would it go 170, please? Now $160. Very cool chess piece there. I like that. Any advance from 160 to 170? I wonder if this was like a full set and you had all the pawns were like this and then the king was Churchill. I don't know. 180, would it go 190? I've got a bid of $180. I'm looking for 190 to advance. Any increase from 180? 180 going once. Now 180 twice. Let's sell for 182. Our bid square bidder. Nicely done. Lot number 166, Michael Sutty colorway sample, portrait bust of Winston Churchill. Very interesting. Produced in a monochromatic colorway, suggesting black and white photographs of the era, black, white, and gray. With the pinstriped suit, the waistcoat, and the gray Homburg-style hat with the cigar. Just kind of a cool, somewhat whimsical style piece, but I do like it's very interesting, and this is very rare as a sample colorway. They were not produced like this. 250 is my bid now. I'm looking for 275 to advance. Any increase from 250 to 275? They've got the rare colorway sample handwritten to the base. 275 now looking for 300. Now 3 would go 325. I've got a bid of 300 over 325. Any increase to 325? 300 going once. Now 300 twice. 300 sold to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 167. It's a Michael Suddy Admiral Nelson porcelain bust depicting the hero of the Battle of Trafalgar, which he tragically did not survive. Mounted on a circular black glazed base, and the underside having the printed factory marks. A really nice representation too of Nelson, who really did not come out of that Napoleonic War in good. I mean, he lost his life along with his arm and his eye and kind of everything else. But really a cool representation in that bicorn hat. $80 now. Any advance from 80 to 90? 80 once, 80 twice. We'll sell it for 80 to our line. And unicorn bidder lot 168. Michael Suddy Napoleon Bonaparte, Old Boney, as they used to call him during the Napoleonic Wars. Produced as he looked in 1815. That's why he's got that kind of upset expression on his face. He would have been happier if this was like an 1805 figure, let's say. Having a nice polychrome design with that great sash, the green uniform, and those very prominent epaulets, and you know, an expression on his face like he knows what's coming. 475 looking for 500 to advance. Any crease piece hand inscribed in black ink. Sculpture number 42. Only a limited edition of 250 were produced. Any interest at 5? All right, let's move on. That's lot number 169. We've got Michael Suddy Napoleon Bonaparte bust in a white or cream ivory, cream style colorway, also produced in a limited edition depicting the Emperor of the French in his overcoat with that very prominent bicorn hat, having all the correct details to the underside. I'm looking for 80 to start the bidding. Any interest at $80? All right, then let's move on to lot number 170, Michael Suddy Napoleon Bonaparte. A standing figure depicting him in 1815, finely detailed with that gray overcoat, the black bicorn hat, and his hands depicted behind him, as opposed to not the traditional pose with one hand in his vest. I've got a bid of 110, looking for 120 to advance. Now 120 would go 130, 130 would go 140. Underside titled Napoleon Bonaparte 1815. With all the Suddy porcelain manufacturing details to the underside. 150 would it go 160, please. Now $150, now 160 would it go 170. I've got a bid of 170 would it go 180. Now $170 looking for 180 to advance. Any increase from 170 to 180, 180 would it go 190, please. I've got a bid of $180. I'm looking for it. There's 190 would it go 2. I've got a bid of 2 would it go 225. Now $200 looking for 225 to advance. Any increase from 2 to 225, 200 holding steady and going once. Now 225, would it go 250? I've got a bit of 225, looking for 250, now 250 to go 275. We've got $250, I'm looking for 275 to advance. Any increase from 250, 250 holding steady and going once. Now 250 twice. We'll sell for 250 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot number 170, we're on Royal Worcester, Napoleon Bonaparte. Porcelain figurine by Bernard Winskill, depicting the emperor on horseback after a very famous portrait of Napoleon from that era during the French Revolution on the horse rearing bicorn hat. Very cool and iconic image captured here by Bernard Winskill. 3075 is my bid, looking for 400 to advance. Item has the base included as well with the brass plaque. Any interest at 400? Let's move on to lot number 172, Royal Staffordshire, Admiral David Beatty, depicting the Fleet Admiral during the First World War, Admiral David Beatty, and the traditional Toby style. This one produced by Wilkinson Pottery, underside having all the correct details to it. And he's got his dreadnought shell, artillery shell. Naval artillery shell. There we go. 475 is my delivery for 500 to advance. Any increase from 475. Very, very cool. These were very limited edition and part of a very important and historic set of Toby jugs. Any interest at 500? Nice size too, over 10 inches tall. All right, let's move on to line number 173. Michael Suddy figurine. This is the drum major of the 34th Regiment from the Napoleonic War, 1811. Nice to see you. Have a great afternoon. Modeled, hand-painted with the drum major in a yellow tunic with various details, the bicorn hat, stepped circular base, and having that fantastic mace and staff. 90 is my bid. Now 100 would go 110. I've got a bid of 100, looking for 110 to advance. Any increase from 1 to 110, 100 going once. Now 100 twice. We'll sell it for 100 to our line and unicorn bidder lot 174. We got a Michael Sutty Royal Horse Artillery figurine from the Napoleonic Wars. Soldier of the Royal Horse in a military uniform with that 1850 Napoleonic period. Very cool with the plumed helmet or shako helmet. 110, 120 would go 130. I've got a bid of 120, looking for 130 to advance. Any increase from 120, 120 down 130 would go 140. I've got a bid of $130, looking for 140. Any increase from 130, 130 going once. Now 130 twice. Now 140 would go 150. I've got a bid of $140, looking for 150 to advance. Any increase from 140 to 150, 140 going once. Now 150 would go 160. I've got a bid of $150, looking for 160 to advance. Any increase from 150, 150 going once. Now 150 twice. We'll sell for 150 to our invaluable bidder lot number 175, Michael Sutty, 1st Regiment of Foot figure from 1826. This from the later from the Regency period, as it were, later Regency period, underside of the base with the black printed factory marks and original details. I've got a bid of 90, looking for 100 to advance. Any advance from 90 to 100, having the Michael Sutty details and the title on the front. All right, let's move on to 176, Michael Sutty. I'm thinking of David Putty, who was Elaine's boyfriend on Seinfeld, sorry. Michael Sutty, porcelain light dragoons figurine, 1815, officer of the 11th Light Dragoons. A detailed historical uniform with the title to the front. 120 is my bid. Now 130, would it go 140? I've got a bid of 140. Would it go 150, please?
Yep.
Produced in a limited edition of only 250. Now 150, would it go 160? I have a bid of $150, looking for 160 to advance. Any increase from 150, 150 going once.
Yep.
Now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bid of $160, looking for 170 to advance. Any increase from 160 to 170, 160 going once. Now 160 twice. We'll sell for 160 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder lot 177, Michael Sutty Porcelain Royal Navy Sub-Lieutenant from 1897, wearing that sub-lieutenant's uniform, hands clasped in front in a long overcoat, white pants, very crisp, clean, late Victorian naval uniform. $80 my bid. Now 80, would it go 90? I've got a bid of $80, looking for 90 to advance. 80 going once. 80 twice. We'll sell for 80 to our invaluable bidder lot 178, Michael Sutty Gardener's Horse figurine depicting a soldier from the Indian Army's oldest, most distinguished armored regiment, a military officer with the 2nd Lancers, hand-painted, wearing the white pith helmet and a striking uniform with a sword presented in a salute pose. Jumping to take it for $50 right now. Well, don't take it for 50. Any interest in? Oh, I've got.
We're at 200.
Okay, we've got 200. Would go 225. I see we do have a reserve too, I believe. 200 is my bid. I'm looking for 225. Now 225 would go 250. Now 275 would go 3. All those great details too. The dark blue uniform, gilt sashes, and various braid details. Any interest at $300 right now is the time to do it.
Yep.
I've got 300. Thank you. Now would go 325. I have a bid of 300, looking for 325 to advance. Any advance from 300 going once. Now 300 twice. We'll sell it for 300 to our invaluable bidder lot number 179. Charles Noak vellum figurine, Oh Law. A 2-sided figurine in an ivory-colored vellum glaze, one having the one side depicting a judge figure and the other having a female figure with a serene expression.
Yep.
I've got a bid of 600 now. Would it go 650? Now $600, looking for 650 to advance. Very, very rare piece too from the early 20th century. Reverse the underside with the Dalton Burslem mark. 600 once. Now 600 twice. We'll sell for 600 Lion and Unicorn bidder lot 180. Dalton Lambeth stoneware figurine, The Dutchman, by Leslie Harradine, depicting a also known as the toiler. It looks like perhaps a tinker or a laborer, perhaps carrying a sack over his back. 200 is my bid. I've got 2. Would it go 225? Any advance on 200? 200 once. 200 twice. We'll sell it for 200 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 181, Royal Worcester figurine by James Hadley. Oh, it's Paddy, Shorten Begora, depicting an Irishman in the streets of Victorian London in a monochromatic cream color with light brown wash. And he's just standing there on his landscape farm, street farm base. $30 my bid. Any advance from 30 to 40, having the Royal Worcester factory marked to the underside. 30 once.
Yep,
Now 40 would go 50. I've got a $40 bid looking for 50. Now 50 would go 60. I have a $50 bid looking for 60 to advance. Any advance from 50 to 60? $50 going once. Now 60, $60. Any advance from 60 to 70. I've got a $60 bid. Any advance, oversized tailcoat with the high lapels, looking very much like a character out of Dickens. $60 holding steady going once, twice. We'll sell it for 60 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 182, Staffordshire, 19th century figurine, flatback figurine in a lead glazed earthenware depicting a young male figurine, knee breeches, long jacket, and a hooded cloak. Seated on a Rocky style base with a spaniel dog. Very cool antique 19th century figurine. He looks like a young scholar or poet, as they might be depicted in sort of Elizabethan times. You know, sort of the young, Oxbridgian scholar. 50. You jumping to take it for $50 right now? Any interest at 50? All right, let's move on then to lot number 183. Dalton, very rare soldier figurine in titanium. This one, Digger. One of the World War I figures from Australia and New Zealand. And this one is a very rare piece with an unusual colorway, having all the details to the underside. 1200 is my bid. I've got 12. Would it go 13? Any advance on 1200? 1200 going once, 1200 twice. We'll sell it for 1200 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 184, Royal Dalton Children's Literature. This is Tom Brown from the Children's Literature series, wearing his dark navy jacket, yellow trousers, a black tie or cravat, and he's holding books in his hand. And it has all the details along with the back stamp, etc., to the underside. Jump in and take it for $20 right now. All right, let's move on then to lot number 185. We've got a Royal Dalton Porcelain Taylor figurine, polychrome glazed ceramic, a smiling Taylor figure with lots of cloth, and it looks like he's working on a naval officer's overcoat or something. And I've got 1,400 now. I'm looking for 1,500 to advance. Do we have a phone bid on this?
Jeff?
Yeah, we're on this, okay.
Positioned with a naturalistic base. I've got a bid of 1,500. Thank you. Now 15. Would it go 60? Made in England, arched above the Royal Dalton details. Now 1,500. Any advance from 15 to 16? 1,500 going once. Now 1,500. You could jump in and take it to 16 though. 15 twice. We'll sell for 1,500. Bidder number? Bidder 5078. Thank you so much. Lot number 186, Royal Dalton Prestige figurine depicting Charles Darwin, part of the Prestige Pioneers collection. The irony that it being a Royal Dalton figure is that Charles Darwin was married to a Wedgwood. So there you go. But who could say? 900 is my bid. Now 900 will go to 950. And he was actually also, his mother was a Wedgwood. Those families were very, very connected. Many generations through. 950 is my bid. I'm looking for 1,000 to advance. This one having the circular base with various references to his many works, including Origin of Species. Any interest at 1,000? Very good. Let's move on to lot number 187, Royal Dalton Rare figurine version of Captain Macheath from the Beggar's Opera, also the Threepenny Opera, and later on giving rise to a more modern incarnation as Mac the Knife. This one in a very, very rare colorway, usually depicted with a scarlet red coat with yellow and black stockings. This one, the coat is maroon with pale yellow and gray stockings, and of course that very jaunty hat. He was a very well-dressed highwayman. 375. You want to jump in and take it to 400? Very rare piece. The original artist on this, Leslie Harradine, and you could have it for 400 right now. Any advance to 4? All right, let's move on then to lot number 188. Capodimonte Porcelain Figural Group. This one, the card players, depicting a group of children, little kids playing cards. Oh, and one of them has got,
We're at 500.
I guess he's palming some aces or something. The others are all curious. I've got a bit of 500, looking for 550 to advance. And now 550, would it go 6? I've got 6, would it go 650? Now 600, now 650, would it go 7? Now 7, would it go 750? Visible markings to the underside include the word Kings, made in Italy, along with the Capodimonte end mark for the Kingdom of Naples. Any advance from 700, 7 going once. Now 700, you can still jump in and take it to 750 though. 700 twice. We'll sell it for 700, bidder number 7954, lot 189. Limited edition mantle clock, hand decorated by Shane Ridge for Guinness, featuring model figures, various
We're at the 1,000.
zoological figures with the zookeeper. I've got a bit of $1,000 along with the Guinness harp and logo. I've got 1,100, would it go 12? And we also have this badge with that same design. Very cool. Now 14, would it go 15? I've got a bit of 15 looking for now 16, would it go 17? I have a bid of 1,700 looking for 18 to advance. Now 1,700, any advance from 17 to 18. 1,700 holding steady and going once. Now 1,700 twice. We'll sell it for 1,700 to bidder at invaluable. Lot number 190. Royal Dalton advertising figurine, Coleman's Starch Girl, produced for the Stoke Holy Cross, Jeremiah Coleman.
200.
And I've got a bit of 200 now, looking for 225, produced for Coleman Starch, etc. Limited edition example. Now 250, would it go 275? I've got a bit of 250, looking for 275 to advance. Now 275, would it go 3? Produced in a limited edition. I've got 3, would it go 325? This was produced in an edition, only 400, and this was number 251 of that edition. Now $300 holding steady. Any advance from 3 to 325? 300 going once. Now 300 twice. Sold for 300, bidder number 2226. That 22 is 26. Royal Dalton advertising figurine. This is the Lifebuoy Soap Boy for Lifebuoy Soap, produced for Lever Brothers. I've got a bit of, what was that? I'm sorry? 225. Now 225, would it go to, now 250, would it go 275? Limited edition of only 400 ever produced for Lifebuoy Soap. I've got a bid of 300 now, 3 would it go 325. I've got a bid of 325, would it go 350? Underside marked with the Royal Dalton back stamp and accompanied by the certificate of authenticity. 325 is my bid, holding steady. You could jump in and take it to 350 though. Any advance from 325, 325 once, 325 twice. Sold for 325 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 192, Royal Dalton advertising figure, Tips Chimp, produced in 1930. I've got a bid of 200. Looking for looking for 225, widely recognized for the Chimp's Tea Party advertisements, and this looks like Granny Chimp here, perhaps. $200 now, looking for 225 to advance. I do love these advertising figures. $200 holding steady and going once. Now 200 twice. We'll sell for 200. Bidder number 7954, lot number 193, Royal Dalton advertising figure. Look at that, the Cherry Blossom Kittens. How cute are they? Two little kittens, a limited edition example depicted inside shoes, which have been, my compliments to whoever shined those boots, because they did a very nice job. $100 my bid now, one would go 110. Any advance on 100, 100 going once, having the Royal Dalton back stamp and also accompanied with the certificate of authenticity. Very nice little extra value added. 110 now, any advance on 110 and 120, 120 going, 120 looking for 130 to advance. I've got a bit of $120 looking for 130. Any increase from 120 to 130, 120 going once. Now 120 twice. We'll sell it for 120 to our invaluable bidder. There's a short, just a quick reminder. We'll take a short break in just a few minutes, give you a chance to stretch in your private auction space. This is a fantastic Royal Dalton advertising figurine produced to commemorate Tony the Tiger, the mascot for Frosted Flakes. They're great! And you know, the voice of that was, what's his name? Same guy that did the voice of the Grinch, that sang the Grinch theme. I've got a bit of 140 looking for 150 to advance. Any advance from 140, 140 going once. Now 140 twice. Thurl Ravenscroft, that was his name. That was the voice of Tony the Tiger. Any advance from 140, 140 once, twice. We'll sell it for 140 to our live auctioneers, but he's also one saying, "You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch." Lot 195, Royal Dalton Guinness Harpist advertising figurine. I like that. That's very whimsical. Look at that. She's playing the Guinness bottle like it's a harp. Little blonde musician seated behind the bottle of Guinness, and yeah, playing it like a harp. And it's got Encore on the base. 190 is my bid. I love these advertising figurines. You know, lots of creativity. This one modeled by Shane Ridge, a very, very well-regarded ceramicist for Dalton. I've got a bit of 190 looking for 200 to advance. Any advance from 190 going, looking for, jumping to take it for 200 right now? No? All right, let's move on to 196. I think we have a film bidder for this. Royal Dalton Robertson's Golly advertising figurine. I've got two. Would it go 225?
250.
Now 250. Would it go 275? Part of the 20th Century Advertising Classics. This one depicting the Gollywog figure in early 20th century, and then later used from originally with a Black Americana origination. $300 my bid. I've got three. Would it go 325? Now $300, and the Gollywog also was very popular in literature too. Any advance on three? Three going once. Now 300 twice. We'll sell it for 300. Bidder number 7954, lot 197. Coalport advertising figurine, also a Golly figurine produced. Now 200. Now 225. Would it go 250? Now 250. Would it go 275? I've got a bid of 250, looking for 275. Now 275, would it go three? I've got three, would it go 325? Only limited edition of these were produced. Now 325, would it go 350? Only 2,000 of these were produced. This was produced for Robertson's Golden Shred Marmalade. Golly, it's good. 325 holding steady once, twice. We'll sell it for 325 to our live auctioneer's bidder. And on that note, let's take a cause for the pause. Give you a chance to stretch around in your private auction space. We'll come back with more of our exceptional elements of the decorative arts sale here at Lion and Unicorn. Stay with us. And welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us through the break. It's our exceptional elements of the decorative art sale here at Lion and Unicorn. We're on lot number 198. We've got a Coalport limited edition advertising figurine from Bertie Bassett, or this actually depicts Bertie Bassett, who is the mascot for Bassett's Licorice All Sorts, sort of a candy Mr. Peanut, if you will. Appears constructed from various pieces of candy and licorice, and kind of a cool postmodernist design. I'm looking for $50 to open the bidding. It's kind of a cool piece. Looks like it was produced in a limited edition, and you can have it for $50 right now. All right, Bertie, we shall see you again, Governor. Lot number 199, we've got a Royal Dalton William Harper double-handled large character jug depicting Sir Henry Dalton, with modeled in his, in the fullness of his maturity, one handle modeled as a potter or a ceramicist of that era, and then the other handle has got a large vase form. I like the looks of that. 1900 is my bid. I've got 19. Would you go 2000? Now 1900. Any advance from 1900 to 2000? Base having the Royal Dalton back stamp and all the correct details on it. All right, let's move on then to lot number 200, Dalton prototype jug. This is Marley's Ghost from the works of Dickens, depicting Jacob Marley, Scrooge's partner, modeled wearing that head wrap around his head. It used to scare me when I used to see various depictions of Marley in movies and literature. This one's a very cool one too, and you've got the handle and other designs depicting the chains that he forged for himself in life. 1900 is my bid. I'm looking for 2000 to advance. Also has the correct details. Property of Royal Dalton remains with the company. Title remains with the company at all times. Scary. Any advance on 1900? All right. Let us move on then to lot number 201, Royal Dalton character jug, the Phantom of the Opera, the protagonist of the ubiquitous Andrew Lloyd Webber musical. And this with the this one's stylized as in the Webber musical rather than, let's say, the old school Lon Chaney version. I know one of the Andrew Lloyd Webber phantoms, Frank D'Ambrosio out in California. He was in The Godfather Part 3 too. Piece constructed from glazed earthenware. It's got that great nice mask on the front. 100 is my bid. I've got 100 with a 110. Any advance on 100? 100 once? 100 twice. Sold for 100 for you, invaluable bidder. Lot number 202, Royal Dalton prototype Orville Wright character jug, one of the pioneers in aviation, along with his brother Wilbur Wright, the two men that had the historic flight near Kitty Hawk, North Carolina in 1903. I've got $1,100 bid now. 11 would go 12. Now 13 would go 14. Commemorative banner at the base, and the handle has a medallion, a portrait of his brother Wilbur Wright. 14 is my bid. Wilbur, who I believe passed first. Orville lived, I think, outlived his brother. 1400. I'm looking for 15 to advance. Any increase from 14 to 15? I've got 15. Thank you, sir. I've got a bit of 1500. Any advance from 15 to 16? 1500 holding steady in the house. And going once. Now 1500. Any increase to 16? 15 twice. Sold for 1500 to bidder number 165. Thank you so much, sir. Lot number 203. Royal Dalton prototype character jug depicting Elvis. This one's all shook up, depicting Elvis in the full bloom of his youth. Looks like his Memphis days too, with that bow tie. 1500 is my bid. I got 15 at the Heartbreak Hotel to the handle. Now 16. Would it go 17? I've got a 1700 bid on the floor. Thank you so much. Now 17. Would it go 18? 1700 holding steady. Any advance from 7? Now 18. Would it go 19? I've got 19 here. Do I hear 2000? I've got a $1,900 bid on the floor. Looking for 2000 to advance. I've got 2000. Thank you so much. Now 2 would it go 21. I have 2100. Thank you so much. Now 21. Would it go 22? I've got a bid of $2,100 holding steady. Any increase? 2100 going once. Now 2100 is a really cool piece and a very, very nice realistic depiction of Elvis. 2100 twice. We'll sell it for 2100 to bidder number 165. Thank you so much, sir. Lot number 204. 2100, yes, sir. 204, we have Royal Dalton, the large character jug depicting Charlie Chaplin in his very iconic Little Tramp persona with the bowler cap to his head and having a very cool stylized walking cane, a bamboo walking cane style handle. 1400 is my bid. Looking for 1500. Any advance from 14 to 15? I have a bid of 1,400. I'm looking for 1,500 to advance. Underside has got the Royal Dalton back stamp. Chaplain shown wearing the black bowler and the little mustache that went very much out of style right after World War II. Any advance from 1,400? I'm looking for 15. No? Then we shall move on to lot number 205. Royal Dalton colorway trial depicting Field Marshal Bernard Law Montgomery, who was commander of the British 8th Army in World War II, and then later the chief of the Imperial General Staff. He had a career that very much paralleled Patton's, but then at a certain point, Monty's career went up Patton's that way. 110 is my bid. I've got 110. Would you go 120? Any advance on 110? 110 going once. Now 120. Thank you so much. I've got 120. Would you go 130? We have a bid of $120 holding steady. Any advance to 130? 120 once. Now 120 twice. We'll sell it for 120. Bid number 165. Thank you, sir. Lot number 206, Dalton character jug, depicting the hero of the Battle of Trafalgar and one of the heroes of the Napoleonic War, Admiral Horatio Nelson, with a very, very cool colorway and a great handle with the British, the flag ensign, the naval ensign, along with the spyglass and a lot of other details. I really like the looks of that. 700 is my bid. I've got 7. Would it go 750? Any advance on 700? England expects every man to do his duty. Any advance on 700? 700. And we shall move on to lot number 207. We got a Royal Dalton prototype, Inspecteur Clouseau. This one very much inspired by the Peter Sellers depiction of Clouseau, because he was actually played in a movie by Alan Arkin in one movie too, called Inspector Clouseau. Kind of interesting. And it was kind of a funny movie in its own right. Underside having the Royal Dalton prototype only details, and all kinds of very cool details too on the handle, including his magnifying glass with the Pink Panther paw prints. 1,900 is my bid. I'm looking for 2,000 to advance. Who's going to take me to 2,000? Any increase to 2? This is a rare prototype, and you can have it for 2,000 right now. All right, let's move on to lot number 208, Royal Dalton prototype. This is a John Wayne character jug. Well, I'll tell you something, Pilgrim. The actor born Marion Morrison is a small-sized character jug depicting him in looking very much like the Duke in his prime. Prototype version never, ever came out for general production. Very highly sought after, very, very rare. Having all kinds of cool details on that buckle, including the saddle, the belt buckle, and other details. Looks like a mesa as well, perhaps. 2,400 is my bid. I got 24, looking for 25 to advance. Take it for 2,500 right now. All right, let's move on to lot number 209, Royal Dalton character jug, Sir Paul McCartney, the iconic songwriter, one of the iconic songwriters for the Beatles. Let's not forget John Lennon. This one depicting McCartney in his Sgt. Pepper style uniform. And I've got a bid of 475, looking for 500 to advance. Any advance from 475 to 5, Royal Dalton back stamp to the underside, along with property of Royal Dalton tableware not produced for sale. You could have it for 500 right now. Any interest at 500? All right, let's move on to lot number 210, Royal Dalton factory proof. This is a blue flambe colorway character jug depicting the ancient Chinese philosopher Confucius, also known as Confucius. Produced in a very distinctive blue flambe glaze with lots of blue detailing that brings out his face, and has a very happy expression on his face. I suspect that the real Confucius did not smile as much as this character is. 275 now. Any advance from 275 to 3? Kind of a more of a rugged philosophy. Any interest at 300? All right, let's move on to lot number 211. Royal Dalton. This is a factory proof colorway depicting the Pharaoh. In a very, very striking design with blue details, the handle having additional motifs, including the Ankh and the head of Anubis, who is the guardian or the conveyor of the dead to the land of the dead. 275, I'm looking for 300 to advance. Any increase from 275 to 3? Limited edition numbers throughout.
300.
I've got 3, thank you. Now 3, we go to 325. Any advance on 3, 300 going once? Now 300 twice. We'll sell for 300 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 212, Royal Dalton prototype colorway. This is Aladdin's genie, the genie of the lamp. What was it that he said in the Bugs Bunny cartoon? Now, what can I do for you, my little buck-toothed pal? Featuring a striking blue and white colorway with detailed facial features and the limited edition details throughout. 275 looking for 3 to advance. Any advance from 275 to 300? Take it for 300. Very, very rare, unusual prototype colorway. All right, let's move on to lot number 213, Royal Dalton Anthony Cartilage. This is a unique two-sided teapot prototype depicting depicting Dracula and Van Helsing. Dracula seems to be inspired here by Bela Lugosi, the famous actor who had a very well-regarded depiction of Dracula, and I'm guessing that Van Helsing also, the actor from that movie, having the Providence sticker from the American Toby Jug Museum, as well as additional details. $1,000 my bid. Any advance from 1,000 to 11, 1,000 once, now 1,000 twice. Sold for 1,000 to our bidder at Live Auctioneers. Lot number 214, we got a Martin Brothers pottery double-sided stoneware face jug from the 1890s, hand modeled with a smiling face and a pouting face, depending on how you feel that's the side of the jug you would pour out of, I guess. I got a bid of 2,000 now, looking for $2,100. Any advance from now 21, now 22, would it go 20, now 23, would it go 24? I've got a bit of 24, looking for 25 to advance, now 25, now 25, now 26, would it go 27? I've got a bit of 27, would it go to now 28, would it go 29? We've got a bit of 2,900, looking for 3,000 to advance, now 3,000, thank you so much, I've got 3,000, would it go 3,100? Now $3,000, now 31, would it go 32, now 32, would it go 33? I have 3,200 looking for, now 33, would it go 34, now 3,400, would it go 35? I've got a bit of 3,400, now 35, would it go 36? $3,400 holding steady. No, 34, 30, your bid, yours is the one that's 35, you're 35. Yep, 35 holding steady, looking for 36 to advance. Any increase from 35? 35 going once. Now 3,500, 35 twice. We'll sell at 3,500 to our bidder at Lion and Unicorn. Lot 215, we got a Martin Brothers Egyptian Revival stoneware vase from the middle Victorian years. Very cool, 1876, very significant piece of Martinware with a very interesting Egyptian Revival. You've got a pharaoh seated on a throne. I'm sorry, Jeff, 2,000? 2,000, thank you so much. Now 2 would go 2,100. I've got a bit of 2,000 looking for 2,100. Just a very, very rare piece and a very, very striking scheme. And this, in some ways, actually figures the huge Egyptian craze that came out about 40 years after this. $2,000 holding steady. Any advance from 2 to 2,100? 2,000 once, 2,000 twice. We'll sell for 2,000. A bidder number 7954. Very nicely done. Lot number 216. Martin Brothers stoneware putti pitcher in a very pleasing baluster form with foliate scrolls, 2-winged cherubs at play with bells, one of them holding vines. I've got a bit of 11. Would it go 12? Now 12, now 13. Would it go 14? I've got a bit of 1,400 looking for 15 to advance. Nice size too. It's 9 inches tall. And having a very, very nice naturalistic colorway with those great white scrolling or cloud-like forms. Any advance from 1,400? All right, let's move on to lot number 217. We have a Martin Brothers stoneware fishbowl produced 1870s by Mark Marshall, a very, very highly regarded Victorian ceramicist who did a lot of work for the Dalton potteries, Lambeth and Burslem, in this case, working for the Martin Brothers. A very cool fishware bowl with a fish scale form designed to the body, having all the correct details, including the MVM monogram for Mark Marshall. 2,500 is my bid now. 25, would you go 26? An unglazed circular base, having all those details along with 858. Any interest at 26? All right, let's move on to lot number 218, Dalton Lambeth, Mark Marshall stoneware Justice vase in a very nice bulbous form, salt glazed finish with light and dark brown tones to the exterior body with relief cartouches depicting allegorical symbols or figures of justice, blindfolded and kneeling holding the scales of justice. 950 is my bid. I'm looking for 1,000 to advance. Any advance from 950 to 1,000? Now 1,000 would go 1,100. Shoulder and neck rendered in a darker, deep brown. The underside having the Dalton Lambeth stamp and the Mark V. Marshall monogram. $1,000 now. Any advance to 11? 1,000 once. Now 1,000 twice. We'll sell for 1,000 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 219, Royal Dalton Mark Marshall stoneware vase in a cool sort of amphora form, I guess. I'm sorry, was that 12? I've got 12. Would go 13? Surface having a polychrome glaze with lots of decorations. 1,300 would go 14. Now 14 would go 15. I've got a bit of 1,400 looking for 15 to advance. Underside having the MVM Mark Marshall monogram along with the Dalton impressed mark. 1,400 now. 15 would go 16. I've got 16 would go 17. Now 1,600. Any advance from 16 to 17. Now 17 would go 18. I've got a bit of 1,700 looking for 1,800 to advance. Any increase from 17 to 18, 1,700 holding steady and going once. Now 17 twice. Sold 1,700. Bidder number 1105. Lot 220, Dalton Lambeth, Eliza Simmons. Nice stoneware vase with a lot of creativity in here. Eliza Simmons, Hannah Barlow, and Lucy Barlow, all involved in the creation of this wonderful Art Nouveau piece with a lot of cool glazing as well as additional details with panels encircling with the wildlife deer. Undersized having the artist marks along with the Dalton Lambeth mark. 2,000 is my bid now. 2 would go 2,100. I've got a bid of 2,000 looking for 21 to advance. 2,000 going once. Now 2,000 twice. We'll sell for 2,000 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 221, Dalton Lambeth, Hannah Barlow stoneware vase depicting horses and dogs encircling the body with a nice, very pleasant, large form. Body centered with those encircling Art Nouveau designs and the scrolling forms to the top in glazed. And then you've got these fantastic opposing handles with the pooty cherubs, it looks like, to the opposing sides. It's really neat. I've got a bid of 3,400, looking for 35 to advance. Also the Dalton Lambeth mark and the artist's initials to the underside. Jump in to take it for 3,500 right now. Any advance from 3,400 to 3,500, you could jump in to take it for 3,500 right now. Those nude cherub putti to the sides, the inside having the tulip flowers as well, and just a really very pleasing Art Nouveau design throughout. Any interest in 3,500? Now's the time to do it. All right, let's move on to lot number 222. We have a Dalton Lambeth stoneware salt glazed lion vase by Hannah Barlow, featuring a very, very cool design with a stepped, with the, I'm sorry, not a stepped base, an elevated body over that base, and then fantastic leaf form designs encircling it. Very cool Art Nouveau design, and having Hannah Barlow's monogram to the underside. And 3,900 is my bid, looking for 4,000 to advance. Any increase from 39 to 4? All right, let's move on to lot number 223. We've got a pair of Dalton Lambeth Florence Barlow bird vases in a very striking and traditional baluster form with kind of a large, more an amphora form actually, with a very wide body and a lot of great details. Those encircling birds, along with foliate designs and additional tones with that blue glaze to the top. Underside having the various monograms, including Florence Barlow's mark as well. 23, 24, would it go 25? I've got a bit of 2,400, looking for 2,500 to advance. Now 2,500, thank you so much, madam. Now 25, looking for 26. Any advance on 25, 2,500 holding steady and going once. Now 2,500, now 26, would it go 27? I've got 2,700, thank you so much. Now 27, would it go 28? We have a bit of $2,700 holding steady. Now 28, would it go 29? I've got 2,900, looking for 3,000 to advance. Just a beautiful, exemplary pair of vases, both having the 1887 date. 3,000, would you go 3,100? I've got 3,100. Thank you so much, madam. I've got 3,100, looking for 3,002. Now 32, would you go 33? Now 3,300, thank you, would you go 33? Would you go 34? We have a bid of 3,300. Now 34, would you go 35? Now 3,500, would you go 36? We have a bid of 3,500. I'm looking for 3,600 to advance. Any advance to 3,600, 3,500 holding steady and going once. Now 3,500 twice, and we'll sell it for 3,500 to bidder number What's the, can I see your auction? Thank you. No, no worries. 158. Thank you very much. Bidder number 158. Well done. Lot number 224, we have a pair of Florence Barlow stoneware vases, also produced by Dalton Lambeth. Textured grounds here, decorated with Pat bird scenes, perched amongst botanical elements like foxgloves and additional elements. Very nice gloss designs, and the marks featuring Florence Barlow's initials, her FEB mark. 3,900 is my bid. Now 39 would go. Now 4 would go 4,100. I've got a bid of $4,000, looking for 4,100. Very nice size too. Both of them 17 inches, almost a foot and a half tall. $4,000 now, holding steady and going once. 4,000 twice. We'll sell it for 4,000 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot number 225, Royal Dalton. Did I say Royal Dalton? Royal Dalton, incised stoneware vase by Hannah Barlow and Frank Butler, featuring encircling designs of looks like English, perhaps sheepdogs or some kind of a shepherd style dog with a landscape background. 1,400 is my bid now. 14 would go 15. Any advance on 1,400? Nice size too, over 11 inches tall. Any advance on 1,400? All right, let's move on to lot number 226. Eliza Simmons stoneware butterfly lidded jar for Royal Dalton in a wonderful Art Nouveau style with a very striking colorway. Look at that, almost a burnt orange or a burnished orange with nice blue along with those encircling butterflies on the body. Great lid, the same motif with the butterflies encircling the lid as well. Underside having Eliza Simmons and Bessie Newbury's initials. $2,000, my bid now. 2 would go 2,100. Any advance on 2,000? 2,000 once, 2,000 twice. Sold for 2,000 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 227, Dalton Lambeth stoneware oil lamp by Hinks and Sons of London, and having the Edith Lupton mark, along with the brass mountain, the burner having the marks of Hinks and Sons. 900 is my bid now. At 950 would it go 1,000. I've got $950. Nice size. It's a very, very good size too. It's almost 28 inches tall, decorated with the scrolling foliate panels. Any advance to 1,000, please? All right, let's move on then to lot number 228, Lambeth Rix's patent marquetry stoneware vase, produced using Wilton Rix's patent for marquetry ware. Involves inlaying different colored clays and having a very cool bulbous form with a scalloped rim and featuring these mosaic patterns throughout. I've got $950, looking for 1,000 to advance. Any advance from $950 to 1,000? All right, let's move on to lot number 229, Dalton Lambeth Edgar Wilson stoneware jug in the maritime pattern, blue and green glazed foliage borders with incised sailboats encircling the body, the incised artist monogram for Edgar Wilson to the base, also a Dalton impressed back stamp. $950, looking for 1,000 to advance. Nice size too, over 9.5 inches tall, now $950. Any advance to 1,000, having a very pleasant curving handle. Any interest at $1,000? All right, let's move on. That's lot number 230, Dalton Lambeth stoneware crab vase. Very unusual design, an all-over textured, impressed floral-like ground that gives it a very interesting textured, tactile surface with additional depth that makes it very unusual. Gilt brushwork applied throughout, just a very unusual piece, very attractive. $475 is my bid, looking for 500 to advance. Any increase from 475 to 500, slide having the Dalton Lambeth impressed stamp along with the artist's markings. Any interest at 500 from you? All right, let's move on to 231, Dalton Lambeth silicone ware, John Broad, Emily Welch bird vase. Do we have a phone or absentee bid? I've got a bid. I'm looking for, let's see, we have, I've got a $200 bid now. 2 would go 225. Now 225 would go 250. Now 250 would go 275. Base having the impressed rectangular seal mark for Dalton Silicon Lambeth. Now 3 would go 325. I've got a bid of $300, looking for 325 to advance. Now 325 would go 350. I've got a bid of $325, looking for 350 to advance. Any increase from 325, 325 going once. Now 325 twice. Sold for 325 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 232, Andrew Hull framed stoneware grotesque aquatic scene. I've got a bid of $500, looking for $550 to advance.
550.
Now 550 would go 6. I've got 6 would go 650. Very nice illustrative work with whimsical sea dragons and such. I've got 650 looking for 7. Now 7 would go 750. I've got 750 would go 8. I've got a bit of 750 looking for 800 to advance. Any increase from 750, 750 going once. Now 750 twice. We'll sell at 750, bidder number 7954, lot number 233. We have a salt glazed stoneware elephant and flower glazed jug by T. Smith Company Stoneware. Underside having all the correct dates for the mid-Victorian period, 1873. Having a very nice decorative with an oval form body, flared neck, and that pouring spout. I've got a bit of 950 looking for 1,000 to advance. Any advance from 950? All right, let's move on to lot number 234, Wedgwood, Portland Blue Jasperware canopic vase and cover. This one, a very, very striking piece of 19th century, it's a reproduction of the 19th century Egyptian revival design, and a very, very striking piece. Ovoid body, used as sort of a canopic vase or urn, for remains. 4,400 is my bid. I got 4,400 looking for 45 to advance. Now 46 would go 47. I've got a bit of 4,700. Now 48 would go 49. Very nice piece too. Just extraordinary details and decorations to it in relief. I've got $5,000 bid now looking for 5,250 to advance. Any increase from $5,000? $5,000 going once. Now $5,000. You can still jump in and take it to 5,250. 5,000 twice. We'll sell for 5,000 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 235, Wedgwood Egyptian Jasperware Black Basalt Gilded Tutankhamun box, a lidded trinket box featuring a profile bust of Tutankhamun in a traditional headdress with the collar, etc., having the little serpent and other details in a very nice, striking black basalt stoneware matte finish box. And I'm looking for, where are we at here? $30 takes it. Any interest at $30?
Yep, 30.
There's 30, thank you. Now 30 would go 40. I've got a bit of $30 looking for 40 to advance. There's 40 would go 50. I've got a bit of $40 looking for 50 to advance. Any increase from 40 to 50? $40 going once. Now 40 twice. We'll sell for 40 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 236, Wedgwood Black Basalt Egyptian hexagonal lidded trinket box, depicting the Ba bird mythological figure with the human head, with additional details to it, including the sistrum instrument. I've got a $60 bid looking for 70 to advance. Any advance on 60? 60 going once. Now 70 would go 80. I have a bid of $70 looking for 80 to advance. Any increase from 70 to 80? 70 going once. And now 70 twice. We'll sell for 70 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 237, Wedgwood Gilded Black Basalt Egyptian oblong box and lid. This one featuring crocodiles. I got a $60 bid looking for 70 crocodiles, along with additional details. So crocodile sacred to Sobek, the Egyptian crocodile god. $70 my bid now. 70 would go 80. Any advance on 70? 70 once. 70 twice. We'll sell it for 70 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 238, Wedgwood Egyptian Sphinx box, a rounded form box with a sphinx form to the lid. $30 my bid now. 30 would go 40. I've got 40 would go 50. And I think we do have do we have an absentee bid on this or not?
No.
Okay. I've got a $40 bid now. 50 would go 60. Now $50. Now 60 would go 70. I've got a bit of $60 looking for 70 to advance. Any advance from 60 to 70? Now 70 would go 80. Now $70. Any advance from 70 to 80? $70 going once. Now 70 twice. We'll sell it for 70 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 239, Wedgwood Black Basalt Porcelain Oval Plaque depicting the three graces in relief, presented in an oval form dark wood frame. 300 is my bid now. 3 would go 325. 325 would go 350. I've got a bit of 325 now. 350 would go 375. Now 375 would go 4. I've got a bit of 375 looking for 400 to advance. Any advance 375? 375 once. 375 twice. Sold for 375 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 240, Wedgwood Black Basalt Infant Academy Limited Edition Charger from the Rubin Collection in black basalt stoneware, a charger with a matte unglazed finish, based on an 18th century painting by Sir Joshua Reynolds. I've got a bid of 30 now, looking for 40 to advance. Any increase from 30, 30 once, 30 twice. We'll sell it for 32 our invaluable bidder. Lot number 241, Wedgwood black basalt and cream sprigged relief charger, featuring a group of 4 putti playing musical instruments, lyre and flute, along with other details. 140 is my bid now, looking for 150. Now 150 would it go 160. Now 160 would it go 170. 170 would it go 180. I've got 180 would it go 190. 190 would it go 2. Now 2 would it go 225. We've got a bit of 200, looking for 225 to advance. Any increase from 2 going once, 200 twice. Sold for 200 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 242, Wedgwood black basalt octagonal plaque, depicting a group of 4 classical figures, the reverse having the Wedgwood stamp to the back. 70, 100 would it go 110. I've got 110 would it go 120. Now 120 would it go 130. Now 130 would it go 140. I have a bit of 140 would it go 150. Now 150 would it go 160. 160 would it go 170. 170 would it go 180. I've got a bit of $170 over 180 to advance. Any increase from 170. 170 going once. Now 170 twice. We'll sell for 170 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 243, Wedgwood black basalt oval intaglio seal, depicting a right-facing profile portrait of Thomas Paine, hero of both the American and French revolutions, having the inscription "My Country" beside his likeness. 130 is my bid now. 130 would it go 140. I have a bid of 130, looking for 140 to advance. 130 going once. 130 twice. We'll sell 140. I've got 140. Would it go 150? Now $140, looking for 150 to advance. Any increase from 140 to 150. 140 going once. Now 140 twice. We'll sell for 140 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot number 244, Wedgwood blue jasperware double-handled covered urn with a lid. I've got a bid of 700, looking for 750 to advance. Now $700. Do I hear 750? 750. Would it go 8? I've got a bid of 750. I've got 850, looking for, I've got 9, would it go 950? Now $900, now 950, now 1,000, would it go 11?
Yep.
I've got 11, would it go 12? Now 12, would it go 13? I've got a bid of 1,200, looking for 1,300 to advance. Any increase from 12 to 13, 1,200 going once. Now 1,200 twice. We'll sell for 1,200 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot 245. We have a Wedgwood blue jasperware octagonal tray, matte cobalt blue ground, with applied sprig relief and various figural motifs. Looks like Diana the Huntress with the stag. The other one looks like probably Athena, because she's got an owl in her hand, so I'm guessing that's Athena, the patron of Athens. $30 my bid now. 30 would go 40. So Athena and Diana, or Artemis, as she was known in ancient Greece. $40 my bid now. 40, and in Rome, Athena was Minerva. $40 now. Any advance from 40 to 50? 40 once. Now 50 would go 60. I've got a $50 bid, looking for 60. So you have Minerva and Diana, or Athena and Artemis, depending on how you, if you flow Roman or Greek, and you know what I mean. $60 my bid now. 60 would go 70. Any advance on $60? 60 going once, 60 twice. We'll sell for 60 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 246, Wedgwood jasperware lidded boxes, group of 3, dark blue terracotta stoneware, each with unglazed matte finish surfaces with the sprigged neoclassical relief decoration. 110 is my bid now. 110 would it go 21 to go 30. I've got a bid of 120, looking for, there's 130, would it go 140? Now 140, would it go 150, please? I've got a bit of $140 over 150 to it, now 150, would it go 160? There's 160, would it go 170? I've got 170, would it go 180? Now $170, any advance from 170 to 180? 180, would it go 190? I've got a bit of 190, would it go 2? Now 100, now 2, would it go 225? Now 225, would it go 250? I've got a bit of 225, looking for 250. Now 250, would it go 275? Now 275, would it go 3? I've got a bit of $275, looking for 300 to advance. Any increase from 275 to 3, 275 going once, 275 twice. We'll sell for 275 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 247, 4 Wedgwood jasperware lidded boxes, all from the provenance of the Rubin collection, various colors, lilac, primrose, with applied decoration. I've got $50 now looking for 60 to advance. Any advance from 50 to 60, one of them egg-shaped, two of them rectangular. Any advance, there's 60, would it go 70? Bases all having the factory Wedgwood marks. $60, there's 70, would it go 80? I've got a bid of $70 looking for 80 to advance. Any increase from 70 to 80, 70 going once. Now 70 twice. We'll sell it for 70 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 248, Wedgwood Lilac Jasperware Aneroid Barometer, produced by Wedgwood, matte stoneware in a nice colorway there. I've got a bid of 80 now. 80 would it go 90? Any advance on $80? White Jasperware medallion with the classical chariot scene. Now 90 would it go 100? I've got a bid of 90 now. 100 would it go 110?
Except it's, hold on. We're at 100 without there.
We have 100 for. We have 100 as an. I've got 110.
120.
I've got 120 here. We have 120 on our online bid. Any advance from 120 to 130? 120 going once. 120 twice. We'll sell for 120 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot number 249, Wedgwood Sage Green Jasperware Foliate Relief Plaque, produced in Staffordshire, and having a matte sage green Jasperware body with applied white sprigging and the classical foliate scrolling design. 600 is my bid, and it's a nice size too, over 20 inches tall. 650 now, looking for 700 to advance. Any advance from there's 750, would it go 8? I've got a bit of 7, there's 8, would it go 850? Now 850, would it go 9? I've got a bit of 800, and there's 9, would it go 950? Now 950, would it go 1,000? Reverse having the impressed Wedgwood mark along with additional details and the printed Reuben collection sticker. Now 950, any advance from 950 to 1,000? 950 going 1, now 1,000, would it go 11?
11.
I've got 11, would it go 12? Now 1,100, looking for 1,200 to advance. Any increase from 11 to 12, 1,100 going once. Now 1,100 twice. We'll sell it for 1,100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder lot 250, Wedgwood Sage Green Jasperware Relief Plaque, also from the Reuben collection. Also over 20 inches tall, reverse of the plaque with the Wedgwood mark. 700 is my bid now. 7, would it go 750? I've got a 7 of 800, would it go 850? Now 850, would it go 9? I've got a bit of 800, there's 9, would it go 950? Now 950, would it go 1,000? I've got a bit of 1,000, would it go 1,100? Now 11, would it go 12? I have a bid of 1,100, looking for 1,200 to advance. Any increase from 11 to 12? Do I hear 1,200 from you, please? Now 1,100 going once. 1,100 twice. We'll sell it for 1,100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder lot 251, Wedgwood Sage Green Jasperware Dancing Hours plaque, a rectangular form in landscape style. Stoneware plaque, Wedgwood, featuring the dancing hours with a sage green background. I've got a $200 bid now. 200 would go 225. 5 female figures in Grecian style robes and dancing. Any advance on 200? 200 going once. Now 200. Now 225 would go 250. Also having a circular Reuben label, a Reuben collection label present to the reverse. 225 is my bid. Do I hear 250? Any advance on 225? 225 going once. Now 225 twice. Sold for 225 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder lot 252, Wedgwood Frame Tricolor Jasperware plaque. I've got a bit of 950. This one depicts the birth and dipping of Achilles, rendered in white classical relief when Achilles was held by his heel and dipped so that he would be invulnerable, ironically, in every place except for his heel where he was being held, and we know what happened there. 950 is our bid. Any advance to 1,000? Now 1,000 would go 1,100. I've got a bid. This is very, very unusual tricolor sage green, pale blue, with white as well, so it's very, very cool. $1,000 is my bid. Any advance from 1,000? 1,000 once. Twice we'll sell for 1,000 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 253, Jasperware Sage Green Dolphin candle holders depicting dolphin fish in a very stylized, classical, traditional design, matte unglazed stoneware. Each in the neoclassical style with the tails curved upwards. 475. I'm looking for 500 to advance. Do we have we have an absentee bid, I think, perhaps. Now 475. Any advanced? Looking for. I've got 550. Thank you. Now 550. Would it go 6? Underside to the left base, impressed, made in England with Wedgwood. Now 6. Would it go 650? I've got $600 holding steady. You could still jump in and take it to 650 though. 600 going once. I've got 600. You could jump in and take it to 650. 600 twice. Sold for 600 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. I've got lot number 254, chinoiserie earthenware covered tureen by Wedgwood, a serving dish or tureen in fine earthenware with a circular. 600 is my bid now. 6 would go 650. The base having the printed mark. Wedgwood made in England. Now 600. Any advance from 6 to 650. Now 650 would go 7. Also having the Reuben Collection Provenance sticker. Now 7 would go 750. Now 750 would go 8. I've got a bit of 750 looking for 800 to advance. Any advance from 750? I've got you at 750. That is correct. Now 750. Any advance from 750 to 8? 750 going once. Now 750 twice. We'll still have 750. Bidder number?
3,000.
Bidder number 3,000. Lot number 255, Wedgwood for James Powell and Sons, a blue-footed bowl produced for the prestigious London retailer James Powell and Sons in Whitefriars with a very, very pleasing sort of a grail or chalice form. But it's a footed bowl or compote, but just kind of an interesting design. $90 is my bid. Now 90 would go 100, please. Now 100 would go 110. I've got a bid of $100 looking for 110 to advance. Now 110 would go 120. I have a bid of $110. Any advance to 120, 110 going once. Now 120 would go 130. I've got a bid of $120 looking for 130 to advance. Any increase from 120, 120 going once. Now 120 twice. Sold for 120 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 256, Wedgwood Chinese red glazed deer wall platter. 250 is my bid now. 250 would go 275. Earthenware body with a glossy red glaze finish to both interior and exterior in these great striking deer forms. Now 325. I've got 325 would go 350. And you've got this great deer buck along with two presumably deers. 350 now. 350 would go 375. I've got a bit of 350 looking for 375 to advance. Any increase from 350? 350 once, twice. Sold for 350 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 257, Wedgwood hand-painted porcelain floral vases. Hand-painted Iznik-style motifs in blue and purple with scrolling acanthus foliage. I've got 350 would go 375. The smaller vase having the Wedgwood Maker's Mark. Both vases having a Reuben Collection stickers. Now 350. Any advance from 350 to 375? 350 going once. Now 350 twice. We'll sell it for 350. Bidder 79.54. Lot number 258, Wedgwood whiteware mythological charger. Middle Victorian period, produced 1865 by John Downes Rochefort. Circular form with a very interesting style in blue-gray washes and these great neoclassical figural designs of putti and immortals, possibly mermaid-style figures or sea gods. Very interesting. 1,300 is my bid now. 13 would go 14. I have a bid of 1,300. I'm looking for 14 to advance. Any increase from 13? 13 going once. Now 13 twice. We'll sell for 1,300 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 259, Wedgwood high relief frame mythological relief wall plaque. We've got a bit of 950 looking for 1,000 to advance. This is an allegory of the Nereids, who were sea nymphs and often associated with the sculpture Clodion of that era. I've got a bid of 950 looking for 1,000 to advance. Any increase from 950? 950 is going once. 950 twice. We'll sell it for 950 to bidder number 79.54. Lot number 260, Wedgwood Bone China Limited Edition Family Plaque, a transfer printed bone china plaque titled The Noble Line of Wedgwood. It's after an 18th century conversation piece by George Stubbs that depicts the Millbank and Melbourne families. In a very interesting park setting that's been identified as Etruria Hall, which of course was associated with Wedgwood very much. 425 is my bid now. 425 would go 450. Any advance on 425? 425 going once. Now 450 would go 475. I've got a bid of 475 would go 5. Now $475 looking for 500 to advance. Any increase from 475 to 5. 475 going once. Now it's 475 twice. We'll sell it for $475 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 261, Wedgwood Charger, signed by the artist J.B. Evans, having the Rubin Collection label to the verso, and very nice earthenware charger with these great botanical elements, large begonia leaves. 140 is my bid. Now 140, would it go 150? Any advance from 140, 140 going once. Now 140 twice. We'll sell for 140 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 262, Wedgwood hand-painted portrait plate from the Rubin Collection, depicting a female figure in a large white Victorian-style hat, executed in the ascetic movement style. And we've got the reverse with the impressed Wedgwood factory mark on it. 130 is my bid. Now looking at 140, would it go 150? I've got a bid of $140, looking for 150 to advance. Any increase from 140, 140 once. Now 140 twice. We'll sell for 140 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 263, Wedgwood Charger, hand-painted Renaissance style portrait by G.L. Seaver, depicting a female figure with a skull cap, lots of lace trim, very cool designs. I've got a bit of 110, looking for 120 to advance, having the circular sticker for provenance from the Rubin Collection. Now 120, would it go 130? I've got 130, would it go 140, please? Now $130, looking for, now 140, would it go 150? I've got a bit of $140, looking for 150 to advance. Any increase from 140 to 150, 140 going once. Now 140 twice. We'll sell for 142 our invaluable bidder. Lot number 264, Wedgwood 4 o'clock China porcelain teapot candle votive, part of the 4 o'clock China collection, produced in white porcelain with a matte unglazed exterior and a glazed interior, and produced in a neoclassical style with a pedestal foot. I've got a $20 bid, looking for 30 to advance, loop handle to the side. Now $20 in advance, 20, 30, 20 going once, 20 twice. We'll sell for 20 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 260. I'm sorry, Lion and Unicorn, sorry about that. Lot 265, we got a 19th century antique Wedgwood creamware footed bowl, produced late 1890s, footed bowl with figural dog supports. And I like the looks of that, maybe pugs or bulldogs, each wearing a white rough style collar with red dots on it. 110 is my bid. Now 110, would it go 120? Any advance on 110, 110 going once, 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of $120 over 130 to advance. Any increase from 120, 120 going once. Now 120 twice. We'll sell it for 120 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 266, Wedgwood and Barlaston creamware bowl with silver floral design. Very elegant example of mid-20th century craftsmanship with cream-toned earthenware and a delicate metallic floral motif. 140 is my bid. Now 140, would it go 150? Now 150, would it go 160? Wedgwood Barlaston back stamp to the underside. Now 150 going once. Now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of $160 over 170 to advance. Now 170, would it go 180? We've got a bit of $170 over 108. Now 180, would it go 190? Now $180 over 190 to advance. Any increase from 180 to 190, 180 going once. Now 180 twice. Now 190, would it go 2? I've got a bit of 190 looking for 2. Now 2 would go 225. We've got a bit of $200 looking for 225 to advance. Any increase from 2 to 225, nice size too, is 10 inches in diameter. $200 holding steady and going once. Now 200 twice. We'll sell it for 200 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 267, Wedgwood Barlaston ceramic compote bowl with a nautical theme, featuring seashells and starfish, and a very nice aquamarine style green to the outside. $40 my bid. Now 40 go. Now 50 would go 60. I've got a $50 bid looking for 60. Now 60 would go 70. I got a bid of $60 looking for 70 to advance. Any increase from 60 to 70. 60 going once. Now 60 twice. Let's sell for 60 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 268. We, I think, have an absentee bid on this. We've got a group of Wedgwood Etruria maritime ship plates. 350 is my bid. Now 375. What do you go for? All featuring wide reticulated or pierced basket weave borders and interesting nautical ships, sailing ships to the center. 375 now. Any advance from 375 to 4? 375 going once. Now 375 twice. We'll sell for 375. Bidder number 7954. Lot number 269. We have a Wedgwood playing card plate in the Queen of Hearts pattern. This one produced by the American artist Augustus Janson in a very cool mid-20th century style design. Actually, it was a lot earlier than that. Sorry, early 20th century, my bad. 1909 with a British Register design, but a very, very pleasing, kind of almost Lewis Carroll style design to the Queen of Hearts. $50, any advance from 50 to 60? 50 once, now 60 would it go 70?
Yep.
I've got a $70 bid looking for 80 to advance. Now 80 would it go 90? Now 90 would it go 100? I've got a bid of 9, now 100 would it go 110? A shepherdess fair that herds a host of lovers rare. Now $100, any advance from 1 to 110, 100 going once. Now 100 twice. We'll sell it for 100 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot number 270, Wedgwood Augustus Janson playing card plate. This one, the King of Diamonds. Ye King of Diamonds, I am told, is guardian of life's pots of gold. And he's got his sword hanging up. Small black monogram for the artist. I've got a bid of 50 looking for 60 to advance. Any advance from 50 to 60? 50 going once. Now 50 twice. We'll sell for 50 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 271, Wedgwood bone china cabinet plate in the Imperial Horse pattern associated with the Julie Ware equestrian collection, showing a dapple gray horse in an action pose on a landscape form style, background, as it were. $60 my bid now, 70 would go 80. I've got a $70 bid looking for 80 to advance. Any increase there, 80 would go 90. I've got a bid of $80 looking for 90 to advance. There's 90 would go 100. I've got a bid of $90 we're looking for, there's 100 would go 110 please. Now 100 looking for 110 to increase. Any advance from 1 to 110, 100 going once. Now 100 twice. We'll sell it for 100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder lot number 272, Wedgwood Etruria. Queensware Spaniel dog portrait from the Rubin collection depicting some form of spaniel, possibly a King Charles Spaniel, wearing a buckled collar and having green foliage designs and a very nice design to the rim of the plate. $30 now. Any advance now 40 would go 50. I've got a $40 bid looking for 50 to advance. Any increase from 40 to 50, 40 going once. Now 40 twice. We'll sell for 40 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 273, Wedgwood bone china American sporting plate depicting a wire-haired pointing griffin. Sorry about that. Wire-haired pointing griffin. Some sort of a pointer, undoubtedly. Originally painted after a work by Marguerite Kirmsa. I've got an $80 bid looking for 90 to advance. Any advance from 80 to 90, 80 once, 80 twice. We'll sell it for 80 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder lot 274, Wedgwood Antique Aesthetic Movement Geese cabinet plate from the Rubin collection, produced in Staffordshire with the multicolored transfer printed scenes depicting a triumvirate of geese with additional details. $20 my bid now, 20 would go 30. Any advance on 20, 20 once, 20 twice. We'll sell it for 20 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder lot number 275, Wedgwood hand-painted earthenware. I've got a $250 bid. This one produced 19th century in earthenware. I've got 275, would it go 3?
300.
Now 3 would it go 325. I've got a bid of 300 looking for 325 to advance. Any increase from 3 to 325, 300 going once, 300 twice. We'll sell it for 300 to bidder number 7954. And on that note, let's take a short break. A little pause for the cause, give you a chance to stretch in your private auction space. And we'll return with more of our exceptional elements of the decorative arts auction here at Lion and Unicorn. Stay with us. And welcome back to our Lion and Unicorn Exceptional Elements of the Decorative Arts Auction. Thanks so much for sticking with us. We're on lot number 276. Now we have a pair of Wedgwood porcelain cabinet plates with details by T. Good and Company. I've got a bit of 300 now, looking for 325 to advance. Lobed rims with gilded edges. Now 350 to go, 375 central hand-painted medallions with fish in naturalistic, aquatic, underwater landscape scenes. 350 now. Any advance from 350 to now 375? What do you go for?
400.
I've got 4. What do you go? 425. We have a bit of 400 over 425. Both plates having the printed mark, along with details London, Wedgwood, England, T. Good and Company Limited as well. 425 now. Any advance from 425 to 450? 425 going once. And now 425 twice. We'll sell for 425 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 277 Wedgwood porcelain fruit study bowl from the Rubin collection, signed artist A. Holland. Central circular depiction of still life with peaches and grapes. 500 is my bid now. 5 would go 550. I have a $500 bid looking for 550 to advance. Now 550 would go 6. Now 6 would go 650. I've got a bit of 600 looking for 650 to advance. Any increase from 6 to 650, 600 going once. Now $600. You can jump in to take it to 650 though. 600 twice. Let's sell for 600. Bidder number 7954. Lot number 278. Wedgwood 3-piece hand-painted porcelain landscape cabinet plates. Bid of $300 now. One plate depicting Windsor Castle. Another one with a blue board, decorated white band. Now 350. Would it go 375? A coastal scene to another one as well. The ruins of Kilkern Castle. I've got a bid of 350, looking for 375 to advance. Any increase from 350, 350 going once. Now 350 twice. We'll sell 350. Bidder number 7954. Lot number 279, Wedgwood logo and crest sample plates, showcasing custom crest and monogramming options. 200 is my bid now. 200 would go 225. First plate was a retail sample for Plummer and Company of New York with glazed white porcelain and bone china. The second one, a Wedgwood manufacturer sample in bone china. Now 225. Any advance? 225 to 250. 225 once. Now 225 twice. Sold 225 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 280, Wedgwood porcelain color sample plates with these very cool radial segment designs, various color enamel glazes, and very cool. Sort of a salesman sampler, if you will. 300 is my bid now. 3 would go 320. Now 325 to 350. Both of them have the Rubin Collection Provenance label. 325. Any advance to 350. 325 once. Now 320. Now 350 to 375. I've got a bit of $350 over 375 to advance. Any increase to 375, 350 going once. Now 350 twice. Sold for 350 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot number 281, Wedgwood Ivory Transferware wall platter from the Rubin collection, featuring a monochromatic sepia tone landscape scene with a tranquil riverscape, featuring a single boat with a bunch of botanical elements and water. Very, very peaceful and idyllic. Of course, all looks idyllic, and then you hear the banjo play in the background. You know, you're in trouble. You want? I got a $20 bid now. 20 would go 30. Reverse, having the Wedgwood and ivory marks to it, along with the Rubin Collection sticker. Any advance on 2020 once, twice, thrice. Sold for 22 invaluable. Bidder lot number 282. Wedgwood 5 Jasperware Australian native flower dishes, various motifs from the Australian native flowers series, each with the decorated using a sprig bas relief technique. Having the Wedgwood made in England marks too. $80 now. 80 would go 90. Any advance on 80? 80 going once. 80 twice. And we'll sell it for 80 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot number 283. Let's see if I can do that again. 6-piece Jasperware, like a trebuchet, right? Australian Animal Series pin dishes, various circular pin dishes and motifs with Australian Animal and Bird Series. Good eye. That's not a knife. Now this is a knife. $100 now. 110 would go 120. Now this is a gavel. Any advance on 110? 110 going once. Now 120 would go 130. I got the underside of each piece has the impressed Wedgwood mark, and I love those various nice variety of colorways too. Sage green, all kinds of details. Any advance on 130? 130 going once, and there's I think a crocodile in there too, right? Yeah, there's a pair of crocodiles. That's part of the from the Egyptian revival series that they did, but also fitting because of Crocodile Dundee, you know, so you can see where it fits with Australia. You see what we did there? 150 is my bid, looking for 160 to advance. 150 once, twice. We'll sell for 150 to our live auctioneers bidder lot 284. Moorcroft pottery, produced for Liberty and Company. It's a two-direct pewter inkwell in the midnight blue pattern. Hammered pewter base, a hinged lid with the two-blind decorated holder in porcelain to the center, and having those great stylized trees. I love that. Everything okay? Oh, do we need to? No problem. Things are catching up. Things eventually do catch up. Give us a second. Wonderful indigo and cobalt ground. And
To mark lot 283 as pass.
283 or 284?
No, the previous one.
Oh, 283? Okay, so we'll pass the Australian pin dishes. Okay, 283 is, we had a technical issue. Apologies for that. 284, now we do have a standing bid of $1,000 though?
Yes, we do.
Okay, we have 1,000 on this Moorcroft Pottery Liberty and Company. Now 13, would it go 14? I have a $1,300 bid looking for 14 to it. Now 14, would it go 15? Just a really nice modernist design of trees there encircling that body, and a really nice overall design. Any advance from 1,400? You can still jump in and take it to 15 right now. All right, let's move on to lot number 285, William Moorcroft Candlestick in the mid-lit. Take 3, moonlit blue. There we go. Moonlit blue pattern. I'll eventually say it right. My cat Dash's father was named Moonlight, so I get a little thrown. Two-blind, finished in the deep atmospheric blue glazes of that moonlit blue pattern. 225 is my bid now. 225 now 1,000. I got 1,000. Would it go 1,100? I've got a bid of 1,000, looking for 11. Any advance to 1,100? Candlestick having this great wide-bodied, almost a genie bottle form to it. All right, let's move on then to lot number 286, shall we? We've got a Moorcroft vase by Paul Hilditch in the launching. I've got an $800 bid at launching Liberty ship design with that sailing ship encircling the body. Very, very pleasing. Again, sort of a genie bottle form. $800, any advance from 8 to 850. Now 800 once, 800 twice. We'll sell it for 800. Bidder number 7954. Lot number 287, Moorcroft Claremont vase with toadstools. Very, very nice abstract form toadstool mushrooms in a model green-blue ground. The underside having the Moorcroft mark along with the artist's signature. 1,500 is my bid now. 15, would it go 16? Any advance on 1,500? Nice size too, with a squat bulbous form. All right, let's move on then to lot number 288, shall we? Moorcroft Pottery, William Moorcroft, pewter-mounted Taza, or compote form in the pomegranate pattern. Very, very iconic pattern with those great pomegranate fruits encircling to the interior. 400 is my bid now. 400 would go 425. Pewter mounted, the base side and having the impressed marks. 425 would go 450. Now 425. Any advance? 425 to 450. All right, let's move to lot number 289, Moorcroft Pottery banded vase in the pomegranate pattern with a ovoid form. Using the tube lining decoration with slip-trailed outlines and those great encircling pomegranate fruits with berries and additional designs, and having kind of an Art Nouveau encircling band to the top and bottom. 425, any advance? 425 to 450? All right, let's move on to lot number 290, William Moorcroft Candlestick in the pomegranate pattern. Again, in that with large, wide, generous base to the bottom, almost kind of like what I would call a genie bottle form. 200 is my bid now. 2 would go 225. Any advance from 225? 225 would go 250. Nice size, 2 over 8 inches tall. You can jump in and take it to 250 though. Any advance on 225? All right, let's move on to lot number 291, Moorcroft circular carved box in the pomegranate, what I thought was a popular pattern, the pomegranate pattern, grapevines surrounding the body in that in circular pattern, and this was from the private collection of the collector Jean Badoun of Vancouver, British Columbia. Lot 350. I've got 350. Would it go 375? Any advance on 350? Then let's move on to lot number 292. We've got a William Moorcroft for James McIntyre green and gold Florianware vase in a very pleasing baluster form, hand decorated, tube-lined forget-me-nots and foliage in green and blue. having the James McIntyre back stamp, the Moorcroft signature, Albert Wade collection, Providence label with the additional 2002 Sotheby's collection. 1,300 is my bid now. 14, would you go? 15. I've got a $1,400 bid. It's a nice size too, almost 11 inches tall. Any advance on 1,400? This is the time to do it. 1,400 going once. Now 14, but you could jump in and take me to 1,500. 14 twice. Sold for 1,400 to our line and unicorn bidder lot 293. We have a Moorcroft McIntyre blue Florian ware lidded teapot in the cornflower pattern, designed in the Art Nouveau. Very much Art Nouveau style by William Moorcroft for James McIntyre. It's got the correct Florian ware McIntyre marks to the underside, along with those great encircling Art Nouveau botanical two-blind elements. 300 is my bid now. 3 would go 325. 301, 325 would go 350. I've got a bid of 325, looking for 350 to advance. Any increase from 325? 325 once. 325 twice. Sold for 325 to our line and unicorn bidder lot number 294. McIntyre, McIntyre, Moorcroft, Florian jug tulip. Got a band of flowers encircling the neck above a collar of heart motifs, base having the printed Florian mark. This originally was in the private collection of Jean L. Badoun of Vancouver, British Columbia. 1,200 is my bid. I've got 12 to go 13. Any advance on 1,200? Having the painted correct marks. All right, let's move on to lot number 295. Moorcroft for James McIntyre, a lidded jug in the blue poppy pattern. Early example executed in blue and green tones. Hot water jug. That's the thing about the Victorians. They had a jug for everything. You had a hot water jug, a tea jug, a coffee jug, something for everything. Foliage decorations and having the correct details. McIntyre and Company back stamp. 400 is my bid now. 4 to go 425. Any advance on 4? 4 going once, 4 twice. We'll sell for 4 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 296. Moorcroft McIntyre rare Art Nouveau blue dahlia goblet. Look at that goblet form, that chalice form with a wide flared bowl, raised horizontal bands around the mid-side. That is absolutely. If I bought that, I would drink out of it because it is that gorgeous, and I'd want my friends to see me drinking out of it. 1,100 is my bid. You probably shouldn't drink out of it. 1,100 is my bid, but I'd want them to see me doing it. 1,100 is my bid. Looking for 12 to advance. Any advance from 11 to 12? 1,100 once, 11 twice. Sold for 1,100 to our line and unicorn bidder. By the way, have you seen the show Your Friends and Neighbors on Apple TV with John Hamm? So good, so good. Speaking of wonderful collectibles that other people desire. We've got a bid now of $200, lot number 2, highly recommended. And of course, John Hamm, he's fantastic. 225, now we're looking for 250. And look at the color on this Flaminian teapot, rounded sculptural form with that. Just incredible. The arched handle. I mean, there's nothing not to love about that. 275 is my bid, looking for 300 to advance. Any increase from 275 to 3? All that texture, the underside with the Moorcroft signature, tube lining, and that medallion to the side. Let's move on then to 298. I'm disappointed. Moorcroft miniature koi fish vase in kind of an interesting, almost hourglass form. A small vase, tube-lined with koi fish surrounding it. That's the best kind of aquarium, the one where you don't have to feed the fish. $90 is my bid. I mean, if they're live, you want to feed them because you have to feed them. But I'm saying if they're not live, you don't. Any advance on 90? No? Then let us move on to lot number 299, Moorcroft Emma Bosun's floral pin dish in the Queen's Choice pattern with a lot of wonderful fruits and still life botanical elements, including a halved fig, a halved peach. I could go for half a peach right now. Grapes, berries, $50 now. Any advance from 50 to 60, 50 once, twice. We'll sell for 50 to our invaluable bidder lot number 300. Moorcroft Emma Bosun's lidded biscuit barrel in the toadstool carnival pattern in a very, very pleasant, upbeat design, square body, integrated side handles, coordinating lid, and then these two-blind decorations with mushrooms and spiders. There's nothing not to like about that. It's very cool. 475 is my bid, looking at 500 to advance. Any advance for 475? Take it for 500 right now. You've got the underside with the Moorcroft stamp, and it's signed by Emma Bosun's, and it's yours for 500. Take it for 500 right now. All right, let's move on to lot number 301, Moorcroft Vicky Lovett Trial Vase, New York, in a very stylish cylindrical form, but having that trumpet flared rim to the top, having an encircling design of the New York City skyline. And look at that, there is the Chrysler building right there to the front with that. Just amazing Art Nouveau design. My mother used to work in the Chrysler building. I remember going to pick her up there times way back in the day, having the Moorcroft vase. 550, marked to the underside. 550 is my bid. Any advance from 550 to 600? Jump in to take it for 600. My mother would want you to take it for 600. Any interest at 600? All right, let's move on to lot number 302, Moorcroft Jack-o'-lantern lidded pot. Oh, fate, I don't know why well, because it sounds like an Irish name, Jack-o'-lantern. It's a pumpkin in a Halloween jack-o'-lantern with a squat globular body, much like myself, with a vibrant orange glaze, ditto, slip-trailed vertical ribs, the same as me, also decorated with that jack-o'-lantern face. I'm gonna stop now. Underside mark, you Moorcroft. I know, a lot of people like Halloween. I mean, I happen to, I enjoy Halloween, but a lot of people that I know live for Halloween. Sorry if I just hit the mic. 200 is my bid. You could jump in to take it for 225. Any advance from 2 to 225? The underside have the Moorcroft mark to it. Very cool. 200 once, twice, thrice sold to our live auctioneer's bidder. 303 Moorcroft Kerry Goodwin pin dish in the Impala pattern, featuring a very cool savanna-style landscape background with trees and grasslands and these great Impala running horned herbivores, if you will. $60 my bid now. 60 would go set underside, having the Kerry Goodwin and Moorcroft mark. $70. Any advance from 70 to 87? There's 80 would go 90. I've got a bid of $80 looking for 90 to advance. Any increase from 80 to 90? 80 going once. 80 twice. We'll sell it for 80 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 304, Moorcroft Nicholas Slaney. Oh, it's a cottonwood and jute pin dish. A stylized foliage and green ochre and orange shades. And I see the cottonweed, but I don't see the jute. I'm assuming they mean jute like one of the Western European barbarians of the Roman era. No, maybe not. Underside having the Moorcroft impressed mark. $90 now. Any advance from 90 to 100? 90 once, twice. Sold for 90 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 305. Dennis China Works, Sally Tuffin or Tufan. Illyria vase in the Meerkats pattern in a very pleasant form, ovoid form. 300 now. Underside having the Dennis China Works mark to it. 300 is my bid. Looking for 325 to advance. Any increase from 3 to 325. 300 going once. Now you have these great standing meerkats like Timon and Pumbaa. Well, Timon anyway. Any advance on 3 once, twice? We'll sell it for 300 to bidder number 7954. Lot number 306, Dennis China Works. Sally Tufan, toucan vase with this large prominent toucan bird. 500, I got a bid of 5, what do you go, 550? Now 550, what do you go, 6? I have a bid of $550 looking for 600. They have the artist markings and the Dennis China Works mark. Now 650, would it go 7? Now 7 would it go 750. Now 750 would it go 8? Must be a Guinness drinker. Now 850 would it go 9? I've got a bid of 9. Would it go 950? Now 950 would it go 1,000? Very nice size too, 12.5 inches tall. I've got 11. Would it go 12? Now $1,100 looking for 1,200. Nice, slightly bulbous midsection too, with that fantastic tropical toucan on a branch form. $1,100 holding steady. You can jump in and take it for 12 though. 11 once, twice. Sold for 1,100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Very nicely done. Lot number 307, Dennis China Works. Sally Tufan Dragonfly Kingfisher lidded vase. 500 is my bid now. 500. You've got the dragonflies encircling this teardrop form body, and then that fantastic kingfisher bird to the summit. Absolute stopper to the summit. Fantastic. 500 is my bid. Any advance from 5 to 550? 500 once, twice. Sold for 500 to bidder number 7954. Lot 308. Dennis China Works. Sally Tufan Mouse lidded vase. So I got a $400 bid. Again, you've got this fantastic teardrop form body with these fantastic, very, very wonderful, striking red poppies with additional botanical forms and that mouse on top. 400 is my bid. Any advance from 4 to 425? 400 once, 400 twice. We'll sell for 400 bidder number 7954. Lot number 309. Dennis China Works. Sally Tufan miniature vase. A tiger on black. Look at that. That is fantastic with the tiger staring out. Very abstract form, but the tiger is almost like camouflaged, hiding from you in that foliage. 150 is my bid now, looking for 160 to advance. Now 160, would it go 170? Just absolutely beautiful, hand-carved with that black slip with the cream-colored body. Just very, very cool. I love that. 170, any advance one, now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bit of $180 over 192 advance. The underside have the Dennis China Works artist monograms too. 190 any advance from 190 to 2. 190 going once. You can still jump it now. 2 would go 225. I've got a bit of 200 over 225 to advance. Any increase from 2 to 225. 200 going once. Now 200 twice. Let's sell it for 200 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 310. Sally Toufan. I'm assuming it's Tuffin. Yeah, it's not Tuffin. I mean, I know. But I want to.
You're in Paris, you say Toufan.
Toufan. Hello, Mademoiselle Toufan. Yeah, but Tuffin. All right. All right, Miss Tuffin.
We're doing 500.
But this is Tuffin, not Tiffin. Or it could be Tiffin. But look at that. You've got this fantastic elephants encircling and the elephant to the lid. Come on, baby. 7, 8, now 8. I got 8, now 850. Would it go 9? Who's not going to love that? The base containing several hand-painted and stamp marks with additional details. 1100 is our bid. Now looking for 12. Now 12 would it go 13. Now 13 would it go 14. I've got 14 would it go 15. Now 15 would it go 16. I've got a bid of 1500 looking for 16 to advance. Excuse me, any advance from 1500, 15 going, which is absolutely gorgeous. Who doesn't like a good elephant? 1500 now once, twice, thrice. We'll sell for 1500 to our line unicorn bidder. Lot number 311, Sally Tuffin for Dennis China Works. Tall vase, I'm sorry, Sally. Baluster form, a very nice baluster form having this encircling eagle.
500.
I've got a bit of 5 looking for 550. 550 would it go 6. I've got a bit of 550 looking for 600 to advance. Now Sally Tuffin has become somebody that, her friends say, oh, Sally, her last name's Tuffin. And he advanced on 550. I love that eagle, though, and with the very stylized abstract blue to the talons, or to the beak, rather. Any advance on 550? 550 once, twice. We'll sell it for 550 to bidder number 7954. Lot number 312, Wedgwood, Fairyland Luster, Malfrey pot in the Candlemas form, having a very, very pleasing ovoid form body with a lid. I've got a bid of, I'm sorry, how much was that out there? 3,500. I've got 35 looking for 36. The lid featuring the flaming wheel pattern. Just absolutely gorgeous. 36 would go 37. I've got a bid of 3,700 looking for 3,800 to advance.
4,000.
Now 4,000 would go 4,100. The underside having the Wedgwood back stamp. Now 41 would go 2. Now 42 would go 43. I've got a bid of 43 would go 44. Now 44. Now 45 would go 46. I've got a bit of 46, would it go down 40? Now 5,000, I've got 5,000, would it go 5,250? Now $5,000 holding steady and going once. I've got 5,000, you can still jump in and take it to 5,250. 5,000 twice, will sell for 5,000 to bidder number 7954. Lot number 313, a lidded Fairyland Luster vase, imps on a bridge. 2,000 is our bid. Baluster form with that great design with the bridge spanning the rocky banks of a bridge. Now 2,500, now 25, would it go 26? I've got a bit of 25 looking for 2,600 to advance. Now 26, would it go 27? Now 27, would it go 28? I've got a bit of 27. There's a big, large rock bird, too, with white wings. Now 29, looking for 3,000 to advance. The underside having the Wedgwood marks. Any advance from 2,900 to 3,000? Now's the time to do it. 2,900 holding steady and going once. Now 2,900 twice. We'll sell for 2,900. Bid number 7954. Lot number 314. Wedgwood Fairyland Luster. Imps on a Bridge. Treehouse plate. In that, now 200 looking for 225 to advance. Now 300 would go 325. Now 325 would go 350. The reverse having all the correct details, including a Bradford Exchange logo. Now 375 would go 4. Also having the Reuben Collection stamp. 375. Now 4 would go 425. Now 425 would go 450. I've got a bit of 425 looking for 450 to advance. Any increase from 425. 425 going once. Now 425 twice. We'll sell at 425, bidder number 7954, lot 315, Wedgwood Fairyland Luster, Nizami pattern cabinet plate in a very striking design with 300 airs. 3 would go 325. This in a very chinoiserie style featuring the architectural elements, the pagoda and the bridge. Now 350 and plus the all those botanical elements. Now 400 and abstract waters sort of suggested in the black. Now 425 would go 450. I've got a bit of 425 looking for 450 to advance. Any increase from 425, 425 once, twice. We'll sell 425 to our line and unicorn bidder, line number 316, Wedgwood Blue Souffle. polar bear, large vase, traditional baluster form, rounded body with the pedestal, foot, flared neck with a wide rim, and featuring these great polar bear designs. I got a $6,000 bid, very unusual, coming from Daisy McKeag Jones too, in a non-Fairyland luster. 6250 is my bid. I'm looking for now 6,500. I'm looking for 6,752 advance, please. Now 7,000 would it go 7,250. Now 7,250 would it go 75. Now 75 looking for 7,750. I've got 77 now. 8 would it go 8,250. I've got 8,250 would it go 85, 85, 8750 to advance. Now 8750 would it go 9. I've got a bid of 8,750. Now 9 would it go 9,250. Now 9,250 would it go 95. 95 would it go 9,750. I've got 9,750 looking for 10 to advance. Now 9,750. Do I hear 10,000? Any increase from 10 to 10,000. Beautiful size. I got 10,000 looking for, now 11 would it go 11.5. Beautiful size. This is almost 2 feet tall, 23 inches, and almost 12 inches wide. It's a very, very impressive size, almost a foot by almost 2 feet. I've got 13,005 looking for 14,000 to advance. Very, very, very interesting experimental ground called Blue Souffle. From the early 20th century. Now 14.5 looking for 15,000. This, of course, inspired by 18th century Chinese porcelain techniques. I've got a bit of 14.5 looking for 15 to advance. Any increase from 14.5 to 15,000 from you?
You know what? I'm in the middle of an auction.
All right, let's move on to lot number 317. We have a Wedgwood Blue Souffle fish vase with that, again, very, very striking and unusual experimental powder blue or blue souffle luster that was modeled after 18th century Chinese porcelains using a blown blue form or chu qing or chui qing form glaze with gilt decoration, in this case having koi fish encircling in a very cool underwater landscape. 550 is my bid now. 550 would go 6. I'm looking for 600 to advance. Take it for 600 right now. The underside having the Wedgwood backstamp. Very, very unusual. All right, let's move on to line number 318, Wedgwood Blue Souffle Dragon box, a lidded box here in a rectangular form, looking almost casket form with gilded dragons surrounding with the sacred pearl. Beautiful Greek key borders, just an impeccable, impeccable design. And with the separate lid in a complementary form. 750 8 advance for 750 to 8. Jump in to take it for 800 right now. It's yours for 800, having the Wedgwood Portland details to the underside. Take it for 800. All right, let's move on to line number 319. We've got a Wedgwood Blue Luster gilt plate with calf motif featuring a pair of bovine calves. To the center, I've got a bit of 40 looking for 50. Also having, I've got $100 now, 100 would go 110. This having all the correct details, including provenance labels for the Zeitlin and Rubin collections, as well as a Skinner auction house label. 110 is my bid now, 110 would go 120. Any advance on 110, 110 going once. Now 110 twice. We'll sell for 110 to our line of unicorn bidder. Line 320, Wedgwood Daisy McKeag Blue Luster Fishbowl from the Rubin collection. Again, a very, very unusual design. Now 200 will go to 225. You got these great profusion of koi fish to the center, swimming around in this underwater seascape design. Now 250 with these great thin gold lines accenting the rim and foliate scrolling and flower motifs. 250 at advance from 250 to 275. 250 holding steady and going the underside, having the Wedgwood mark along with the Rubin collection sticker. Jump in and take it for now 250. Any advance? Let's move on then to lot number 3. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize. Now 250. Any advance from 250? Did we say 275? 270. I'm at 250. Thank you. 250. 250. Okay. 250. Any advance from 250? We have the Rubin collection sticker. 250 holding steady and going once. Now 250 twice. We'll sell it for 250. Two bidder number 7954. Sorry about that. Lot number 321. We have a Fairyland luster plate, but again, very complimentary to that prior lusters. I've got a bit of 100, having that great koi fish to the center and that great webbing design, fishnet or reticulated pattern all the way around. 120, now 130, would it go 140? I got 140, would it go 150? Now 150, would it go 160? Now 160, would it go 170? This produced early 20th, 70. Now 180, would it go 90? This is Edwardian era. Now 190, now 2, would it go 225? I've got a bit of 200 looking for 225 to advance. Any increase from 2 to 225, 200 going once. 200 twice. Sold for 200 to bidder number 7954. Lot number 322, Wedgwood a fish luster bowl, attributed to Daisy McKeag Jones with the modeled iridescent luster glaze, and encircling fish around the body. Now 200 would go 225. I've got a $200 bid looking for 225 to advance. Any increase from 2 to 225, 200. Now 225 would go 250. I've got a $225 bid looking for 250 to advance. Any increase from 225, 225 once. 225 twice. We'll sell for 225 to our line of unicorn bidder lot 323, Wedgwood hummingbird luster in an octagonal form with a very striking purple, lavender and blue exterior glaze, and then this great interior in orange. I've got a bit of 200 now, I've got 2 to go, 225, and then you got the encircling birds in gilt. Very nice finger bowl. 200 holding steady. Any advance from 2 to 225? Do I hear 225 from you, please? Now 200 once, twice. Sold for 202, bidder number 7954, lot 324, Daisy McKeag Jones Wedgwood Butterfly Luster Porcelain Bowl in a very striking mottled maroon or ruby red luster with stenciled butterflies encircling the body with the little fleur-de-lis possible designs to the top. 200 is my bid. Now 225 would go 250. Very nice geometric designs. Any advance on 225? 225 once, 225 twice. Now 250 would go 275. A gilt repeating border running along the inner rim too. Now 250, any advance from 250 to 275, 250 once, 250 twice. We'll sell for 250 to our line of unicorn bidder lot 325, Wedgwood Fairyland Argus pheasant play. Argus is, of course, the Latin name for pheasant.
You have completed bids to 300.
I've got a bit of 600.
650.
Now 650 would go 7.
Yep.
Now 7 would go 750.
750.
Now 750 would go 8. Having the correct provenance sticker from the Rubin collection to the underside as well. Now 850 would go 9. I've got a bit of 850 looking for 900 to advance. Any increase from 850 to 9, 850 going once. Now 850 twice. We'll sell for 850 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder lot 326, Wedgwood Fairyland Luster Argus Pheasant Silvertone plate, the Argus Pheasant pattern.
600.
Striking silvertone ground in the style of Fairyland Luster. Now 600 would go 650.
650.
I've got 650 would go 7. Underside having the Rubin collection sticker. I've got 7 would go 750. Now 750 would go 8. I've got a bit of now 8 would go 850. Now 800 looking for 850 to advance. Any increase from 8 to 850. 800 holding steady and going once. Now 800 twice. Sold for 800 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder lot 327, Wedgwood Fairyland Luster, a chinoiserie pheasant pattern produced around 1925, about 100 years ago, originating from the Rubin collection. I've got a bit of 300. Now 3 would go 325, and this one does have a very delightful pheasant or Argus bird in the center. Now 350 would go 375. Now 375 would go 4. I've got a bid on the that great turquoise border to the rim. Now 425. Now 450 would go 475. I've got a bit of 450 looking for 475 to advance. Any increase from 450. Now 475 would go 5. I've got a bit of 475. Now 5 would go 550. We've got a bit of 500. I'm looking for 550 and a very nice size too, 10 3/4 inches in diameter. Now $500. Any advance from 5 to 550. 500 going once. Now 550 would go 6. This one including the silver foil Rubin collection label, along with additional details including a Skinner auction label. Now 6 would go 650. I've got a bit of 600 looking for 650. Now 650 would go 7. I've got a bit of $650 looking for 7 to advance.
7.
Now 7 would go 750. I've got a bit of 700 looking for 750. Any advance from 7 to 750. 700 going once. Now 700. You can still jump on and take it 750 though. 700 twice. Let's sell for 7 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder lot 328, Wedgwood Fairyland Luster Celestial Dragon Bowl, having an ovoid form with a really gorgeous mixed blue exterior luster glaze, and that the celestial dragon encircling the body, the rim foot decorated with a gilt pan-fay border, and the underside with the Wedgwood details. 550 is my bid. Now 550 would go 6. 8 inches tall, a really nice trumpet rim too, and you can have it for $600 right now. Any interest at 600 from you? Take it for 6 right now. All right, let's move on to lot number 329, Wedgwood Fairyland Luster Celestial Dragon Ball. So very nice mottled blue exterior. This one having a more cylindrical form with that flared rim and a very striking encircling dragon with sacred pearl flame design. Also having the aquatic bead border at the rim underside with all the Wedgwood details. 550, any advance to 6? Take it for 6 right now. Nice size too, over 12 and a half inches tall, 12 and a half inches from tip to tip to toe. All right, let's move on to lot number 330, Wedgwood Dragon Luster Porcelain Lidded Vase in a very nice ovoid form, designed by Daisy McCaig Jones and featuring a very nice, almost mother of pearl to iridescent lustrous blue. That large celestial dragon motif encircling the body with additional details, flames and clouds, and having a lidded form. I've got a bit of 1400, looking for 15 to advance. The underside having all the Wedgwood details, backstamp, etc. Any advance from 1400? Then let's move on to lot number 331, Wedgwood Dragon Luster Octagonal Bowl. This is a large form bowl in an octagonal form by Daisy McCaig Jones with a mottled blue and violet iridescent luster glaze to the exterior and that seafoam green with the mother of pearl style to the interior. Encircling design of that celestial dragon. 750 is my bid now. 750 would go 8. Base marked with the gold Portland vase and Wedgwood made in England. Any advance from 750 to 8? No? Then let us move on to lot number 332, Wedgwood Luster Octagonal Bowl in the coiling dragon pattern. This one having a wonderful mother of pearl finish to the exterior with blue details and that gilt drag in the interior with mother of pearl and additional designs. 130 is my bid now. 130 would go 140, please. Now 130 going once. I've got 130. You could jump in and take it to 140. Now 140 would go 150. I've got a bit of 140. I was looking for 150 to advance. Any increase from what now 150 would go 160. We have got a bid of 150, but I'm looking for 160 from you, please. Any advance from 150? 150 going once. Now 150 twice. We'll sell for 150 to our line of Unicorn Bidder Lot 333, Wedgwood Octagonal Fruit Luster Finger Bowl. Fine porcelain, 8-sided octagonal form, circular raised foot, the exterior having a mottled iridescent and purple luster glaze with grapes and plums and additional details. Now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bit of 190, would it go 2? Now 2, would it go 225? I've got a bit of 200, over 225 to advance. Any increase from 2 to 225, 200 going once. Now 200 twice. Silver 200, bidder number 7954, lot number 334, octagonal porcelain luster bowl from Wedgwood with a very pleasing exterior cobalt blue mottled ground with fruit encircling forms, and then the interior with that great orange mottled interior. $800 now, 8 would go 850. I've got a bit of 800, any advance from 8 to 850, 800 going once. Now 800 twice. Sold for 800, bidder number 7954, lot number 335, Wedgwood Fairyland Luster Porcelain Rock Center Place. Now 500, we go to 550, depicting the mythological rock bird, that huge bird that was capable of carrying an elephant off in its claws. 600 is my bid now. Now 650, would it go 7? Now 7 would go 750. The rock, kind of a motif from mythology, various mythologies. Now 7. Any advance from 7 to 750? I've got a bit of 700, looking for 750. Now 750, would it go 8? I've got 8, would it go 850? And you've got all kinds of other details too. In addition to the bird, you've got the castle, a lot of other details too. Now 850, now 850, would it go 9? I've got a bit of 850. Any advance from 850? 850 going once. Now 850, you can still jump in and take it to 9 though. 850 twice. Sold for 850 to bidder number 7954. Lot number 336, we got a Wedgwood Blue Luster Galleon plate from the Rubin collection depicting a sea ship or a sailing ship, stylized blue and white waves. 150 is my bid. Now 160, would it go 170? Now 170, would it go 180?
180.
Now 180, would it go 190? Now 190, would it go 2? I've got a bit of 190, looking for 200 to advance. This one having all the correct stickers. I've got 225, would it go 250 for the Bourne collection and the Rubin collection. Now 250, would it go 275? Also a rectangular exhibition label for the Richard Dennis Wedgwood exhibition back in 1982. So a lot of provenance for this one. 250 is my bid. Any advance? 250 to 275, 250 once, 250 twice. Sold for $250 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot number 337. Very, 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 very rare Dalton Art Nouveau tile pieces. These are panel screens and with peacock forms, just absolutely very extraordinary pieces that the fact that these survived this long, just absolutely extraordinary. Beautiful pieces too, with extraordinary Art Nouveau designs in 4 panels with scrolling and floral patterns. We've got bids now, $4,900. I've got $49 looking for $5,000 to advance. And we have a phone bid coming on too. Just wonderful details, all of them enclosed within these stylized rectangular borders surrounded by scrolling acanthus leaves. The panels joined by metal hinges and fitted with plywood plankings. Just wonderful designs, and again, very, very, very rare. I've got a bid of $4,900. I'm looking for $5,000 to advance. We have a phone bid that we were getting on, just absolutely extraordinary peacock and maiden designs with very striking, very evocative of those artists from that Art Nouveau era, and even slightly various artists of various illustrated magazines and periodicals of that period. Just absolutely gorgeous. Now $4,900, looking for $5,000 to advance. Any advance from $4,900? Are we still waiting on our phone bid?
We're done.
Okay, all right, very good, no worries. Then let us move on to lot number 338. We've got a framed, again, another very, very rare piece. This is a framed Minton Hollins and Company Huntsman multi-tile panel depicting an interior, genre scene of Huntsman, sort of aristocratic Huntsman, hail and well met Goodfellow style figural group. 40 individual tiles produced in this, and the fact that they survived is absolutely extraordinary, all mounted on wood backing in this wonderful frame, and it is a large size too, 53 inches wide by almost 3 feet tall. 7,000 is my bid. I've got a bid of 7,000, looking for 7,250 to advance. Any advance from 7 to 7,250, just an extraordinary piece. The Victorian artist W.P. Simpson, and just a very extraordinary piece from Minton with these 40 individual tiles. Any advance on 7 to 70 to 7,250? All right, let's move on then to lot number 339. We have a Minton and Company tile wall panel. 16 tile panel housed in a gilt wood frame from the late 19th century. Again, a very, very large and impressive size. 48 inches, that is 4 feet tall by over 2 feet wide. Central scenes with these wonderful Art Nouveau style scenes, a figural scene of a medieval style woman in a lavender gown with additional details of a noble woman. 2,900 is my bid. I've got 29, looking for 3,000 to advance. Floral crown, woven basket of flowers, central image framed in a white foliate spearhead border with the burgundy border and scrolling vine. 2,900, I'm looking for 3,000 to advance. Any increase from 2,900 to 3,000. I'm looking for 3,000. I have a phone bid, I believe. I'm looking for 3,000. Do I hear 3,000 from our phone bidder? Just an absolutely extraordinary piece that managed to survive this long, over 100 years old. Wonderful decorations of oversized stylized flowers with the hummingbird, green and blue, the stylized butterfly as well. Just a fantastic late 19th century piece with this and of course the Victorian affinity for the medieval. I'm looking for $3,000 to advance. All right, let's move on then to lot number 340. We have a Minton Fans classical charger. Figural group featuring neoclassical scenes of, Greco-Roman figures with a little cat. And this one has the artist signature E. Welby with the Minton back stamp to it as well. 2,300 now, 24, we go 25. I've got a bit of 2,400, looking for 2,500 to advance. Lots of additional details, including botanical and architectural elements to the background. All right, let's move on to number 341. We have a phone bidder for this. This is a Minton earthenware aesthetic movement portrait bowl by the artist Ellen Welby. Victorian and aesthetic movement artist. I've got a bid of 2,600, now looking for 2,700 to advance. Now 27 would go 28, now 28 would go 29. Just a wonderful central medallion with the putti surrounding it. Now 3,000 would go 3,100. I've got a bid of 3,000, looking for 3,100 to advance. Embellished with scrolling flowers, the underside having the back stamp along with the artist's signature and the date 1886. Exemplary piece of Victorian pottery. You want to take it for 3,100, you can. 3,000 going once. I've got a bid of 3,000. Any advance to 3,100? 3,000 twice. We'll sell for 3,000 to bidder number 7954. Lot number 342, Victorian aesthetic movement ceramic fish tiles attributed to Minton. Again, a very, very rare piece comprised of 3 hand-painted ceramic tiles with fish and floral elements. I got 11, would go 12. Very large size, almost 10 inches wide by almost 22 inches tall. It's a really, really nice piece of reverse, having all the correct details. Now 1,700 would go 1,800. I've got 18, would go 1,900. I've got a bid of 1,800. There's also a framed label to the back, which includes a job date of 11/12/25, which could be the reframing possibly. 1,800 is my bid. I'm looking for 1,900 to advance. Any increase from 18 to 19, 1,800 holding steady and going once. Now 1,800 twice. We'll sell it for 1,800 to bidder number 7954. Lot number 343. W. Slater, hand-painted floral porcelain covered vase produced by W. Slater for Royal Dalton in urn form with a very, very gorgeous and elegant oval form baluster, oval form baluster body with this high gloss glaze. 2,200 is my bid. I've got 22, would go 23. Blossoms in yellow. Now 24, would go 25. The vase retaining the cover. I've got 25, would go 26. Now 2,500, looking for 2,600 to advance. Any advance from 25 to 26, 2,500 going once. Now 2,500, you can still jump in and take it to 26 though. 2,500 twice. We'll sell 2,500, bidder number 7954. Lot number 344. Pair of Royal Dalton porcelain pastoral horse vases, cylindrical form by Harry Morey. Each hand painted with complementary scenes but distinct scenes. One of them, both of them depicting farmers, with horses and such. Both of them having the Royal Dalton backstamp to the underside, each one signed near the lower body by Harry Morey. 2,400 is my bid. I've got 24, would go 25. Both very nice size too. Both of them almost a foot tall. And you can have them both for 2,500 right now. Just a very, very nice, elegant pair of ceramics, porcelain vases. Take them for 2,500 right now. All right, let's move on to lot number 345, Dalton Lambeth, Ada Dennis, and Josephine Dirtnall Carrara, where vase in a very striking and elegant form resembling Italian Carrara marble. I got a $1,000 bid, now 1,000 would go 1,100. Now $1,000 vase having 2 side panels, one with a girl holding a child, the other holding a portrait of a young blonde girl, both panels with the scrolling details. $1,000, any advance from 1,000 to 11, 1,000 once. 1,000 twice. We'll sell for 1,000 to bidder number 7954. Lot number 346. We got a pair of Dalton Lambeth faience vases by Margaret Thompson in a maiden's form, a cylindrical style with a increasingly widening to the bottoms. This one having encircling details of female figures. It appears maidens, of course, underneath clouds with the landscape scenes surround them. $1,200 my bid now. 12 would go 13. Any advance on 12? Late 19th, early 20th century pieces. All right, let's move on to number 347. We got a pair of Dalton Dalton porcelain plates by J.P. Hewitt. Renaissance style portraits, man and female figures. One wearing a blue hat with a feather. That's the female. The man having a pink hat. I like that, sort of subverting that. The woman in the blue hat, the man in the pink hat. You know, I figured. J.P. Hewitt, framed in a black round style frames. Any advance on 550? 550? Any advance to 6? All right, let's move on to lot number 348, Royal Dalton porcelain plaques. Figural works depicting Romeo and Juliet, lovers in the garden. oval tile plaques, soft coloration with the Dalton back stamp. 100 is my bid now, 100 go to 110. I've got a bid of 100, looking for 110 now, 110 would go 120. Very nice pieces there. I don't know why they're facing away from each other. How sad. And I guess you could arrange them when they're facing each other, and then I'd be happy. Any advance on 110, 110 going once, 110 twice. We'll sell for 110 to our line of unicorn bidder lot number 349. Charles Noak, Harry Nixon, Chang Flambe pot for Royal Dalton. And that very, very striking, just very heavy, rich Chang style flambe produced in the early 20s by the 100 years ago by the Dalton designers. 950 is my bid now. 950 would go 1,000. Underside having the Dalton Chang back stamp along with the initials for the artists Noak and Nixon. All right, let's move on to lot number 350, shall we? We'll take our short break in a few minutes, give you a chance to stretch around in your private auction space. Right now, lot 350, Charles Noak, Harry Nixon, Chang Flambe Mushroom Bowl. Look at that very, very unusual size with the irregular undulating rim, squat pedestal base, and that great crackle design throughout with that great colorway. It's just absolutely gorgeous, iridescent blue. 1,112 now, 12 would go 13. I've got a $1,200 bid looking for 13 to advance. The word Chang is partially enclosed in a circular stroke along with the marks for Noak and Nixon to the underside. Any increase at 12? All right, let's move on to number 351, Royal Dalton Charles Noak Flambe Sungfish Vase in the Old Wife pattern, resting on a short unglazed foot rim, depicts old wife fish swimming among stylized seaweed and aquatic undersea floral elements. 1,300 is my bid now. Now 15, would it go 16? I've got a $1,500 bid looking for 16 in a very nice oval or teardrop form. Now 18, I've got 18, would it go 19? I've got an $1,800 bid looking for 19, having the Sung Flambe and artist marks to the underside. 18 going once. Now 18 twice. We'll sell it for 1,800 to bidder number 7954. Lot number 352, Charles Noak, Royal Dalton Sung Flambe Peacock Bowl, depicting a very cool stylized, Victorian or Edwardian style. That's kind of how the Edwardians drew their peacocks, with these kind of stylized feathers, signed by Noak and bearing the pattern number to the underside. I've got a bit of 3,300, now looking for 3,400 to now 34, would it go 35? I've got a bit of 3,400, any advance from 34 to 35, signed by Noak, bearing the pattern number, as well as additional details like the Dalton back stamp. Any advance on 3,400? Then let's move on to lot number 353, Dalton Flambe Mushroom Forest Scene Bowl, with a vivid scene of a forest background, sort of a somber, almost forbidding forest background. Now 9, would it go 950? I've got 950, would it go 1,000? Now 1,000, would it go 1,100? I've got a bit of $1,000 underside, having the Royal Dalton Flambe back stamp marked Sung, along with the signatures of Fred Allen and Charles Noak. Now $1,000 holding steady. Any advance to 11? 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. We'll sell it for 1,000 to bidder number 7954, lot number 354. Royal Dalton Flambe Lion Vase, the king of the world. Look at that great form, almost a very rounded form. Now 650, globular body with a flared neck and that great king of the beasts encircling the body. I've got 650 looking for 700 to advance. Any advance on 650? 650 holding steady. You can still jump in to take it to 7 though. 650 once, 650 twice. We'll sell for 650 to bidder number 7954. Lot 355, we got a Royal Dalton Titanian ware bowl finished in a speckled mottled cobalt blue glaze with ceramic eggs intended for display within the bowl. Kind of cool to mimic bird's eggs. Kind of interesting. I've got a bit of 850 looking for 900 to advance. There's 950, would it go 1,000? Underside of the bowl have the Royal Dalton circular factory marks under the crown and then the Titanian word printed below it. Now 950, any advance from 950 to 1,000? All right. No worries. And then on that note, are you able to do our thing? Fantastico. All right, then let us take a short break and come back with more in just a moment to give you a chance to regroup in your private auction space. We'll come back with more in just a few minutes with our exceptional elements of the decorative arts auction here at Lion and Unicorn. Stay with us. I like the looks of that. You want to take it for $30, you can. All right, let's move on to lot number 382, Port Marion British Pomona Enamel Treasure Box in the Rain-Claude Plum. And the Reina Claude was named after, Plum was named after Francis II, Francis I of France's queen, Claude. There you go. You mentioned that at dinner tonight. You look smart. And we've got a $20, I've got a $30 bid now. 30 would go 40. Any advance on 30? 30 once, twice, thrice sold for 30 to our line and unicorn bidder. And our final lot of the afternoon, our Staffordshire English Enamels Treasure Box with a quote from Robert Browning, the great poet of Scotland, and Elizabeth Barrett Browning's husband as well. He came in through the window, I believe. Grow old along with me, the best is yet to be. $90, my bid now, 90 would go 100. Any advance from 90, 90 once, twice, thrice. We'll sell it for 92, our lion and unicorn bidder. And on that note, we thank you so much for your kind participation and attention in what was a very, very fun auction for us and for, we hope, you as well. Thank you for joining us. Give us until Wednesday for the auction invoices to go out, possibly as early as Tuesday, but more than likely Wednesday, so we get everything out for you. Thank you so much for joining us. Tune in this week, and we will see you again next week.